पाकिस्तान मैच नन दे ब्रो. Guys, double tap सर कवाई सही था. Everyone double tap, guys. राहिल खान वालेकुम अस्सलाम सिंह कुर्बान. وقتی ولی بند شو وقتی ارسلان لگ پیچیده مسئله بگی ویا. वालेकुम अस्सलाम. बाचा द बैकग्राउंड साउंड नाराजी. یو منټ راهیل خان از صرف لګ دا سیټینګ برابرو ما بیا ز پویا زما کار پویا بیا ان شاء الله سره برابر شخه ورګیا قربان. ما اصل کینن زړه مې غوښتل چې ډبل سټریمینګ وکم څنګه دی خو خدا یو با ورټیکل شي یو با هوریزونټل شي. وانا سیدی ابل سیدی ودی کتو راهیل خان. हसन वालेकुम अस्सलाम सिंह यार जोड़े बराबर है। अच्छा गाइस टिकटॉक वाले मरगर टोल दगा के सही दा लाइक वसरो के लाइक शेयर वसरो के गाइस लाइक शेयर एंड बायो के लिंक थे ज़ात हजार अजान रसो सही दा चार कसान दल तरी ना अब दा बहुत सही इंशाल्लाह रहे खाना यो मिनट शो लगे दगोशी kana زه د ارسا انلاک کما بیکګراوند اواز صحیح شي ارسه صحیح شي زه اصل کې لګ لیټ شوم لګ نه ډیر لیټ شوم زه ډیر لیټ شوم
eliminations, and they are at 74 points. What do you think expectations lie on Fury?
मेट्रो की 39 लाख लरा मकोर दास्ता सलोर पिंजा में चमकार ने क्या और ये पांडा दा हमारा हाथ मदद दे दा जिता है उद्भव में चुप है लगा ना दगा की दा सो तो वायर नु मेरा नेर शो सर्वाइवल ड्रॉप किता यो उद्भव गेम हो कल लगा ना बस ब्याह बाबा किसे नहीं spin spewulum na hey space pi mala panda bas chal al time ta sari kana da chi tu yo survival drop ki kana da غین پس بیا موږ سره رو دغه کیږي دا به سره ختميږي ما ډاونلوډ کو بچا سی شي ډاونلوډ کوم
despite Furia having more points than them at the end. So for Furia, they don't want that to be occurring again.
They don't. I like the way that you said that. Let's just hope the top teams kind of fall out, giving these middle pack teams an absolute opportunity and chance to do so. But of course, we're gonna have to wait and see. But 7.
वकास वालेकुम अस्सलाम सिंह यार टोल लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करेगा ना दगा में लगे सब्सक्राइब करेगा ना गाइस नन मारा पकार रो
Let's see what kind of craziness we're going to be getting here in Rondo coming up. But I know with everything going on here at EWC 26, there's a lot of movement happening within the club championship. So, Glitter, what's currently going on with the club championship?
To get through, so let's dive into it. We have had so much going on here in our championship weekend, and right now 2 grand finals have officially completed. Yesterday over in chess it was
Awrd double show
who was able to take home the title when he faced off against Dennis Lazovic. That of course means that Liquid got the 1,000 points when it comes to the club championship, and AG
what's the issue
to get that 750
club championship for the melo jasokti
we spoke, but that wasn't the only grand finals that happened. We then moved on over to the Lenovo Legion
the call of duty سکه ټیکنیټ سکه وارزون سکه دا د کاری ټول یو زیری خدا
massive face off between 2 Brazilian orgs and
ورګانا بچه لسانجه بجه سمده بچه اوکی یس الیاس وعلیکم السلام څنګه یې جان
Furia fans in the crowd. Both of those squads are all
la 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 او لا 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 ټیک ټاک والا مرګري ټول لبل الا دس فالوور کم شي رستاس بچ کواله ما بیګه 84 یونن 74 دی دا ما ګوره تاسو سړی پالو کې بیا پالو کې تاسو به رخ ورغړو ما تاسو بیا ما ته وایي بچا بیگ پین اور چې کوره پوری مزغلو
SSG and NIP. So it's going to be an action-packed day from Rocket League as well. But Seven, I'm going to send it back on over to you so we can get into what we have going on in PUBG.
Imperial, walaikum assalam.
Shout out to the
Jante.
every single stage and just keeping us updated.
अच्छा गाइस सारे के सारे बंदे आवाज was hum double day. Okay, yo minutes.
Because we've been getting the predictions out of the viewers. Max, which is the team that's going to be eliminated first in Rondo?
Oh, I thought we wanted like a pick of who's going to win. Eliminated first, Aurora. It seems like something they would do.
That's wild.
No.
What's the issue?
Hold on a second. Slow down.
All right.
We which team is going to be winning Rondo?
Which team is going to be winning Rondo?
What's the issue?
Thrive.
Guys, like kiya karo, theek hai, like. Don't forget the like and subscribe and watch a quality system, guys. Everyone follow the share and streamers are share ke khanan ba kakhiri sara
We've been waiting for this moment to start.
200 ta viewership khejo ka pa TikTok ki 200 ta aur pa YouTube ki 100 viewership, guys. बस माँ आर सरोर माता व्यूअरशिप पका दे और को खान दे को जाड़ है 25 24 21 22 19 18 अदे वाला गाइस 15 14 ना कर यार ना कर 12 11 भाई साहब da sake sड़ी से छपे में भी राले को सही हिसाब देगा हाँ लेवानियाचो अरेगा अल्लाह देना बगेला पाती हुआ गाइस देना बगेला पाती हुआ देना बगेला पाती हुआ हाँ Viva, what a savista, Subachagawala Madogore. They Saraula. Dulkimara name Ravista. Haha, Nandagaregana, last day da. Say. Restream, Shurudi. Loading. Nana, Arsalana, Dazama Maslanawa. Daddy PUBG wala maslo. For that is Sagarega. زما بم ها مسله بکای شاید نن به مسله کې ځکه په درې سټریم مې بیان کړی
Journey has been relentless and the finish line is in sight. Just 6 maps sit between your team and the PMWC title.
But Barney, the smash pool is here, so anyone who reaches 122 points can snatch the victory with one last chicken dinners and become our champion.
There's something brutally honest.
गाइस मिचुना स्टार्ट कीजिए 50 नंबर लेकर ओली हां
My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the awesome Looty. And welcome to Smash Sunday!
I hope you're ready, Atom, because we are ready. So it's time to welcome one last time our finalists on stage, starting with Al Hula Club Esports!
Orangutan!
Hey, Kimbarandi nekda Botandi Rada yo team baradi da sukti
Team Vitality!
पाकिस्तान ډېر په تیارې کې پاتې شوی ورسلانه نو نن چې پیلنې دوه میچ وشي د هغې نه پس به ډیسایډ کوي چې صحیح حساب دی که نه بیکوز هغه سمیش والا سیسټم هم دی که نه پیلنې میچ کې چا 10 پلس واغستله او دویمې بسې چې کنډینر کو ډایرکټ په ډایرکټ میچ ختم میچ نه میچونه ختم بس هغه به وینري
Team Flash!
نه دغه سوټونه چینج کړي دي ها دغه مې لګي हमारा नेरा विस्तार हाँ बस उसका लास्ट टीमो दा गण कफान दी यार दादा सऊदी टीम ने हाँ गाइस दादा सऊदी अरब टीम ने दा हमने खतरनाक प्लेयर आने यार आने के बाद गैलेक्सी वाल وای وته شپېلي وته ووای شپېلي وته ووای
Non-Team Red Force.
And finally, leading the charge, we have Arena.
Allah. Chigum go da go. This is called Chinje, guys. Chinje. Only though. Allah, Allah. Kape raudo, kape raudo, kape raudo. کوم خطا مومنت پیدا د دې کسانو باندې زړه به څه تېرېږي اورې چې دا کپ ورته داسې کېښودی ورته
Teams has proven that they belong on the Gadia City grid. Today, they fight to be the last teams.
भाई साहब व्हाट अ मोमेंट गाइस क्या होगा इन लोगों के साथ यार आज देखा जाएगा कि भाई कौन बनेगा
This is PMWC
विनर
2026 at EWC.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
ठीक है गाना गाइस
In the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch load and become our PMWC.
नन बा कीगी او تپوس اور نن به میچونه ډېر خطرناکي بس پیلنی میچونه وشول کنه پیلنی دوه میچه نو سپته به ولګي خدای دې غیر گئے بس
Here at EWC, an incredible 39 pointer.
دا حرامیان پټاپ تی کنه دی پرون پټاپ پاتې شوی دا
And now they're looking on top of the leaderboards. If they could just continue to be a little bit consistent, we should be able to see them.
गाइस लाइक किया करो څنګه یې لګه خیر دې سیدیس خان خپل لوایا गाइस लाइक किया करो ठीक है स्ट्रीम मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले 50 के लाइक कंप्लीट करवाना है ठीक है गाइस
हम इसके लिए तैयार भी हैं और बाकी हम यहाँ पे compete करने आए हुए हैं. My opinion on Four Fives is that they're actually a very talented team. I think they've got a lot of firepower. They're proving that in a LAN environment like this internationally, they can show up and be a dark horse to contend. They've got championship mentality, and I think we're going to see that today.
دا مومنت ډېر خطرناک و یاره دا میچ کې زه ناست وم دې میچ کې ما خیال نه و یاره دې کې ښکلی ګیم کړی و یار که نه پرون دا میچ چا کتلی و زه ناست وم خو ما د خیال نه و
Whole tournament, and they're at the top of the leaderboards. They can actually win this whole thing.
Down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord heavy, but he's gone.
That is insane. I've got to eat my words on that one as well. I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, what a good game.
کتلی و تا ما کتلی و ټولې کتلی زه ناست وم دلته ناست وم خو بس ما ته خیال نه و که نه ډېر ښکلی ګیم دغه شوی
Actually get in there to take it, and my pick would be non-Shin Red Force. They've had great communication, great structural plays in how they're advancing into the zone, but the firepowers all come alive just when it needed to.
میډل سټریم هو 15 کې خرڅ کړی څنګه سیدیس خانه جواب را کوه چې قربان وایه
Red Force with the chicken dinner.
نن به پته لګي که نه نن به پته لګي ګایس چې څوک په دغه کې کله شروع کېږي بس شروع کېږي که نه دا ګوره که نه وروره ده چې انجبي چې خبرې خو نه دی که نه ګوره لا ولس دا کسان تاو راتاو کېږي کپ ته او داسې تاو راتاو کېږي که نه کیمرې میمرې که نه لږ د شی کسان را ګرم شي ګوره داسې اوس ډایرک اوس را پاسېد او ګیم ته کښېنوه خو ایسته به شی بایلي ټولو ګوره چې اوس لږ دا کسان ورو را ګرموي که نه تېر شوي هایلایټ ورته ښایي چې یاره صحیح حساب دی اورې ورځ هم ښایي که شپه او بس دا قصې قطارې دي جان به کله رالی ګوره که نه ما خو ټول میچ کتی و ها دغه مې لګي
The stage is set. Our teams in position.
And like Letty said on the stage, the dawn of the final day has finally arrived, Blank, and everyone is sat in anticipation here live in Paris, France, for a new champion to be crowned, the new four kings.
भाईजान अस्सलाम वालेकुम पुटीना नस्तासु पहयाल संग ब्रो गुरु इंशाल्लाह गोरा पेलेने गोरा दलता जरूरी ना रही पॉइंटू ना सेवाली गाइज देखिए अगर स्मैश वाला सिस्टम हम देगा ना नो कुपाहागी के कतनी टीमों में दगाशे बराबर को का ना नो बस बिया तले रे ला सुना वो थे रे न हाल बता दा चांस स्टारे दा पुटी तम दा चांस स्टारे शिप लगा पर स्मैश के लिए दगुआ लोग ना गेम No, the game आवाज निश्ता game आवाज वरे यो मिनट game start शी बिया बता आवाज तेज कमा वो हम ना दा तलहायो जवाब राख हुआ या ऊपी एडिटा कुर्बान दिशम रोंडो Stop! Pelane में start की guys. Pelane में start show हाँ. Room बकला का roomuna maham का guys.
Right now, a lot of trepidation in the arena as we head into the first match of the final day.
Guys double tap असर का टोल सारे बंदे यार double tap कर लो यार 100 watching है guys. सारे के सारे बंदे यार वो लाइक तो बनता है ना
A lot of money on the line right now. Only a few teams can hit it. 4 teams past the triple digits. It is really not that far away to hit the smash point, which is currently set at 122.
A lot riding on this one. We were talking about those middle of the pack teams, opportunities for you to leapfrog up the standings. Rondo is the dream battleground for it, a hell of a starting point, Blank. But it can't just be an acceptable game. It's got to be huge eliminations. We're talking within a region of 11 to 14 plus. Really make the most of this one. Aim for that chicken dinner. And down the teams that are ahead of you along the way. That's going to be a salient talking point longer the day goes on as well. If they're in the smash zone, you've got to stop them. Risk it all or have your dreams snatched away.
Nocturne Red Force, E-Arena, both dropping out in the same position. We do have big old hot drop over towards Neox. Every team understanding need to pick up those points right now. Ida already starting alongside with Aura. It's going back and forth, but S2G also finding some points here. Couple knocks.
So guys, Guru kana daga mere S2G wala gora NS wala chile kana gora atapai wala system start हो गया guys. Only 360 UC खादर बकोला ला हाँ 360 UC बदलर करो. बिलालु मेस सप्रेरा सही था. काला बस पिकरू को खैर दे. दागा मेरे के सेट था पुटी वाला ले पुटी वाला ला वो गोरा वाला दागा मेरे के Pola ko gorowata Vanak Dremnak the poti Dremnak daga me lagi Drake asane wishtala ha Drake le ukra gora wasirega na arena wala na da kharab wal bakar di saida chi da kharab shi kana da point 2 nok kada word di kana da ge da wadi balal batte chi de kana dwira para bal chance um de kana
Kamikaze keeps lighting up this stage.
He's been a real meme machine of the competition. Great story for him as an individual with some of the plays he's been making. But like you touched on, we saw it down in the bottom left. Now we get it full screen. This is Aurora. They've had some good moves. Got to keep it consistent. That's the name of the game. Don't let things poison the well the longer today goes on. Furia showing up in the Elim feed in a fight versus Ida as well. And we go over to E-Arena, clashing up close towards Flash. Turney K overwhelmed after getting one off with a pump, but he's got backline protection, well, not for long. That's the flick back over. Schweppes goes in. Can he recover it, Blank?
Absolutely. Seems this way. Only 3 players here, as per usual, as we know. From Rondo, usually have a 3-man send out, and 1 player will be the backup on the res, and that is Bo Z right now for Flash. Admino moves in, Refus is down straight away. Some good shots off right there, leaving Aurora in a bit of a pickle. Only 2 players alive. They're over towards the north side of test track, but a good showing there from Godlike.
Oh.
IQ inside the building. That's Hyunbin. Gets sniped out by the
दो मिलेगी मनम का ना एक यो टेट छे टेट हेलो टीटू नाकते ना 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 मराजा रवाना उडे की रवाना उडे गरनेट वाले दा वर शुनुला नास्ते रवनेजी काला रवनेजी या साडे रवनेजी वेलिदू Wait a sec.
Chip damage, but he wants the whole hog. Charges back in, door closed.
Makka kana mada yaar.
But the response comes back over from IQ, charging him down with the SMG.
No vest, no helmet, playing like he has got all the armor in the world. That's 12K 6. Can't quite handle the jump out there. Tried to go.
Abayga mazana.
One so easy is good to go.
Enes wale yo kastale alcalde yo kaskina wale.
But this is all the way over towards Ryan. Around the north side of the map, so a bit of a journey to go. OG also popping off over to
Pakistan bar na gora Pakistan se pala san na bar ki garo abaruga
fair bit of damage there, but
wacha qual system ne
Red Force good to continue. The arena though, good start for them. We know that they like to flex out around stadium, get themselves some eliminations where they can. Already started off in a good way over towards Flash. Those 3 points are further towards that smash rule. We have seen multiple times in international before. We get to those finals.
هذا أول شيء هذا هو كذا ورما بس جوك بتشيزه.
Region of smash point on the second match. They got to be lucky. And if you want to be lucky at home, you got to join the 2026 PMWC Lucky Spin to draw for the exclusive set only available
here
PMWC.
And it may be lucky for those of you at home, but it's been good decision making and some great gunplay for OG that's made the difference coming into the early fights. This is Alula and Ida.
30 point na panda 30 point khule ka biam gur gane di ke khaga diega
to have a big performance here.
aga smash wala system ne kana no palta altam de study sir chile kana no bas dras gobal aga uji wala qaribana raqqa patera 14 की qatili da botan patera 14 की de wado gora usam pa 14 की naste abal khub porun daga kada pa cheska ke ragole usane rora 11 dara 20 de kana sharam ne zan bach kade na no khunasti शर्मिंदली अच्छा सब मां फॉलो करी है मना ना है ब्रो
The arena moving over towards Furia. They are isolated.
Guys, like किया करो.
Ayala opens up in a big way there over towards Schweppes, takes him down almost immediately, and that does make their lives much easier. Going forward, Tony K will ascend.
What is mala da agora da arena wala karamol gole one ki parundu ki ne ki parundu ki umodu shirikal ka ye wala di kill wana khligana di point na nor sewana ke da haramian di dal ta point nu bazi.
2 players do step up to the plate now for Furia. The reinforcements are in, isolated no more. Joker and Tony K will have to fight for their lives.
Close quarters combat. Nay pulled, bounced round. Not going to deal any damage though onto the Furious squad. They know how to play in these sort of lobbies with this much pressure, with Smash looming over them. They can dig their heels in deep and start to stand strong. But it's one step in the arena of the first challenge.
Da haramian di da ne arena wala haramian di yar. Badi yaqeen na de bakaro. Chi yo ko sum pat chikana nu masale joda hai. Puro wata chip wata shata naste gana. Au
I have an interesting setup here because they've got a
Urs pa chip palas ki kharakte. Deda backup tabara kena wale khodiyo balas ki chinjire de so chizu warsham paso jod lal ta warshamo laje garma kama gora wata da don nizde nasti dwi takana.
They're waiting poised because
Walaikum assalam shizuka khair de waye kana tsenga seb
require a bit of a sick play.
47 kill istiri
from Tony K and Joker.
Jiji kana yaar nice yaar.
Tony K, he's just been arming that nade, waiting for an opportunity to get the most out of it. Yeah, quick head count on the
Shana kemparan pare Furia banira nishi kana. Oh! Daga mele ko gora kana board ta Shana uze pa wisto daga finish ko da harami.
They respond back in kind. A 1-for-1 trade. And Tani K with a nade. That's one of the two thrown out. It was a good primer, but no direct connection. He's going to be baited down as well. Could be stung from the back here.
What the heck? Daga mele ki why? Be why?
Couldn't hit it.
So close.
Oh, kasono
You
bani.
can feel in that moment there was almost a clutch potential. Luckily for E-Arena, they can't move back over towards Stadium, move back into the circle. But what a long journey it's going to be to get over towards Lohua Singh on the eastern side. Fourth rise though, you're right, man. What they've been doing so far is good.
Mira ami Rashra bandu ko. Ha Rashra bani show bega. Uji check ildi. Kam nahi. हाँ भूटान तकल शेबे आखरीने औरत ना दे यारा आखरीने औरत से पाखरीने औरत चिमना भूटान खेलना क्या नु नोर बचा काय पजाम बच्चा कला गया नु बजाट स्क्वाड लिंक बियानो यार राइल खान है दागा शो यार शो बेगा लेट दागा शो में गेम ना वसगार शो में बियास तड़ियों Blado guys.
Nongshim coming in from that north side. S2G do have a player down in the dirt. Looking to get him res back up again, but Nongshim with a pretty decent
Hey, S2G na re.
On that northern side gives him a lot of.
Da dona haramiyan de. Udeshte jeba pelene ora dadi sannu mo nishan na ho. Onun chi akhrini michuna kedal de haramiyan uzan top 2 tora sawale de.
Teams will want to cross back into.
It's almost poetic. It's been twice inside of this game. We've seen STG and Ulf going against each other. Ulf coming into it to start the day here. They were in 8th place. I believe 61 eliminations over the course of the finals. Up to that point, they were in a pretty good form when it came to fighting.
Putina para ko chiki wai kasana ho rahi. Na kharawan di puti wala na re rondo erengel ke khari ko ba mera mar ke wala wala mchi wala dona kharab di.
Godlike though, 10 eliminations.
Ile pakardari chi di padaga ki practice shuru ke mera mar ge.
Over towards Fury came through from Godlike with a small assist from Fourth Rise. Yeah, Godlike certainly trying to put their name on the map today, but it feels a little late for them. At 67 points, they can earn those big rankings today. Grab some more cash on board, a bit more pride for the country as well.
Hadi walaikum assalam.
Really big step up in that last day, which is why I was saying on day one, you got to give these boys.
Guys like kiya karo jo bhi banda aata hai like kiya karo. Why ali walaikum salam.
Here at PMWC.
Inshallah chicken ha chicken.
Realistically, they just needed a little bit of acclimation essentially. And once that was done, they looked pretty damn good going in towards the later portions of yesterday and already starting out strong here on the first game of the day. Circle continues to center up around Meiran. S2G controlling a very, very good spot. It has been good control over the center for S2G throughout the majority of games. Some very good rotates. I mean, Solke.
Amin Khan manana yara tamu bandona kada kharcho gulal Najib Khana.
And that
love you, bro.
Mindset is really coming into play here, where he's seen a lot of these circles before. He's seen a lot of these rotates. And he can really lead the team to victory. Yeah, some of the gun skill maybe isn't there for this guy, but he's still giving it gas when needs be. I think Solke's had a great step up, considering the amount of time he's been in this esport.
You got a lot of talent on that roster. You can pass the baton too if you need to rely on someone for a sick play.
Abal team home the skill kadi de. Mara aramiya de kill churi kadi. Rasha shana kill wali mara.
Getting line of sight over onto the Vitality migration as they wanted to make a move straight past. Few shots on target, resulting in them going down to a 3-man squadron. And Tora that also have a similar flight path back over towards the zone.
Bro,
the push down from Nonshin Red Force, thunder-footed their way into the zone early. I was saying the consistency of this team looked good, but it's the fact they've turned on this aggression. They're willing to fight for a good position now, Blank.
I mean, playing over towards the northeast side of Meiran, I mean, it's a bold maneuver, right? You don't try and play to hold out teams on the outer edge, but they don't get themselves too stuck into Meiran either.
Pasa kaya dapat kam taraf rawandi.
Possibilities the rest of the zone.
Guys, ये किस तरफ जा रहा है ये लोग?
in what is a bit of a dastardly circle.
जोन के अंदर सर्वाइव कर रहा है क्या? वो सामने वाला ओजी कैंपर लोग बैठे हुए हैं ना इसलिए.
Go over the recuperate after two players in Tony K, as well as Joker went down to the Fury a lot.
रवान दे.
On the heels though of OG.
za
Woman's going to jump out.
Double تختي ده بالتختي.
Feeds lighting up and the crowd's getting excited because godlike it looked like it was a
قرنا بوتان بالتختي وسو.
Turn it right around. They lose one player and are able to clean out the entire squad. So goodbye, good night, Ida. The second team to exit stage left in our opening game of Rondo. Whilst E-Arena continue to chase OG.
Nan finally आज finally guys.
Here inside of E-Arena, Smash ruling always changes how these teams plays. So crazy as well. Godlike's just hit the 14th elimination on this game. They are cracking it open at the moment. Looks great to see. But for E-Arena, I do think you're getting ahead sometimes where for this game,
خصت كيل يشتري. ألا كيمبرانو 14 كيل ورسوله.
So you open up the
That's okay.
throughout the rest of the day.
يقولون أنا خبط بسور كراغ ليني.
But you can get in your head about it. You absolutely.
يقولون أنا خبط شيء كراغ ليني.
Nongshim is extremely pleased with this shift as they were already in Mayran as we stated earlier. E-Arena was a little bit slow to the punch. Vitality finds the first here in top, but Axel will go down once again.
لاړو ده تقریبا نن لاړل بس.
No punches pulled there. Clean uppercuts. And with Vitality out, they'll be able to save their mate. Get top back on his feet, recover from this. They saw the rotation.
تو मिस्टी. دا 6 मैचेस दे खुगुरु कना ची इसमें क्या होगा? इंशाल्लाह चिकन जमूंग दे. इंशाल्लाह.
And they've instantly dispatched two of the players. They're pincered as well. Velula on the other side. So this is a ton of info for Nonshin and some extra points.
Look at this shot from Doc. Really, really good stuff. Double spray down on the roll-up is crazy even before they get anywhere close to the compound itself. And not a single dash of damage sent back his way. Very, very nice initial game here from Aurora.
دا E-Arena چې دی کنه دا میز نوزي ډیر سور بو کې را دا پیلنې ټیم نه دی.
Blasting bullets in as Alula holds back Flash over towards the water side. Aaron out in the open, waits for the reload to come through and then makes the cross. Good timing on that one.
These two sides hounding each other the entire time on Rondo. Feels like they're mirroring each other. Ooh, Orangutan from the side getting a look in as well.
ये मैच गरम है guys. आज मैचेस बहुत गरम होंगे guys. 11 kill. اوغنا نا خروان دي. बस दिले वो चलेगा ना कम से कम चिकनू बासी का ना 10 सोरबो की का ना डायरेक्ट पर 1 टीम 1 सी डायरेक्ट पर 1 तलाशी दगा मिलेगी भले हम ना को वाह टेम्परानो की यो ना को दे हरामियान द शान रागली वक्ती द शान इश्तू बी वाले फिनिश है गए एक्सपेक्टेड वाला वाह
just to survive. One knock goes back over towards Godlike's way. They will
IQ वो तो गोरा का ना 7 किले करेगा ना मरा बस दगा मिलेगी यार वल्ला.
No, it's not, but it is a little bit of a crowbar that's been dashed at them, slowing them down on their potential aggressive.
रिपोस्ट नहीं की विल नहीं की दोबारा दगा का स्ट्रीम रिफ्रेश का अब सही शी.
On 11 elims themselves. And if they can vie for control of a decent position off the back of this skirmish inside, hey, maybe Fourth Thrives are coming alive early.
What's great for Fourth Rise, right? In PMGO Season 1,
Malanga manana yara.
Got with the back seat because they came in with Smash Point very early on the first day. And I think that pressure got to them a little bit. It went all the way to match 6. They weren't able to put a lot of points.
E-Arena bani ala ule Canada E-Arena ule Canada to gora Canada ke parada la sauda da gora laro
Shots from Schweppes, but immediately it's taken.
the shane we should daga milegi puti manam
Manya up to the rock, but realizes he's got to push back off.
Uzebana ko kill churi una ki ra Kemperan kill churi una ki mara galwi ko kana she kill pat ko kana da khabaj yaar.
This is the man to do it.
He's the clutch factor. Ooh, saved by the bell on the nade, so low. Able to keep his head above water for a few more seconds.
Good bounce back.
Squad
Oh my God.
bounces over, shuts down S-Power. Salme out, Adamino the only one left now. That deployable cover barely keeping him alive.
3 players up still for E-Arena, looking to get further into this game. Admino might be able to go for the res if he goes for it now. I think they're going to sweep round in the vehicle, try and figure out what's going on back there. S-Power still down, knocked. Schweppes moves up, goes for the drive-by, has the information, and that is godlike out. So
लड़ा
a good
लड़ा
reflex of the gear
ऊपर से कैंपरान पर इमेज की नहीं चलेगी
More ammo.
उधर इस्ता सुबह का वालम
Towards that compound on the south side.
was
They
das
held earlier on, 'cause this is
14 number jira kam nasi do ऊपर से
away from Mayran. E-Arena getting thrown a bone here, but still they have 3 players. They are not at full force. Let's see how they play this out.
da بغيره تو ऊपर से दे देगा ना
That's gone on the whole map here between S2G and Ulf continues, edge guarding them coming out of the blue and keeping shots on target. It's worked out slightly worse for Ulf, down to a duo, but we do say goodbye to
S2G भी अच्छा था लाड़ो
S2G, so a triple threat remains there. There was some fighting over from Nonshin onto OG inside Mayran as well. They were taking pot shots at them, so a 3-man squad living on amongst that. And 4-5s consistently keeping their head on a swivel as well. They were peppering bullets over to the E-Arena encounter with Godlike. Yes, they got some knocks, but none of those converted into points.
S2G desperately trying to make the cross right now. A couple of shots, but the vehicle, it is very low HP, smoking now and on fire. They have to get
लाड़ो स्ट्रूजिम लाड़ो NS पर top 2 show
but Alula is going to continue to put the hurt on. I think we actually wanted to move round on that eastern side.
Galaxy वाला रामियान खदीब zan लाड़ो बासी guys पूरा याद साथ है
3 players that Enigma Galaxy hold. They're on the other side to E-Arena.
Yo zamung yo kill away patko kana कैंपरानो zamung yo kill कैंपरानो patko guys कैंपरानो वालो
They're
zamung
looking for exit frags here, Jackie.
See the conversations there between S2G. It's an intense day. Gotta clear the bag.
बच्चा picture the blur show was say show इजो का was say show
Mormon did set himself up just as
या का मिला के गोरा kana हमारा ला राशा को तो देखे दा बाकी मजदूरी के मजदूरी में की शुरू करे ना से बता मैच दे कंदी जोड़े कंदी है पर कंदू की पट्टी के से बता कंदूकार खोना रे
Don't mind this too much. Just trying to create a little bit of a dip to play around as players will attempt to leave from Mayran. That's OG on the north side. Likely first to leave. It's a gamble play, but they know they're close now. They know they're close.
Once
they start getting into those placement points, they get
zone the Putin alarm le shikana Juan Bogi.
Their goal in this game was far easier than most.
Putin zone lan le shi daga milege. Manam kana.
Goodness me, we went back down south, back up.
Nan gora nan zamung sara zone de. Nan zamung sara zone de guys. Chirap gora ha. Chirap gora da chicken de. Chicken dinner de.
This ends in the urban area. Enigma Galaxy might want to make a send soon. OG loses 1 on a knock. Not flush though. 4th rise looking fantastic right now this game. 11 eliminations.
It is fantastic.
Strong 2-2 split inside of Mayran, controlling both the run out from OG and scouting towards Nongshim.
Lada, Galaxy wala khadi gear shwa.
You can see Schweppes had already identified their setup far over. He was waiting for an opportunity to actually shoot some bullets their way. That was the call for it. No raw connection from this. He'll spot Satan on the rotate with the vehicle as well. Still debating if he can actually get some pot shots here, trusting in his source.
Guys, ये मैच हमारा है, ये मैच हमारा है. इंशाल्लाह करेंगे, win करेंगे. लगा लेंगे T2 600 damage. 600 damage करा ले, हाँ?
I think we're going to in a struggle position, and E-Arena can play very slow here. They don't have to peek too much. Ralph already down there.
इंशाल्लाह guys ये हमारा चिकन है हाँ देखना guys
you said Schweppes identified their position very early. The shots are coming through. They don't want these points to be stolen from the players inside of Mayran. Schweppes opens up, but
Galaxy but show
Nongshim getting some great damage just playing into that engagement between Alula as well as Flash there. Gonna be longer nades on this one though, Jackie.
Decent shot.
Oh, talk about Amyagi.
It's chip damage, but no conversion. Ooh, bursting just in front of Satan. They've got one smoke to try and pop. Hey, this is dastardly. You are trapped in a hellish position whilst the other squads are scrapping through each other, so the lobby's starting to thin here.
مړه چې دا پوټي والو لګي کنه دا کیمپرانو ولې کنه دونه سور بو کې کنه پرې سایډ کې جو دا کیمپران ناشتي دا ولې کنه په لټو سپیړو په چپلو په سپلو باندې ولې کنه دونه سور بو کې کنه خو چک والا سسٹم وشي गाइस गाइस स्ट्रीम शेयर कर लो सारे के सारे बंदे स्ट्रीम को लाइक शेयर कर लो
some more emphasis over towards Mehran. We go a little bit further south here. The game actually does open up for E-Arena mainly. Fourth Rise also have a good capability of leaving from this area. Wonder how many vehicles they've still got left with the tires in play. Yasser will take down Bozi, and that's the end of Flash. I mean, Nongshim Red Force has been consistently peppering that engagement, but it is Alula.
Game lake, guys. Zama stream lake.
With 11.
There's been a lot of harassment of all of these squads from Nongshim and Fourth Rise consistently taking
guys,
making the fights more uncomfortable for either team involved.
That will, yeah.
For E-Arena, if Nongshim actually keep this up in terms of a safe placement in the zone, some big plays, you might need to shut them down. Going to pull slightly away from their setup, though, centering up around the Fourth Rise crew of E-Arena, knowing they can advance a little bit on this.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity now for Fourth Rise going forward. Get a chicken dinner here, you can call for any other team immediately going into match 2. Putting the worry on, requiring teams to keep tabs on them, potentially even hunt them down to keep their tournament alive. Because as soon as they smash, the game's finished. There's no longer any more opportunity to rectify
issue, guys? What's the issue? What's the issue?
Previous days, you will just be lost.
What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue, guys? Masla bhai, masla bhai.
Such great news that Fourth Rise are having such a big pop-off here.
Game
1.
They're bringing the heat, showing that they're handy with the steel. And for Alula, try as they might to absorb points from this lobby. They're so far down that it's been uncomfortable.
What happened there?
I mean, it was danger close, mate. He got one knock onto OG, but it took down a member amongst the commotion for Fourth Rise.
224 heading out for Lark, like you say, a bit of an accidental play there, but not the
what's the issue, guys?
Always praise.
बड़ा वाता वाई दी टीम की कार मगा वाई करा दी टीम की कार मगा वाई करा यार दाचे मसाला बजोड़ा वाई मसाला बजोड़ा वाई करा रे पूटी पैटते करा
Hyunbin though will find R3B to send a nade over the top.
बड़ा दा दी टीम की उस माता stream मसाला क्या करा नो बड़ा दा सरी like what is this, guys?
By this time it's a bit more difficult to hit that one.
Say issue. وګوره یو کس دی لاړو مړه ما نه دی لیدلی کنه چې څه وشو یار
From the sidelines actually finding Aru. They're consistently harassing from this outside edge. Played that
دغه مې لګي
towards the south side.
ګیر کې راکم پرې
Ooh, it is time to leave now.
پوټي یاره پوټي نه یو کس وشتو والله خدای شته کوم ولیدو چې څنګه وشتو
behind the driving wheel and gets into the zone. For OG, it's so uncomfortable because you are just being completely cut off from all angles. The backline's covered.
What's the issue? Stream say there, guys.
In from 4-5s, they cannot peek in any.
I kill Garnet ki. Ha, Garnet ki laro.
Okay.
Oh, daga me lagi viva. Si dobara bhi ada push na gaye. Ya push na gaye.
T24 with a nade from the top.
Ularat vemum laro.
That steals it from Nigma Galaxy.
Daga me lagi gora wata arena wala. Dada gora yo kase pade ne.
It's all turning into carnage.
More man. Last left alive here. I think it's one more placing they need on this one, Jackie, as well.
Arena lado. Ger gaya, 10 sade ger gaya, ya watch kas ger gaya. Oh, that chicken dinner de, guys. Inshallah, chicken dinner de.
So awful to go into match 2, 1 point away from smash ruling. Does not have a position to play though. Everyone's completely looking his way. Might have been better to hedge his bets down towards Nigma Galaxy and just try and take a one-on-one trade. Just just wonder if they actually know how many points they've currently garnered on this game and how close it gets.
kana mala bara kile ukra kana bada bas hadde kana walla kare uko kana wasaure.
And honestly, for 4 Thrives, this probably works out in a way with that charge in. Oh, mate, the name.
Oloko!
Okay, goodbye, you.
They're on it. They're on it. So
Kom garnet hai wacho.
We're good. Whew. They're safe for now. That's what they needed. And with Schweppes charging into that compound, he gave them some extra ammunition. They were having to make concessions, Blank. You can see about 80 rounds of 5.56 left.
Mala.
They're able to restock up. Non-Shin, though, still making plays, and they got loads of ammo to spray with. Shots down on target from XCY. Hits onto another man.
Agora kill wala.
Punch after punch for so long.
Wala kana putti mala garnet war wacho yo bal garnet war wacho wala kill 2 point di.
Chicken dinner would be ideal, but a few more eliminations and a second place would get them in towards that position. A pitch battle between Nongshim Red Force as well as E-Arena going straight into match 2. Good nade over the top from AK.
Daga mi lage.
To move in.
Yo bal kill mu isto.
Onto this one. AKO piece down.
Oh, poti ki yo kasnakte. Bal kase mu isto.
Finally taken out.
Poti pe pata nahi lagi charte. Dale kana bas walla ja kemparane mu ista kana. Kemparane mu ista barekla.
Alongside with E-Arena at the top.
Maka ka wala ka kill churi ukra da be gairat machiya. Kill churi bana ge. Kill churi banda da. 2 versus 4 mala yaar da she masala ra kana gora wata mala walla che da chicken shi guys. Maza aa jayega walla.
Zypher rearming himself. Shotgun to play with if they come charging through the door. So easy. Dashes the nade onto the lower levels. Wants to
baru khatu chi pata wo to legi
so easy to peek this.
pata wo to legi ra
Just through the
pata wo to legi ra
but they read it right. They try and keep him pinned back. He's got to heal.
garnet darache na uloko
Damage off the back of that one. The
mala uze mala pa zone ki lado yaar shit. Oh, mala chicken dinner ms ko al da daga shu kana zamung team dva kasano di saluro yaar o bas khair za da bage razi yaar GG game hard game ko walla hard game ko
Non-Shin have seen red.
hard game ko guys.
Aggression has come out when it's needed. Fighting harder, pulling out huge eliminations on Rondo, and still playing so consistent with their setups.
I mean, a technical back-to-back as well from yesterday. Last Miramar into first Rondo.
Walla chi dai chicken khade hue kana wo to gore
Coming into these last 2 days of finals, especially coming off such a long 8-game day set into day 3, you're in the finals. It's getting nerve-wracking. You just open with a chicken dinner.
nice game yaar hard game ko walla hard game ko ho bas
They don't look rattled. They don't look bothered whatsoever
Bye.
by the sheer.
khair de bas da ke razi mala walla zawaza da gora highlight show kai gora Huzaifa dalta da ko kilu ko
Branded with their organization, their legacy. And if they keep
da
this
gore
up, Blank, there is a decent
de harami tol ke suran ko de rabaruna khato ma da pata wa
Just fantastic stuff. Good to see Nick McGuice as well. Lord stepping up right at the end there. 4 Thrives also making some more aggressive plays, which is great to see. They had some familiar faces. I think E-Arena
15 kill bas nice game yaar abiyam bas
losing
akhiri sara
4 Thrives was a fairly big deal, but OG also getting into
da palak maza nishta yaar ha palak aga mah ki mar sho gane palak paga ra takar tool pe laga mar sho ardesh ilana walaikum salam
where they were playing so difficult, and then
palak gap lagay zamala khair de za walaikum was ns chire kana da dve match na bahar kawalli
that sort of collective in unison that's doing so much for this team. And again, there in a situation where it felt like you were out, Lord goes off with the solo shenanigans. Oh yeah.
Hey, do you know what that is?
He's got the Brandon on the go, mate.
That is the stamp to get into the winners club. Nongshim fighting. We'll be back soon.
No na agui da go kana aramian bara khatelu bara chitun na pasa nasu
Producer of PUBG Mobile.
IQ ned waku palak ha bal garnet ke ragale mai ko bal chowisto za bas khair da میچ او بس اوس ته خدای خیر کې بل میچ تا بل میچ نه دا انس بار کول لی انس بهر شي بیا بدغو کی ګرنیټ سره کیو بس خپل ګرنیټ کې لاړو کنه دا بس په غلطۍ کې بس کارو کونو بچا سو شو مړه بس
PUBG Mobile Lite is not about making a smaller game with a smaller experience. It's about
ویلکم دی راتونه کوم دمون گیم خراب شو ته ما ته اوس ویلکم دی راتونه کو تا گیمونه کا ته الله بنده
We know that different players have different needs. Some players want the full PUBG Mobile experience with the richest content, all sorts of highest quality gameplays, and every single game.
گاونډي فینیش ورکه بلکته نو بعد هغه له چانس جوړ شو غاړي سړی پروت دی یو پوینټ دی
and reduce the burden on their devices. That is why we are creating PUBG Mobile.
guys like share وسره کوي guys don't forget to like and subscribe repost 500 فالوور برابر شو بیا 499 شو دا فالوور وسره مخې جوړ کنه guys
to enter the battleground. The initial download is only around 1 gigabyte.
1,40,000 فالوور دغه شي
2 gigabyte on iOS.
پیلا گیمو پیلا گیمو
before your first match.
وس چې دی کنه په دویم میچ کې کو انس چیکنو کو کنه نو بس بیا به میچ هغه غټلی فائنل به بیا هغه غټلی د حساب دی کنه پړنا د حساب دی فوټو جی هغه خو مړ ژوندې سړی نشي دوی چې دا کیلو مکر ټولې د شان وګړه په ایمان یو کس په مخامخ نه یشتي
The classic Arango map, supplies, and core combat are designed to match PUBG Mobile, so the battle experience remain authentic and uncompromised.
PUBG Mobile Lite ही जोड़ करेगा को सही हिसाब दे.
You can log in with it on PUBG Mobile Lite. Your own items can carry over, so you can continue using the outfits.
Lite ही जोड़ करे PUBG Mobile Lite ही जोड़ करे को सही हिसाब दे. دا मुंग دا गेम शर्म है पैमान. गेमों शर्म है. बस बखला करो रहा PUBG Lite तो वावड़ी नो बिया.
PUBG Mobile Lite will stay updated alongside PUBG Mobile, so players can enjoy new content.
Smash वाला सिस्टम संग करे. Smash वाली दी सीना दे.
We are targeting on office.
का दगाओ कना NS पटाप नो yes NS पटाप नो ये arena पटापो.
And you can pre-register in the store from all.
चपासी चलो शो मने चिकन मिस को. आगा ये arena चियो कना आगा पटापो को परस कागुई दगा कड़े वेनो. आवरे का चागुई 2 पॉइंट कड़े को 10 पॉइंट एकड़ी कना नो आगुई तब यार डर का खतरा था.
See you on the battleground.
PUBG Mobile Lite pre-registration.
We will see you on the battleground. PUBG Mobile Lite pre-register August 25th. I'm excited for it, Max. I know you'll probably end up making a video about it on your Instagram, which is what? Remind me again?
Those Maxman casts.
And it's say kano kana wo.
I get comments, I'm not joking, Seven, every single day about PUBG Mobile Lite. When is it coming back? When is it going to get an update? It's getting an update later this year. Oh my goodness, the world is going to be loving some more PUBG Mobile action.
100%. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you guys are. But I'm excited for the match that we just had here, because E-Arena definitely able to cross that threshold for being in the smash zone.
I mean, they truly analyzed this
Shada de kasan to gora.
every opportunity to
Purti wala shuzun uchata hai.
They kind of already knew that they did enough to hit the threshold, and I mean, it was kind of all to Mormon's sort of intel on OG and for Thrives. They had
122 point na bachi soko chikanu ki no direct winner de da haga smash rules weli shi. सही kana no na 100 da खो बिया da شو kana
Boy did we get it.
لو गोरे انس دا کورون ته خطلې حرامیا.
Exactly what I wanted to see from them. Did they slow down just like
ना वली صبر का kana اعلان صبر का लिस्ट ما نه دی لیدلې.
those other teams, you know, as the zone started closing up around them? Yes, a little bit more mobile, just a little bit more aware. However, they bided their time. They were patient with what they did. When it came time to actually make those fights, they were able to just flip the switch, turn on that aggression, get those eliminations, and so
ګلیکسي ول تر اخره پوری سروایو کوم ما خو دې په هغه ټیم کې لاړل چې ځون دراتله قسمت تا ګوره کنه دا کو زموږ ټیم وې د مخ سره پینې شو
they still can do it.
Especially when you have a player like IQ, the IGL of this squad, putting up the numbers, performing for this squad and clutching up. But we also got to talk about Notch and Red Force because they were the winners of this match, Max, and they played that out perfectly. And I think they might have been able to also.
Well, match was start ki gana ja.
Yeah, like, of course, GG4 thrives, but Nongshim Red Force doing so much parkour in the city, swiping every other team under the rug. And actually, they're trying to aim for 122. I believe they did make it. We'll check out the leaderboards very soon. But Nongshim Red Force giving E-Arena an absolute run for their money. And it is so rare to see two teams on the very first game enter the Smash Zone. It might have just happened today.
It might happen today, and something that might happen today is that we might see teams that might not be challenging for that first place putting up great performances, and we saw that exactly out of Godlike. This squad came to play. This squad has absolutely nothing to lose, Slays, because they were going after elimination.
Okay, boy, 22 point wagas
I want to see what the overall is looking like, where the teams are.
Agui dar survive 8 point mela ushwal kana.
Nongshim Red Force is actually in first place with the
Oti bachi number.
Now we have two teams that are able to win in
Chubis.
the next match.
Oh my goodness, by the way, E-Arena should also be colored, I'm pretty sure, because they are also in the Smash Zone. You just need to get above or tie.
Ines direct top talado.
So if Nongshim Red Force or E-Arena now lace get a chicken dinner, that's it, tournament over, and we will be crowning our champions.
I know, and it's so incredibly exciting because both of these teams, especially when it comes to those sort of placement points, look at Nongshim.
Rasha ko tawrege was NSO Arena. Didwano ki chichachikano ko basta dire. Tournament.
To be able to secure that chicken dinner. Now, Seven, you asked me a little bit about Godlike, which I know is on the second page, and the reason we want to highlight that is because they were sort of sitting more
middle
threshold, but with 10 eliminations early game, another 4 as they sort of
Pujito gora gara. Are patera number na jidara miana. Dile sharamum no warzi walla kasam ne dena khabara da wati bari 16 number na se.
I think it was about 7 eliminations just by themselves, and they were able to sort of scout and hold that, and just getting like that 15 elimination points on the board is insanity, especially from where they
Nasirap Enes ha pata pani chile jaga chikonu ko bas
11 points away for 4 drives now, jumping around from the middle pack, 11 points away from top 3. The
woman tapas pabal mesra.
This is
Fourth drives comeback. Fourth drives comeback. Because this team, I actually got a chance to talk with Falak. If you want to check that out, go to my Instagram at the 7WG. But we're now seeing the race to Smash. There you go. You see 4 drives, 23 points away. Which
Oh, dare kana zamung team ta chile 23 point pa de
in the top 2, and now they are just 23 points away. And if we know anything for this squad, with the way that they're playing, with what we have seen out of them in PMGO Season 1 this year, they could make it in the next
No da go pa NSO da ka wagas to kana. Diko chikanu ko da khwar ser dismiss.
Neither of those teams, Nongshim or E-Arena, they don't win next match. We do go into
NS will finish early next. Inshallah.
win. I say allowed because we don't want any hot dropping going on.
Bacha kama di khwala. Nemi legi.
If they're
Tami
allowed
ne
one
legi.
more game, if we do go into game 3, 4 thrives, need another top 5, they need another 7.
Masara la France visa is bista tale umala simala dito makamak na sumala pandigano. Pataso mi disi live katala da season.
They could just do a back-to-back global win.
And I think we did it.
Ala. Partuna da gora gara partuna ne rechi huai kya aur don aramiyan di.
Did we now? It's time for your favorite segment of the day. It's Maxman's grenade of today. Let's check it
Da
out.
zadi di au kana zadi di kana zane ba pispodo rubani zan da kade da gora puti da re payo kill. Oh da zeo say dizi ki da kill da hai. Palak pota dashi बहुत गुस्सा हो चिमड़ा तो गर्नेट डशे का वाले गर्नेट की जना कलमा दा गर्नेट मा दा मेरा पलक बहुत और ओला दादी जी की दा कशावे
a great performance out of those teams that we were expecting a good performance out of, right? We talked about
next win inshallah
now Nongshim being able to show up when they needed to show up, starting off.
Alaga bacha waya kana yara waya sta bacha ka wala ma tomata yo comments ke
I don't mean getting hot drop right away, but we are going to be looking at those rotations because if we look at E-Arena, Arena has 2 wins so far this PMWC in Erangel, and in the finals, Arena has already gotten 1 win in day 1, match 3 in Erangel.
Actually, I do want to say, I was talking to Kalaris earlier. Noxian Red Force, they got back-to-back wins, right, on the island finish. So that's going to be something that you got to keep into mind also, because they did win PMMI by Smash ruling. Literally, all of the storylines are merging together.
1v2 miss show. Ya na agar awanu. Delek da kashay ba garnet na winakshay palag bya wartla la pare Bhutan au Bhutan ni. Bhutan zang kata ki nishta. Antigani di. Yarali tum jaga ram chaqiqa.
It's going to be even more complicated for them to reach 122 points.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've got, you know, when we've seen this a lot of times in Smash Rolling last day, all of this sort of stuff, you do tend to see other teams.
Galti ukulala khodera gada galti ukulala.
Go ahead and change their drop location to avoid getting targeted.
Abal to gara cameraman da shada laga mobile ni wale rakha hai isme.
We need 4th Rise, we need Nongshin, we need Arena, we need Enigma Galaxy as well. All of those teams are
Tazong na khadi pa France ki wata nasti tournament.
So they're still chasing that. They need to make sure their rotations are on point, that they might change them a little bit.
Broche pade game ki tasu wai nodera maza ko bedere kale wa khobya bazudal tanu manasro ta bazu pa camera no mulidale.
You do not want to take any chances going out earlier.
Tama ho camera dera badishi. Camera ta zuma khamak na gena ma ko walla wala mchida sanga zanas yam dal ta zuta sta pa camera ke ma khamak nas yamo. Tas da video gane ko. Pasar dard de mana match. ما دا سګي بس ارسلان دغه شی نه مې مشلق شی سٹارټ کاینه کنه دا حرامیان گایز 1,40,000 فالوور برابر کوي کنه یار دلها وایرل شوی ریسټورانټ کولاو کا برو زمو خو ماشاءالله خب ریسټورانټ دی نور څونه کولاو کا ما ته وایا
Spider-Man is officially back in PUBG Mobile. Some of you may remember the collaboration.
دا مونږ ته پته ده دا مونږ ته پته ده د خره بچیا دا مونږ ته پته ده چې شی راغلی دی دا مې سټارټ کړئ مې سټارټ کړئ مونږ ته پته نه ده دی چې مونږ ته پته نه ده مونږ ته پته ده چې سپایډرمین دوباره په میچ کې راغلی دی
But it wouldn't be Spider-Man without the powers. So, you can grab Peter Parker's gloves and you can web swing your way around the city, or you can even use your webs in combat to slow down or trap your opponents. And of course, there's so much to discover beyond the fights.
बचा पो है यो सेलेक्ट नदी की ना सेलेक्ट को माँ तमीने लगी मावे का उजी पलक के ना पाके टीम की दागा शुगर ना तातो स्ट्रीम लेक का है माँ जरा के टेंशन शुमाई जिदा मसला क्लियर को और गेम दाची खता मैच खता से वो रे
Maybe you escape a fight by swinging away at the last second, or maybe you and your squad just stop everything to take the perfect Spider-Man shot.
बच्चा रेस्ट पावर तक कभी दागी दिशी दागा कापर कौन निकले यो मैच ये को वस पर रेस्ट कभी
Grab your squad and experience Spider-Man in PUBG Mobile. Also, Spider-Man isn't only swinging around Erangel today. We have got Spider-Man on stage right here with us right now, and he didn't come empty-handed. He's going to be handing out.
Hey, chapa, we ma potiso kelwa kala za taleuma airport ta wasra alam airport ki risa kawala alam chekiya potiso kelo kala guys yara 13 ko 14 kelo kala galiban bro the screen staska sanga khan hamza match start show guys sola ugora wata tool rata wene ugora wata kana zamana takle di aure zata nasi ma stream daw ma wata dona khayal no زوالته دا شو کنه ما ټول فوکس چیکن ته لاړم ما چې دا چیکن یو ډېر سور بوګي ایرنګل له
here to save the day, but we got two massive threats in the lobby now. We've got Irina and Nongshim Red Force that can end the tournament right here, right now, with one single chicken dinner.
That's all it's going to take.
Bachara lamha.
Just do it. Can they pull it out the bag again? But it's not.
نعم من عملنا إذا يرينجل عندنا بس دري يرينجل أو
There are teams waiting in the wings now, staged with the points that they earned from that previous game. From that,
ولا قولة بس
jump into the smash zone.
ولا خير guys.
Probably at least 16.
Guys double tape को भाई करना यार.
Match and join them. So if we don't get one of those smash chicken dinners,
The kinds that goal was saram barabar away, huh? The kinds that goal was saram barabar away. Chinun was sarda goal barabar ku. Punch, tasu punch, gift goal barabar kare. Allah bandegano.
Absolutely.
This is absolutely insane here. My hopes
YouTube refresh
come
karo.
true. Could we see 6-7 teams in the smash zone with one single squad that could win it? That would be insane. And the tournament is over, and one of them is walking away with
YouTube के जमा delay स्टार है शायद खाना YouTube के delay स्टार. YouTube के delay स्टार है. मात सब बताओ माँ बजे delay खत्म करो यार.
Things might get a little bit dicey. Hey, you know, I can't say, but yeah, I feel like that is the sort of situation where teams.
Guys like किया करो ठीक है don't miss the like button guys.
In a fight, the third-party targeting will definitely be high on the menu for a lot of these teams.
It has to be. It really does. I got a chance to talk to Knight, as a matter of fact, the coach from Furia, and because in Brazil, these guys have had so much practice when it comes to the Smash ruling. Furia themselves have smashed in multiple of their regional tournaments. So I was talking to them. I was like, hey, exactly the same question.
पोटी चढ़ता ला पोटी तक की यूज़ी ते दिखा अच्छा माँ सोनम कतली दिखा ना पोटी पदी यूज़ी बानी जी अरे नोर दम पता है बस पोटी पदी जी की ना सी
What's at stake? If we have to risk a bad game to ensure that we can continue in this tournament to possibly come back, we're gonna do it, right? So even if it's a crash and we lose the fight, we're taking
बायो की लिंक लगे दले ने guys बायो की लो पर हाल का बायो की लिंक दे अच्छा डिले हाथ में का बिया बास सोर का ना डिले खोस ना खत्म की गाना वाला क्या गोरा मको यार दोनों डिले पे किम ना रमणा राहिल खान ना बस नॉर्मल ले दोनों दगाना रहे
this one's gonna be a fun one. We got a nice eastern circle.
I don't know about nice. It's certainly an eastern circle, though. It's going to push all the way out towards Milta, east of it, and Milta.
Allah, mamagar pasikul rawani.
So that is going to be tricky to navigate. Nick Galaxy will not be getting hot drop.
Gora gana da ineso ie dadwana pa smash pandi rawani seba. Tasu waina yo team ne. Yo team na red team ashwa. Da dvo team ade tabos da tool pa sharika kigi kana pa yo zebandi. Da tool boss di ta pa sharika kigi au khada jiwi wi.
Georgeville Hospital area. And since it is such an eastern circle, right? I wonder how much these teams are going to be kind of even thinking about possibly a rotation camp. Things like that are going to start coming into play here.
Alta khu na khai. Wali na khai Talhax Gaming YT worka bro. Lo para Talhax Gaming YT worka.
The fight near Gatka between Ida and Tiamba is still popping off. Remember, this is an adjustment from Ida to move out this way with the plane path as south as it was. They are going to get stuck straight.
Awazi خوش kai. Ba dalta ma sardar dabiri. Dabida wuji ba ki. La. What's the issue?
Drops a nade down to the ground floor. He tries to fend off the remaining two players. QZZ unlikely to get picked back up here. Does bleed out in the end. And a step forwards. Swain rebuffs. One more barrel, but it's not enough to blast it back. Tiamba survived, but with only two players. And Horror can just move in and maybe just sweep this one through. Coming through over on Gatka.
Terrible. I mean, honestly, Ida's disrupted this lobby so much, and Tiamba are devastated. Now down to just two single players. Aching jumps out, just desperate, trying to do something for his squad, and Eagle is just standing still, just saying, like, not like this. Not
لا غير ويشل قرار ميانو كان پتا وتو لګیدا چې دې دوه پاتې شو لا وای ورځي پوش پکوي دا دماغ ول ورانه وای
they haven't quite had the performance that we were maybe expecting from them coming into
تیم خراب شو اوجی ولا بريغو
it's not going to be enough. I don't see them catching up when we've already got two teams in that smash zone.
बचा PUBG वाला तू आया लिविक पकी प्ले गए और गाले लिविक पकी प्ले गए हां रिंग मो तू कमारो.
It is not great, but they can look pretty good in game. We know that. And one of the ways that you can look good in game at home is with the Naruto skins. Make sure you're heading into game to pick up the character sets, the Ninetales Fury Awrd, and you can look as good as anyone taking on those ninja challenges.
Yeah, get that.
Ardamame wada dulki wada da si huyi aur.
They're going to need to bust some of that out if they want to be able to make a crazy run for it. Mathematically, it is still
Eta Galaxy bia puchin ke taragil dat sharamian li.
20-point game here, a 20-point game in the next one, and maybe even another one after that.
It's triple back-to-back.
It's triple back-to-backs, you know what I'm saying? We still have
Ajad Ahmad double
it.
comment
It's just going to be tough,
corner
especially
darzi.
considering that you got there's going to be quite a few teams in that smash zone very, very quickly here. That's if this game even continues on after this.
Kami ho account na. Arsalan da Arsalan 55 wala yali. Uji wala Pirago. Venga.
The desperation is going to raise.
Ahora sí.
Right? So these teams in the mid pack are going to
Pirago to share. What is this?
Right? Their coaches are going to tell them.
India wala khuno number te diya laka. Gore India wala na gari gara patishi mit kitash.
20 points.
Hala.
Or this was all for nothing at a certain point, right?
Well, that's, I mean, there's still placements on the line and all of that sort of thing. I'm just looking at the map at the moment, and I'm seeing that Nongshim Red Force might be in with their first fight in a moment.
Ines wala boss कोशिश के चिकंदा ha.
As to sort of where they're playing, what sort of conflicts they could be running into. A 2-2 split across Milta right now for Nongshim, as they did not fully or firmly hold the bridge against Alula, so that crossing does come through. And that central glut of teams, and now they start to take shots. Alula in the hovercraft have plenty of armor to rebuff the first volley, but there's more still being flung down range, and that's going to have to divert them on the long road. They find the knock, and there's the flush. Nongshim Red Force extract the first point.
Wow, okay, so they end up getting a point on that. Pretty wild. And Alula are in this next
आवाज सही शो मड़ा यो खुदी आवाज मसाला दागा कला मसाला राता खराब गड़ी रहा यार.
If any team nearby happen to hear those shots, they know where Nongshim Red Force is now.
आवाज सही शो वसो.
It's going to be a factor, but they are in a really good spot.
Uji wal the Livic player di हाँ the Livic player आने का ना.
Teams should be aware, right, of where they're playing based on the fact that it was Alula that they know.
अदुना हरामियान इधवेल द ब्रिज तक ये ना वल वेल तू ले गया.
Generally going to be in this sort of location. They'll know that Alula are coming up from Novo. So it should be a pretty certain bead on it for a lot of teams in the lobby, but nobody is likely to send out this way. Maybe Aurora could try and crash into it and cause some problems. Vitality are actually holding the west bridge. Over on that ferry pier side of things. So if Aurora decides, we're not going to go over to that east side, we're going to try and break west.
बच्चा बेगाला बगेम को ना बेगाला बगेम ना को.
I'm not too sure about. I'm not sure if I like that.
कोई गेम तराजी तुम गेम तराजी स्ट्रीम ज़बरदस्ती.
Some pretty wild rotations here. Speaking of wild rotations, we got
TikTok stream say show guys.
2-2 split.
The same again.
Same again. You know, I actually talked to Ralph a little earlier this morning. Asked him like, "Hey, you're gonna continue to do it?" They're like, "Yeah. You know, it's worked for us in the past. We're gonna try it out." We've noticed that on the west side had a little bit of unluck with some pretty crazy pushes, but we're gonna give it our shot here, and we'll see if it pays off for them.
I mean, they did win a chicken dinner from a circle similar to this, on a rotation similar to this. Obviously, it was a different lobby. It was a different time. We were different people, Jukes. We were so much younger.
We've grown so much.
Yeah, exactly. We've come so far, but they're going to look for that regroup at some point. Getting through for that regroup is
What's the issue? What's the issue?
difficult part.
TikTok what's the issue, guys?
This regroup rotation, getting through the glut of teams right now. I'm not too sure how that's going to work. They may have to go on the pop, maybe head up all the way north of the Popco and go all the way around. That would be, I mean, maybe not sensible, but possible, certainly. It's difficult, and they are going to get on the road.
Zone ясная это лига, guys.
What they could find. Irina are also starting to move in from South George. As we can see, we're on board of them, just passing the north side of school to head towards the
guys, double tape was guys.
On that Milta
Hill
and Mansion.
Rotations are coming as we are zooming in to Erangel. What kind of circle we're gonna get here? All right, just beautiful.
Oh boy!
Very typical. This, and they got it. Now you see Enigma Galaxy, right? They're going to be on both sides of this circle. It's going to be very difficult for them to get to their teammates here. So we'll see how this pays off. But we still got some teams still trying to get in the zone. E-Arena pushing in super late because they land over there in North George. Aura still in Severny.
Jan, dalta sok Jan rakhli chapa. Aba mera mar ke khon gaye.
Yeah, Vitality's still on the West Bridge. I don't like it. I think this is way too long. You're overcommitting. No one's turned up. Not too sure what the game plan was there for Vitality. It's not the same team we saw from their stages.
Sad.
So unfortunate.
It's the same thing we saw in PMGO too.
Yeah, it's a big drop off, which I'm sad to see. Enigma Galaxy, they get their back duo caught up in a regroup, and this is exactly what I was worried about. It's only going to be Lord. His vehicle's on fire.
What the heck, bro? Tagadi nahi jump ko da usko ho raha to.
They lose their back two.
This is called depression, guys. Depression.
Keep doing that. See how that works out for you.
I saw his player cam, and I could see he said, "What the heck? You know, what happened? How is this?
Why are there players here in the middle of the circle?
How did I get knocked?
What? No, that's crazy.
That's super unfortunate. The 2-2 split, man. I mean, losing players like that is so rough.
Iniso arena wala advantage bandi re yara.
That's if we have another match after this, because Nongshim Red Force are on the south side of Milta, full squad, looking dangerous. On the other end, you got the other Titans of the lobby, E-Arena, holding down the north side. So both these teams able to secure a position as a full four-man team.
A vice grip on the circle right now. And our teams will look to try and slip.
Replay.
It was actually the hop out that got him. He'd already
taken
He hopped out of the vehicle, kept that momentum, and it was the fall. He hit that.
The ankles.
Just rolled the ankle, man. Rolled the ankle. And now Coops and Satan have to do it all on their own.
Yeah, match khatam bas देखिए कम कसम चिकन डिनर को बस टूर्नामेंट विनर छिरे बस आगा लैंड टॉयलेट
expecting something like that, and they weren't looking for a duo to be rotating in such an early fashion.
Yeah, they
especially because they know, oh well, these players haven't lost, so it should be a full four coming from there. But there's been enough games now when Enigma Galaxy have done this that teams should be like, oh yeah, that's what they do. Let's just.
That was that told you that Yozishi kana that vertimati bahar ki biya basuru ki walla bal mesh ta chances da gashi kana watch that team that vertimati juandi kana no mushkil la guys.
I've heard of those.
It's bad when it doesn't work, right? That's the thing. Is like if it does, it's like wow, maybe more teams should try this out.
I think
we just stay together. You know what I'm saying? It's just unfortunate, especially considering that they're in 5th place, man. If they would have got a 20-point game here, boom, they would have been in that smash. Next circle goes though.
Putina mala zone lado kana ne man shlaqe mala zone ti lado watu gora ba kam zigi nasti da ya
are going to be over there in Lipovka, so they're going to have to fight their way into this next circle. Like you mentioned, it is a vice script right now. North and southern side is where the big threats lie. In the middle of the map, though, you got S2G, you got Enigma Galaxy as that duo. They had 4, right? It is what it is. But you got Team Flash on that ridgeline, too. That is a very, very strong spot. They can be able to hold a lot of real estate there.
That's true over on the east side, but I feel like they do need to move into the west edge of it a little bit further, which is exactly what Bo has decided to do there. They have to transition forward. The 3-building compound that sits sort of in front of them is viable, but it can be very difficult to hold against teams up on the north, especially if you get crashed. Multiple angles can crash onto it as well, so a little bit tenuous when you have to leave that ridgeline for Team Flash. For Nongshim, they're going to play nice and isolated on the southeast side. Remember, it's not big point-scoring games that are necessary. That's not what's going to be weighing on the mind of Nongshim, of E-Arena. It is just that chicken dinner. Be the last player standing. That's the only thing that should be running through their mind right now to try and secure.
Bacha uji jan rawagas tu asi insult ke jan no uji wala sara jan last udine shi goti bola mati kam goti.
Because I'm thinking back to PMMI where Tianba had such a massive lead, and they kind of implored that same strategy. Like hey, let's put
gora pudi preda da ine so da arena wala wal gori da kapo da prute da she gudi,
and they paid the price for it big time, going from what we thought was going to be an automatic first to like 3rd place. So
yeah,
we'll see how Nongshim, who definitely learned from that, if they're going to replicate it or play the game that got them here in the first place.
4 Thrives in that last match were able to ignite those afterburners, send them into the stratosphere on the point scoring. And now Four Thrives want to keep that pace, but they're kind of cut out on this northwest edge. They are...
Guys, like wasar gawai, guys, like, share, subscribe, follow. सारे के सारे बंदे guys follow कर लिया करो. Like, share and follow, repost, subscribe. खोचक वाला system guys. Kasanda چې بزی ولاړ لیدا چې زون را کلوز شي کنه بیا خوچک ته ګوره guys. باغی برو مننه یاره ته د پالو کول لپاره یاره چې دا 500 برابر کړله کسان پالو کین پالو کا یار what is this
on the leaderboards here but they put themselves in a good position. They're still in 10th place, 72 points. They're going to go for the back-to-back chicken dinner. They realize that, like, hey, we got to get it done here. If they do, it would be the comeback time. You know,
golden brown bacha khair yaar waya
oh yeah
waiting for this next zone.
What the heck yaar mara da saka ګوره وته دا زون تی تختی د پوټی د زون تختی
on that road down from Lipovka, it helps them out. I wouldn't say blessed though. I feel like they are still in a little bit of a dangerous position, especially with Awrd descending on them. Look at that eastern sweep. That could be dangerous. That could be trouble.
That team wal غواړي چې پاسنګ هیر دی یار توایا
another player. Not good news, but Awrd look at a crash maybe towards Arena. I do think it is Team Flash that has been the most blessed by this zone though.
اسی پالتو د زیګه چې څوک را باندې پوښ ونه کېدن آرامیان دي.
The buildings in front of it really good. But only if it goes out their way. Well, guess what? Here we are. And now S2G try and push in. They're being denied access. Okay, they've lapped over the north side of prison and they're third partying on the rotate here.
Putio kasnak. Aurora sare pat te palak nak show.
Going to be challenging Al-Ula here as we switch over.
Oh, Puti wala bia lada mada yaar da usu gora Puti all dead yaar.
There goes Nick McGalaxy as well. That's 5th and 6th out.
And now Aurora. Red Force. As Awrd picking up those points is a great
Puti wala lada khabara khatma.
Now on the north side, right next to Arena.
ما تاسو نه چې زون دی لاړو کنه دوی خراب شولا. مشلق زون دی تختی کنه زون دی تختی. زنګ ټیم سره زون وې کنه تاسو بیا لیدلې وې. څلور گیم پاتې دي. څلور گیم دي خو هیڅ پته نه لګي. کیدې چې د اخر نه میچ شي. کیدې چې د اخر نه میچ شي ځکه چې ان اس هم ژوند نه دی یاري هم ژوند نه دی.
Putting up some points on the board. They end up getting one.
भाई साहब क्या खतरनाक वाला सिचुएशन है यार.
But this is a battle for the central position in this circle.
पूरा स्टूजी जिम दे के 10 प्लस واغسل کنه پر روان میچ کې دوی تم چانسز شو. بس پوټي د پوټي دی وسه الله مل شینو. ये टूर्नामेंट भी हाथों से चला है.
Which is going to leave Aurora to really be the only challengers to that Smash Point duo.
And Aurora are definitely a threat, that's for sure. 110 points, 12 is super easy for them to get in this kind of position. They're going to have to fight their way through it though. CS Power getting a knock from Godlike. They're down to 2 players. And that is WizGod going to get that confirmation on 2 Power. Only 1 player up left for God.
आवाज राजी as YouTube बने आवाज राजी.
Arena did manage to just roll over to the ridge line there on the shoreline. But Mormon's been spotted. Okay, Sky is still going. The Arena not safe yet, not out of the woods. It's Godlike.
دغه مې لګي ارینا والا چوټه سي ارینا والا چوټه سي قسم په خدا دونه سور بو کې کنه. دغه مې لګي مړه جیزی کنه وس انس وال غواړي چې بل میچ کې چې دغه چانس میلاو شي guys.
It's still up to Nongshim Red Force though. They're on the south side, playing carefully, waiting in the shadows to strike.
دا دونه حرامیان دي ډاري کې پوښو کوړې یا خو شیخو اسیم بایلو کو پرڅ کراچی څه چانس خو به کیوزي کنه او مکه کار یو کو غره چانس یې والو حرامیانو.
Looking tasty for Nongshim. Look, they're already in those vehicles. XZY wanting to keep Overwatch on the angle as well. Maybe take some shots out that way.
NS wala Uran zeni wale de.
Flash have already regrouped.
Da غریبانان بم دي زینو استختی.
On the north side of this next part of the circle, the west edge with Furia and Orangutan also needs to conclude and try and find a way down the hill.
The Deadwood is so hard to navigate, though. There are these really tricky defilades, and there are players lying in wait.
Speaking of lying in wait, yeah, you can see Nongshim Red Force. They don't want to give away their position. They don't want the lobby to know.
Replay gora, replay da gora, replay da gora.
Take a look at this replay. Schweppes.
City wata change ko, city wata change ko.
The crash from Aura, so strong here, and they shut down. Huge fight for the whole lobby.
Guys,
Absolutely.
like कर लिया करो, ठीक है? इस मैच में जो है ना 100k like चाहिए, ठीक है?
Doesn't mean they can't win it all next match. They are still in the smash boundaries.
NS will be die. Inshallah, chidda lado NS.
They could still take
NS finish.
A 0 limit.
Bia tension khatam, guys.
Aurora want to put themselves.
Bia tension khatam. Is she nishta re bia.
Here they go. They're going to start pushing.
Is 2G de aga sok nishirani wale. Aurora da agam sok nishirani wale. Bas khabara khatma. Da tool boss NS ta yauzi ki gya uchi yauzi shider sorbo ki.
I like how they put one vehicle in front of the other, so they at least sacrificed one, but they should be able to hold on to it.
2G ka last kas. Bas deba survive kayega na. Last yau kas dega na deba survive kay deba zan la dakhli smash point da bazan rasai.
Is going to have to conclude and fairly quickly. Someone is going to look to crash.
Pachasta super stream so delay de. Ba deba andera 8 ko 9 second delay da Rahil Khan. Dona na da.
I mean, as I said, the Deadwoods have a lot of those defilades, the hills that slope down from the top of this ridgeline. This tree cover has a lot of rocks to play around. You can sort of stutter your way forwards a little bit, but later on you're going to have to find something. Oh, spot over onto Doc. They know who they're fighting now.
Well, they will once that thirst happens.
NS dalta naste gana yaar.
Nongshim Red Force is right here. Aurora are going to put every single amount of their resources to make sure they can stop them.
It may well be worth it with all the teams around them going down fairly quickly. Just sitting here waiting for Nongshim to roll out, stepping through, sacrificing shots to Team Flash. They may look to try and just block the road, shut the door in the face of a smash victory here in match number 2 today, match 14 on the series.
Chidazon da NS na la shader sorbo ki guys. ये जोन इन लोगों के हाथों से चला जाएगा तो मजा आ जाएगा NS वाला. All dead हो जाएंगे. Pakem paranu bani kasan ragali. Lado dam lado. Okay.
But all of a sudden they are able to get some knocks. Silence is going to go into the building, eating some blue zone. Furia are getting peppered little by little. He gets away with just 1 HP.
Oh, WizGod steps out. He's looking for more. He's got the shotgun shells under the car. The blue zone's ticking, but it's not going to.
Allah! Kemparan, Bodan taklashu.
HP to play around with. They'll know he's here, and fear rolls over the top of the hill. What? He didn't see him. He'll should hear that. No! With his back to it. Will take the shots, but not.
Lado. Kemparum lado. Alaga Ines lada. Chance de wata kasapo kore je wata pregere chance de. Lado yo kasi wale wishu. GG.
It's up to the 2 players from Nongshim to end this tournament.
XZY trying to regroup now on the back. The reloads are coming through and he may be able to sneak his way into the dip. And Aurora now have Nongshim set before them. A gauntlet to run through.
Aurora dvita naso. Ha guys.
Nades first. Joel Reefus. And top wants this
Ula dagame lagi. All dead ke.
Smash point victory.
Aurora
Okay.
throwing an absolute bombardment onto Nongshim Red Force. They know
Roule kare garniti roule. Alaga garibana re kerkade de ore walla da sorbo ki kara guys.
Not able to find those vehicles are getting moved out the way though. That's the coverage that
Finish naksh kara yaar sare nak ke garniti khatmi ki.
Ooh, but Aurora starting to suffer as well. They have to move forwards, and now they're in the firing.
Bada dizi na dizi na pari bane fire ke 10 daqiqe lage prere vita.
Seems to be what they were trying to build.
Da yo qisam DNS la cover warkai.
He's still alive, so can't discount him just yet for getting the points that he may need.
Lado. Aurora lado.
And so easy now.
Lado.
Final blow struck.
Mada yaar shape ya daga ko kana yara.
Game out on 113. They will fall to.
Lado.
Not here, not now.
Ene sumdedo. Mada GG kana walla hadu.
because now's the
دغه ویله کې تاسو په سټ صابون وام
pushing their way up the leaderboards.
How far can you go here, though? I mean, for Team Flash, this is a golden opportunity to jump up placement points, to jump
finish ولا وس چې روټیشن منشن ختم دی وس چې کنه وس چې زمون کسانو زمون د ټیم سو پوینټ یاره دی به 122 ته ورسی په دې میچ کې به 122 ته ورسی کنه 40 کیلم نه کړي کنه یا 40 کیلم نه کړي کنه اس2جی هغه سمسله نشته د میچ کې سم مسله نه جوړه پر روان میچ کې به مسله جوړه اس2جی نه لري او هغه یوازې ناشته د سروایو کوي وګوره پزی ولاړلې دې ته پته نشته اف ال تم پته نشته اورورا تم پته نشته دی چیرې فری صاحب دی
I mean, even when you do get it, it's still a long road for them to try and find. For Kamikaze, he needs to profit 6 more points on this match. Those can come from either increasing placements or getting eliminations. But this next circle comes in, it's not going to have him in it. It does push Flash into into a few of their locations, but it looks like they've spotted him. Kamikaze is there. They roll.
That's it. Where is the gym ladder? What are you doing? This dog is
everyone's trying to move up their placement here. Like again, this is
FL chicken. Oh, FL go to full squad day gana da raha hai. Puram na kare. Pura the chance ډیر دی هغه بردي هغه به بردي دی آرامیانو د اس2جی څنګه ولیدو
get so pumped up to finally start putting everything on the line. You can see Team Flash though, they're in the mix here. Aura trying to push from the edge of the circle. They're going to start throwing all their util onto Vitality. That's the threat. If they can hold that rock and secure that position, this could be a solid chicken dinner for them.
Absolutely.
ګاډو تو ګوره کنه ګاډي ځان خواته ورته
Big
ولې
chance. The nades keep on going forwards. 13 eliminations on side, and they want to add 2 more to the tally. Sky and Jiggle into the fight. Razak goes down first, immediately putting him out of business, out of action. Sky looks for more as well, and they turn it on. It's just too hot.
Ora lado, oh loco! Lado, Horam lado!
Gotta watch out!
Lado!
And now it's up to Sky. All by himself. Aula looking to
Horam lado! Bas khatam ne guys.
Aura has put on display here. Here they come. Yasser moving up close and personal to be able to secure this high ground. Team Flash on the other end, putting some suppressive fire onto them as well. Aura just trying to lick their wounds, trying to find their way, but it ain't gonna be enough. That is Aura down to 1 single player.
I like Team Flash's proactivity here. They
Ora wala یو کس پاتې شو لاړو خبره ختمه.
Stretched their legs and moved out towards this north side to get control of the zone. This is what we've
لاړو chicken FL ته لاړو کنه.
Even if it is potentially a little bit too little too late. For them, they've got 10 eliminations here, so Aura, they're on 15, but there is a real chance that they could catch up. A Sky is still cooking an aid, and Alula are gonna have to worry. Okay, he puts it back to the shotgun shell.
He's not moving a muscle here, and I don't think Alula realizes that he's even still there. They have to know there could be a threat in this area. But Quick is just hopping in the vehicle to get a little bit of extra third-person perspective and get some sight lines. Plus, he's protected there. He has no idea. They have no idea he's there. Hello! He missed the shot.
What the heck? Wala ka dyan laban das.
Win from Team Flash.
Di ko tapatom na machinal ta Kastega.
Pretty mighty flub there on the
Albot play good this match. Da national kasan bagi patish wala yaran palaski. Albata khabara ra kana agora kam kasan chiwa goi tilir kalala. Avi lir kolum pakaru.
Is quite low. Over the top though, Tops and Win look to put pressure onto Quick, and remember, Alula only really have 2 players to play around with here. Claws.
Laro bas khabara khatma bas. Chicken na di de.
Navigate closer to the middle for Yasser. But Flash can regroup on 3. Claws has a lot to face down on his lonesome here on this angle. Needs a big nade. Needs to find a knock pretty immediately. And is already taken down. Win steps through with the AUG. Puts that one to bed. And a second volley of fire over the top of the rock. Sees Team Flash to the chicken dinner.
I'll take that one, that's for sure. Over 20 points in that game. A massive one for them. I guarantee you everybody was telling him, right? Hey, this is what you need to do if you want to make a run of it. And
was da mechum da yiri de na pas double match de kana dam da yiri de guys.
Now the road is there. You know what I'm saying? It had to happen in this game, and they got it done.
That's what you need to do. When that clock strikes, you've got to hear the call and step up to that plate. Unfortunate that Nongshim
Fourth win.
and Irina
First chicken,
couldn't
huh?
really get much further
Play
into
that
that one.
can
That
be team,
Aurora
guys.
hold on the eastern side, it stopped them really from being able to break out in the way that they wanted to. Flash
Dena pas
incredible
damage yung daga di kana
suppressive
yara
force,
de yiri de.
a
Daga
lot
zamun
of that
kasan
final set of circles, so
smash point
really,
yung
really
tam
great
nagre
stuff from
sa
them. But yeah, it could have been very, very different if Aurora had played that slightly in a different fashion.
For sure. I mean, unfortunate for them, super fortunate for the rest of this lobby as we're going to go into one more game for sure. Now, as far as teams that are still within that smash point threshold, I believe it's still going to be the duo, right? It's still going to be the two teams. But another opportunity in this next game.
Salur game apati ho. Agabam alakigi ci NSO aro arena da timuna bakini ala bakini gana ko da timuna ibiana gi.
I just didn't want to mess about, you know. He knew this game's over. Come on,
Ay
come on,
pilane
press the
chikano.
next
Ha
one.
guys.
Keep the pace, keep the pace.
Padru
Because
rozo
they do want to keep up that
Vietnam
pressure. If
wala
you're
din.
on a run, now is the time to hold on to that momentum. There is no more runway that you need to cover to take off on this. It is just today. There is nothing that you want to leave out on Erangel and let it go to Miramar because you may not reach it. No one might.
Just look at these players' faces. Straight intensity. These guys are
Guys
locked
like,
in
subscribe
right
and share
now.
guys.
They know
Don't
exactly
forget
what they need to do
the post.
in order to make this happen. And it's going to be on the back of a ton of eliminations and securing those wins, all while stopping Irina
bro.
and Nongshim Red Force, who had a great pincer on the end of that circle there. But, you know, I think teams now especially have understood just how threatening this smash rolling is.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to do extra and beyond to make sure that they can stop those two squads.
Absolutely. I mean, there is so much pressure on so many teams. I think that, again, I'm gonna go back to my old favorite hobby. It seems this game of giving a little bit of hate over to Ralph because Nick the Galaxy, that 2-2 split did not work. It was really kind of catastrophic. And hey, you know what? The position that they went to, that they tried to go for on that east side was where Team Flash won from. So could have been different. But we're going to head down to the stage. Kalaris has a little interview for us for some inside information.
for TT24 Lerica ma ta bakir du kan ta bakir za bakir wan ler ko ma chama ana walaikum assalam TikTok pero da mana na yara jita do na got kharcho glo ko ban da golu na wishindal
instead of any other direction. Talk to me about that choice. Do you think it was the right one, or do you think there was another path he could have taken?
일단 현빈 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 아까 에란게 경기부터 일단 얘기를 해볼게요. 에란게 경기 때 사실 밀타 파워 쪽에 공장
Dida jabadera khatarnak ada tanta chika badna ka da chini ka chopo da ka da ka ka chin to pa ta chi ta da ko pa chi tin ko ka ta da ma chi ta da to pa chi ta chu cha da ma chi ta ta
일단 저희 자리에서 치킨 갖고 오기는 좀 많이
Nabota zoom translate kama maji buzi da Allah banda kunurtani da pras chakar ko bambagi wale ugana
오로라 일단 한 팀 먹고부터 할 생각이긴 했습니다.
Yeah, we already knew that that shift was actually really tough for us. So what we thought was Aurora was actually there, and we got a one knock of Aurora player. So I think we should have started with getting out, knocking out Aurora, and then we find our footing on the ground inside that circle.
So the Rondo game, you just won another one here. You look always great in urban endings. Does Nongshim Red Force?
kama mata yusi hoga warega ror yusi khoda sinagi ki tas tamavela da hazar like ala barabar kai guys
또 론도판에서는 또 치킨을 드셨는데
1000
사실
like.
시가전에서 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 시가전에서 특히나 이제 지붕을 통한 영역 그 컨트롤에 굉장히 또 일가견이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 그 점에 있어서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 중점으로 플레이를 했었는지 궁금합니다. 그 론도 플레이 때 시가전 플레이 때 어떤 플레이를
na waita suwe de potential girega na dobara tapos ko waita suwe mata
쪽이 비었어갖고 일단 들어가서
This is called depression, guys. They already know they cannot win this tournament. बस तरी दे अव्वल 100 कदर बगु कर अरे जी बड़ी की तास वेड़े रा बस मड़ा बस आओ कर यार टिकटॉक पे रोज यार मना ना यार पशरी का रूलेगा मड़ा यो मरा लेगा यो सरा लेगे बोले यो 1000 काइंस बराबर के शापा ये स्ट्रीम खोला बराबर शी
and then we maintain good condition and in intel.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin, here once again. That's Nongshim Red Force currently in position on the smash roll as we continue the games here at PMWC.
Ilana, ula kana was line ula sta baca kawala ma taji porun mata we ta gifting ban ko da gare da wasire kana no was mata ta line walo aga kisada wasula kana baca salam jubandina sanga qudratullah taqi walaikum assalam तो लाइक थी हमारे बस हाँ 1000 लाइक बराबर का दिन क्या बड़ी सेट को दगा में लगी कैद खाना او पमा ग्राना गोरे कानन दقشان इन्हें दقشان ولك خرشي का वाइड अल्लाह बंदिगानु ताजी लगा दोनों गड़ी खर्चे पमा कवाई خير ده فيروزة تخي هاي 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 لا 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 माना यार शायद खाना क्रेट ओपनिंग निकालो ननन बकाओ इंशाल्लाह नन माखाम राजा हाँ नन माखाम राजा क्रेट ओपनिंग बकाओ एक सूट पर उबासू आओ डबल सूट त्यागा पर उबासू और जान में मिक्स करो जान हमारा मिक्स तेमन دلته خاينو به رو دا نور بکیږي پاتې دنیا دا غوړي ښه ځون غوړي ډېر مختصر دی غوړي کاینز ما جمع کوا ډېر خرچه ما کوي ډېر خرچه ما کوي او غنه ډېر خرچه ما کوي او ځوان ډېر مختصر دی نه ښه اشاره وای ما پد نه لګي حالات خراب دي कमाता एक सूट गिफ्ट के बिया राजमा तो बखपाले जान ला एक सूट ना रूबा समझा अल्लाह बंदा मखपाला
Yo,
shoot the right.
Just got about a third of the points they've made so far. Up until now, out of all of their games,
यारा दामी जगह बंद को करना परुंदी शीशे पर स्ट्रीम की यो साउंड गुनती हो
and let's keep in mind, even if you're not number 17,
PUBG वाले यो साउंड यूज करे हो नो बेमाला बागी बानी YouTube वाला कॉपीराइट ट्रैक कालो दा हरामियानु नो दागे देवे जी मेरा दा को मैं देख सर दगा दिखाना कुनियान ने लक्षा हरामियान अक्सर गाने माने लगे
being able to perform really well, seeing the aggressiveness. This is what we've been expecting out of Horror Esports, the aggressiveness, 16 eliminations.
I mean, it's a real shame we just didn't see this from the get-go, right? From day one throughout to today, because they could have been in a very different position on those leaderboards than we see them right now. But also, just mention very quickly, as we look at the team stats here for Sleepy and Sky actually doing some mega work. They did have some really good nades. They were pushing very well. They are the team that got rid of Arena in the mid phase of that game, taking shots onto Nung. Nongshim there. So, you know, very, very proactive, really looking around them and trying to get as many
ليش
kills as
13
possible.
كيلو 10 point دا
They were
chicken.
farming a little bit. They definitely were. But actually, the key thing we have to keep in mind for Horror here is they are the team that eliminated Arena, which is a team that if you get that elimination, one of the
Bachcha
plays
zedar ta
that's the Arena. That's the Arena right there. Push them. And then they did it. And because of that, right, Lace, they delay the tournament just a little bit more, which really is going to make this event so much more interesting because so many teams can enter the Smash Zone.
I know, and how crazy it is that the top of the leaderboards seem to fall and then these mid teams sort of have that glimpse of hope and opportunity. But that's why we love it here for PUBG Mobile with the Smash Rule, especially. Now, I do want to sort of draw your attention to S2G, a team that is quite incredibly close to that Smash Rule. But if we talk about the first game, we didn't really get to chat to them sort of in that first mid-section. They had a nice recovery, a little bit of a hot drop, couldn't capitalize on as many eliminations as they wanted to. The roughest zone shift for them. They had like that kind of open terrain. They couldn't really move in. And then they passed. And then this game, again, it kind of like they're losing their team so incredibly early after eliminations. You saw Kamikaze there on the north side trying to sponge those points. But again, falling short. Look how incredibly close S2G are, 116. They should have done it earlier.
Just 6 points away from being able to enter the Smash Zone. Awrd Gaming as well, currently 9 points away. And teams that were going to be looking to be able to close that gap,
Bachcha
especially when we saw the Arena
زي
go
سكار
get
نقوم
eliminated.
نقوش يتشي ناس
Nongshim really
يما
not going for that many eliminations,
تيمنا
playing
قوما
quietly. Fourth Thrives.
هلا
I mean,
بقدر
Fourth
لو
Thrives
راح
wasn't really able to do
كرمني
much. And with the win that we
retention
saw to Team
نشتغل.
Flash. Team Flash now moves into 7th place.
Yeah, really good push up here. Team Flash, 7th position overall. That's going to be an extra bit of money in their back pocket. But the thing is, it's looking very scary. Look at the top three. 3 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners, 3 chicken dinners, while the other teams below all have 0, like 4 Thrives, or a singular chicken dinner. So that is really making it scary that the tournament could really end it at any point today.
Well, the big thing as well for me is that Awrd Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, and Arena all finished up that match with 0 points on the board, right? None.
لا بس قرا لان دا شيء دير قد ود روان
they got 0 points, so they don't count. But Team Flash, Ulf, all of these teams, they are really making a push forward, while those top teams, except for Nongshim, they're it's getting very close for the rest of this team.
In this first page of the overall, there is one big outlier, especially when we're looking at the wins here, and it's none other than Fourth Thrives. Fourth Thrives, the only team in this first page that doesn't have a win. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, yes, Fourth Thrives, if you are able to have a good performance in the next match, at one point, we need to start seeing those win if they want to be able to win via Smash Roll.
I mean, even if we bring it back to sort of the group stages, they were sort of unable to get
The
those
Sawas
chicken
Narazi.
dinners. Of course, they could capitalize on eliminations, but they weren't really one of those teams that would close out the win. We're sort of seeing this trend now, and of course, they want to sort of get those elims and sponge
Ilana
those points to
Chawas
hit that
Narazi.
kind of Smash Roll threshold, but in then it's still, if you calculate
أسي بيا موايا ناس سنكو مرو
is not really that bad.
هذا وزسوي ما
Politely.
إسكار نكوما كار مكولة بكار كي غصة شرم نشتري ما بدأ يجي ذا كار كوما وده كيجا ما أورا باسا ما وجيم كوم بس چپازا مونگ دا تیم نیم سنیم دے پوٹی 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 فور ٹرائبس دے گو سدر
And you know what? It's showcased by Al-Ula taking 2nd place from the exact position that we were like, Nongshim, go that way, go that way. Al-Ula end up going that way, get that 2nd place, and I think if it had been Nongshim with the kind of momentum that they had off the win, they would have won there. It is genuinely not even game throwing, it's almost championship throwing in game 2, right? Because they could have won it, they could have ended it, done and dusted, and they just didn't. They went for a very different play.
Yeah, and especially because of that rotation. If you push Al-Ula, let's say, only Al-Ula is going to fight you, right? It's literally team versus team.
Literally.
That wide you can rotate. Aurora's looking your way. Team Flash is looking your way. Al-Ula's also looking your way. You're just making it harder for yourself. And Nongshim Red Force have some of the best rotations sometimes, and then they pull stuff like that. I'm very confused. They're a very confusing team. Entertaining to watch, but confusing.
I also want to sort of point out, and this is just kind of across battle royales in general, sometimes you only have that one opportunity, and when you miss it, it is now 10 times harder to get back to that same position. You do not get these chances often. And like you said, Neptro, they didn't make that space, they didn't make that play well, so it will be a little bit more challenging now.
And with
Abdul
Red
Sheikh,
Force, especially in
Badami
that
way.
performance, right? I fully agree with you guys. They decided to go the completely wrong way, being within nade range of Aurora as well, even though they ended up outliving.
زمونږ ټیم ډیمیج کې خراب لاړو کنه.
Aurora. One thing though for this team is that when we've seen it in the past, you were kind of telling me this too, Neptura, especially a PMMI. Once they hit the smash zone, this team is so scary because they know exactly what they're playing for, which is just the win, right? Yes, they can get some points. And we kind of saw this here being super passive, the team just waiting for the right time. And I think maybe that's what could have hurt them there. They was just looking for something passive. They weren't looking for an actual fight. And that's why they decided to go with that rotation.
You know what? I 100% agree with you there, Seven, because, yeah, they are so scary. They are so patient. We saw that them lining up on Milta Power there, lining up on that wall, going, okay, what's the next play? They didn't look scared. They weren't going too quickly. They were just being very patient. They were sitting and going, okay, what are we going to be doing next? And then they make the most harebrained, like, under pressure play, it felt like, right? Another team I would have expected that from. Not from Nongshim, not with the presence of mind they seem to have while in the smash point. They are not a team that falls under pressure, and it felt like they just did in that moment, so very, very odd. Next game, though, still that chance. No one's quite caught up to that smash zone, so really EA still the only competitor for them right now. Game 3, we can do this.
I'm going to pivot the topic again. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's so much to talk about right now. But I want to talk about actually the MVP race, which is actually, we could have a dark situation on our hands, which is we saw Awrd being top damage dealer, he had a ton of eliminations, and they're currently at the very bottom of the first page. We could have a situation where they're nowhere near winning the tournament, and a player on Ulf could actually become your PMWC 2026 MVP. Got to be careful there because he is in 4th position, but it's Hyunbin, it's Tizzy dominating here for Nongshim Red Force.
It is, and Hora with that performance that we just saw there, Sleepy being able to put up the numbers. Aaron, you were talking about it as well, but we have a lot of fans here in the arena.
Talhax select.
Much more over there from Godlike. Let's see what Barney's currently up to.
خبره دا جانان خبر را در یاد شو لا خبر دا کو مدام نه لګی تو می لګی.
If it wasn't for the fans, we've got so many around the arena. So before we dive into our third map of the day, it is time to check in with them. And so Furia, Godlike, make some noise! Kilaris, who have you got with you, buddy?
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I've got Nigma Galaxy. Make some noise! Thunder's applause for Nigma Galaxy! What have you got going on, Barney? Lottie, what have you got?
James, Barney, you're not ready because...
Freedom na sab ready. Sana ready. That's okay. That was I like it.
As this hall of heroes echoes with every
Pradam to be shuru kare. Match start kaise? Karna pachu. Match start ki hai. हाँ.
Not ending in a game 2 smash. We run it right back. And anticipation has reached fever pitch here in France. Everyone's loving it.
Having a great time here in the arena. The Nigma Galaxy fans getting ready. I mean, they have played very well today. Lord making a great showing on that first match, but goodness me, what an event, what atmosphere we've got here in our arena. Lovely to see all the support coming out for our players, for our teams here. Potentially the last match.
Dami nilegi. Padeza sa koma.
Felt like on that last one, weren't quite able to get it there for Nongshim Red Force. They
Origa khemda da chata babena ha.
Didn't work out. But we do have our third match coming up. Arangol, nice and steady map here to get yourself a chicken dinner on. Nongshim might be waiting for later on in the day though. Hitting another big Miramar, but will someone beat them to the punch? Will E-Arena start stepping back up again?
This is called match is started, guys.
It's getting rowdier and rowdier each game that goes by. But we'll focus on the here and now, the present that is the fact. We've been presented with a third game here live from EWC. PMWC has not stopped delivering, and I don't doubt this game will be anything different. We're back on Erangel, playing path established.
Last match, a little bit difficult, honestly. I don't blame a lot of our teams for struggling slightly there. Very, very southern playing path to start things off.
هذا حسيد هذا بس زوت بقولك غالي وانت بقولك ما غا بقولك تبي خواري سوق أنا خبر نشي.
This time around, really, really gentle playing path.
بچا trading में ये $60 लास्ट कड़ी दल तारा आलम कसम ने ना मरा मरा गोरा डॉलर ही रिजी राजी बस है बराजा स्मैश एंजॉय का गोरा पोटिया का बच्चे नंबर नाचते का ना मरा यार.
Well, if history is anything to go by with some of the circles we've had here this event, it might be something a little.
Guys, TikTok पाने टोल कमेंट्स सुकाए सोक जुन दिया है सोक जुन दिया है टोल कमेंट्स सुकाए TikTok पाने लाइक रिपोस्ट वसर उकाए YouTube वाला मरकर यो कमेंट्स सुकाए वाई हाय हेलो बाय बाय उठी भी आल तलाड़ो जोने ब्याक किसी तलाड़ो ताज़ोन चीज़ का ना दामाद ता शिकारी चिन्नू तरफ तो बतख्ती खा.
Absolutely diabolical. Aurora also tough decisions. S2G, bit of a menace team to run into on that eastern side.
Walaikum assalam, Malengo.
Consistently oppressive over towards the west. It's a hard decision need to be made for this squad. They're getting vehicles right people loot down towards the south side.
Juandio, da kami lagi. Da gora kana was kawai kana no dalla bandigaru masaram kam ko ngaji. Stream tanasi ista boqshiwi hai.
Get moving. Planting those seeds of
Whereas you recorded that game, I should have. But you just saman na backlat ke wala dit pe gar ka.
Towards the northwest side, South George. Long distance on this one.
Hello, hi, bye bye. Mungai chala gada, tadi chala gada.
Don't want to forget the event. Make sure you get stuck.
Kodi po hum number dega na yaar, Pashbagam.
It's been going on. Pick up that awesome Ninetales Fury Org.
Portiji chicken नहीं इस्तीगा ना वल्ला दा खबर हुई मुंगले लाड़ी परे मरे किंग खलावली दी और दा कम मसाले चिदे का ना chicken नहीं शेवेगा ना दा प्रेमे चे बदासी की सलोरो के बस खबर खत्म दरोर तवेले नशु.
Looking to do the same here in the final day. They've already achieved the smash ruling. As we said earlier on the desk, the only two teams to currently do it, but do think that will change after match 3 if we don't end it all here and now. Right now, you have that serene sense for E-Arena as well as Nongshim Red Force that there is only one other squad in the lobby that could beat you to the punch.
Sababa recovery kauma. Sona recovery bagi. Mala bagi biya ni mera kanu. Qadradullah. Bada dawo kama.
I do think, mate, with our S2G have looked, if you could come alive here, get a bit of a big boost off this game, they've still got a chance to be a dark horse, to be able to upset in this lobby. And I think we saw some of that talent yesterday when they were fighting under so much pressure as well. In disadvantaged situations from distance, Amzi G, he was popping off. There's a lot they can do, bro. You know, we touched on
Puchinkina da Galaxy da ha dete so qadam nahi thi wallah aur sona michuna mem qatal kana Galaxy barora Puchinka ki nasi.
Kamikaze looking great, and for S2G they're a team that's put up quite a lot of chicken dinners so far. Actually, I think they're currently on 3. Looking to break that record, though I think it will be difficult today to do that.
By the
time they get to 5, they should have also just won at that point. That's a smash. Some possibilities of broken records ruined by the format for them. But I do think they would be happy with the win, regardless.
Yeah, I don't think it'll bother them too much, right?
For S2G, certainly a possibility here. Only 6 points on this game that's needed for them.
Guys, double table ka shaba viewership wara sawai sauta wara sawai shaba zar war wakhi jawai miner ba 200 ta viewership wata wo takhti khu bas
which is almost certainly going to be a
wana shu oti wala qola rawani khamaran apunje ka borex de ban binary bacha
as we come into match 3, which is
qudratullah borex de go binary re sare
a little documentary style. Earlier on today was saying that he'd love to see 6 teams towards that final match, all vying it out for the chicken dinner. Has felt like a lot of times internationals do go to that 6 match no matter what, and either in PMMI.
کنه مړی یار سړی بچ کو کنه قسم دی اورې دا کټا خو تیولې
Immediately peeling off there for Enigma Galaxy, but they are in close contention with 4 Thrives, who are exiting from Ferry Pier and Yellows.
هلو کنه ولی 50% به دیتا تاخلی
4 Thrives, they've been loving these fights versus Enigma the entire event.
او چې 50% یې واغستله دی نه هغه نه ریکوري ښه ده
I was just as surprised as you were. He actually got out from that one. But Lord, not lucky enough to bypass either. That back and forth conversation between those two teams continues even this far into the event. Emre running down Lord to get that confirmation off.
First elimination.
Idea of getting the chicken
dinner. La. What is it? Mala Gigi kana. Balak mama. Deadsha.
Should hit them up towards the 100 now, so they've also hit the century on this game. Getting ever closer to that count. Nongshim Red Force was able to make a fairly
Portila Aurora 10 skill pakar di. 10 skill pakar di aur yo chicken dinner.
Slightly scary spot to be working with. Very central.
Good luck here.
Anything can
Repost.
happen as long as they're set up.
Subscribe. Watch a quality system.
Okay. Wolf finds S power. There is a clap back from Admino, who immediately will flush out Scarface. So full-on engagement here between Ulf as well as Godlike.
Already big shots being connected. And it's wrapped up so quickly.
Like a gura. The botanu da alamati. Guys, چې دې چرتم زی کنه نمرې هغه د حقیقت نه بچ کیږي نه
For Aaron. What run it's been.
13 kill. Yes. Da یو kill خو بدیږي
how much he was able to really prove himself here at this event, despite having some awkward moments, honestly. Still remember his crash into gas station.
13 kill او 2 chicken. قصه ورانه ده دا چې 2 chicken نه بکیراله دا قصه ورانه ده ابا چې دا chicken مودا مشکل نه پاندا دا خدای دې خیر کوي خو داسې ماته ښکاري چې دا میچ زمونږ د لاس ووتی دی او بیا زه چې چا په قسمت کې دی
Sadly, that's just not the case. Trying to get back into the mix of it now, though, as Milu. So let's look for these nades.
Maru on about half HP there. AKOP in the back line. Ooh, nice arc from Milu. Milu, the madman, when he's feeling himself, he can do so much damage on a battleground. He's got back up from the boys. If they can get out of this one cleanly, maybe they can at least try and ruin some of the runs for the other squads above them. And Milu keeps it going to get that flush as well, so that will remove Aru. Hard cut him out. Blue coming in to make it a bit more suffocating between these two sides.
Quite a few nades already expended here from Tiamba as well as OG.
Oh, damn.
Now. Blue starts to tick
دا غي پوری به مونږ د انجوایمنت کو چې بس ان اس ارینا و پات شوی نه نو دا میچ رونق ناراضي
Good patience. Lets it go through. Is he going to peek this onto AKOP? It's me. Does not care in the slightest.
خپل ګرنیټ کی وښتا خپل ګرنیټ کی کس ناک کو خپل ګرنیټ کی کس وښتا نو ګورای چپاګان دي مونږه خراب کړ مونږه ډېر خراب کړ یار
Good to see Tiamba though, getting a bit of fanfare back from the crowd and big plays from Milu. I think he was sat on about 11 elims off the back of 3 games back on day 1 as well, mate.
He's a killer, that's for sure. Tiamba lucky to have him. Great to see him back on the team again. Some subs came through yesterday, Shallow in, Milu out, but looks like he is ready to play today. Gameplay looks clean. For Nongshim Red Force, hard rotate off towards that north side. We've got dip in play, but not fully. At least we did confirm away from the south side. A lot of the water got cut out immediately. A hard shift over towards the northwest, and An easy rotate now for Tiamba to actually get in.
There's Catch popping up in the Elim feed. Couple shots over towards the Furia squad. Furia that have been a little bit more shaky today in some of the battles we've seen. Hasn't been as cutthroat.
اسی سیبانو خیالم دی بوټی متلی دی کنه بوټی متلی دی کنه او ځوان بوټانو ټیمونه دی بوټان دی کیمپران دی ځوان هغه تلی دی ما ته اوس خیال شوی بوټی متلی دی ځوان
Aurora might be looking just to swing on the coastal side, deny as much sight line as possible top though.
انتاو تلی دواړه لاړه دواړه دا وګوره کنه هغه بار چلا مکو چې دې ډیر کړه ورغړو ما کې پران دی گیم نشي کوله گیمو دې سره پرېدا چې په کندو کپرو کې کینی کمرو کې پټ شي
is at distance, an eagle eye on him. Nades go through but so easy, brushes them off.
Dirt off the shoulder for so easy. Can't keep this man down right now. 3 of their nades invested, so draining some of the early offensive utility, but it looks like they've still got a good supply, at least on dock with 5 in the backpack. Meanwhile, Arena pushing back up over to Waldorf. Ketch trying to catch an escape plan. Dives behind the driving, but it's not quick enough as Joker will adjust his crosshair and find that one on the exit.
Arena والغواړي په ایمان.
Bit of a disjointed Irish exit there from Ulf. Alula under pressure though as S2G just flies in over towards the garages. R3B in the corner and S2G cleans it up. Not a single player lost. Should be able to get that res.
Oh no! S2G مراله په 3 نمبر ګوره 120 پوینټ خو دا وی شو بل میچ نورم خطرناک دی ګایز دینه بس بل میچ نورم خطرناک دی
can be an urban finish thriving in the concrete jungles.
So no overcommit. Like you touched on, Aurora just controlling some of the rotation paths with the coast firmly under their foot. Map geometry favouring them from this position. They opt to go for the 2-2 split. Rufus and top further over near the area we see Vitality starting to encroach upon. Whilst Joel and Doc, 2 players with very heavy hands if you do want to challenge them in a raw duel, play off each other.
It's actually a possibility right now with S2G leaving. I don't know if Aurora is able to spot that. They certainly don't see Hamzy G continuing to peak the angle, but now they have free capability to actually make an eastern ramp if they want. Right now they're holding 2 fairly
That's again, stick away, Roach, stick away.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Get a little bit further.
Guys, like, share, subscribe, repost,
what's it going, guys? At the moment for us to get a little bit more of an eye in towards the circle.
ये वाला पिन शिवी नहीं दिसे भाई लाने सबरों का आदरे का साल ना जोंदी दी द zona पूरी सोक पचा पुष्ना क्या है
We'll see how this pans out long term for Aurora.
Teacher dare, Potisha dare.
Next circle though.
Zone. Loud hoti. Mata pata wachi da bazi da poti na bazon takhti. Poti na bazon takhti odi ba us bia zone ta jo bia ba kharabi ki. Da PUBG wala da sadi da manni. Pura tol share da kharab ko. Wali zone boz hai kwa.
Not confirmed towards Milta yet. Still giving them capability to
move out towards the field. La Arena patara prawandi. Arena patara prawandi.
Aurora recalling Rufus back towards the squad as teams start to surge.
This squados to bad virazi. Khan squados pani si.
Dangerously tight though. They all caught vision on one another. Ida have already entered close.
इन्हें तो गोरा करना पूरा स्क्वाड दे mlast. ये push ना कहीं.
Seeing the backline of Vitality knows he's got to go down towards the coast and then assist the team. Tiamba getting shots off as well. That's off. Oh, you're going to be eating shrapnel on this one.
Uzepa comes in as they
towards the roadside.
Souls and Aaron here by the toll gates. It's always an awkward spot, very nadeable.
بل دا پریره یو بل پریره لاړ شي وروره چرته پارینا باندې چاپ وای پاینس باندې چاپ وای سټوجي باندې چاپ وای
Oh my god, there's mollies everywhere. Aaron
وزیبا دا ګور وزیبا به خرابېږي ها وټي وزیبا به خرابېږي دې په کم ځګیره
goes down to a nade from Reefus. Doesn't push it though. Should be resible.
That's 2 players knocked as well. We saw Vitality getting the first domino falling onto Nonshin, then the assist coming in from Aurora. The Nonshin
نه چې زمونږ ټیم دغه ته 120 پوینټ جوړ کی کنه بیا ډېر سورو کی
So hard. He kind of needs to get over the top and try and pick him up.
اوله چې دا ناکشي کنه وټو بس یو فینیش یو فینیش نه فینیش نشو ریوای به ورکو
Tizzy perched himself on the rubble of the wall. Oh, that was close, Jackie.
Revive ko ini se revive
single tap onto Humbin as well. He was looking for the drop.
Ajuda Adrian akshawe walla de sur by karo.
Single bullet had to hit the deck again. Thankfully, smokes out, limited cover as well with the walls, so the geometry playing in their favor. You can go for another res. They might be able to recover it cleanly.
I think that they won't be recovering though. It's all this utility that they just spent.
Ora Rino Enis da kharaba welli padi mich.
How many smoke launchers do they still have left?
Da milagi. Enes balna ko.
Nongshim under mad pressure at the moment between 2 separate squads, both looking towards them. Just have to hold on for the time being. Stop peeking, honestly, but I feel like they realize they need to keep these teams on the outside at bay. Arena
down
in the blink of an
eye
versus Tiamba.
Arena laro biuato. Waslat she painis pasi.
And Tiamba survives as for just. Eagle inside. As always, the lurker looking to play medic for the rest of the squad here.
He might be the eagle, but there is vultures swarming the skies around him. Other teams realizing there's been a lot of damage done here. It's a risky pickup with the position he's in. Luckily, he's got some cover from the vehicles to try and save his mates. That's Aura though.
NSP full squad day.
One of them confirmed off the back of the damage that was done, so they do go down to at best a 3-man squad post this pickup.
A lot of teams need to move. A lot of teams that actually fully confirmed though towards Milta now feeling a little bad about this one, which is exactly why you see Aurora playing on this edge down towards the south side and Nongshim not fully moving in. So 4 Thrives, they've got to extricate themselves. Flash have also got to pull themselves out of this one. S2G a little bit safer where the player on the warehouses.
Putibia comes to the deliri, the zone Nabardi. Dagamele Palak Balkas Nako. Open Shemko, GG.
Right now, who actually own the majority of the space on the northern edge. 4 Thrives opening up over towards Aurora as they move.
Drake هلا پنځ دراله نایس عین سوال غواړي کنه دې تر اوسه پوری پټ نه اخلي خان ورټي اند زون انمي وګوره بیا دې زون لاړو کنه دوی اپوزیټ ته لاړه وای چې زون بالته جوړ شي زون واپس دی خواراله وزيبا ناسته وزيبا ورانځ کې ناسته
For Nongshim Red Force, they know the shots came from Vitality earlier, so this is sort of the team they need to deal with first. The one thing I really worry about for Nongshim, though, is how exposed the vehicles have been this entire time. You got to imagine that wheels are blown out.
Ala da kasta da baraka squad ta pasa naste da ba kharab wal game. O to guru Zeba comes game last guys.
Unless they can find some kind of vehicle in the near future. Vitality's going to go for a mad rotate over towards
Nice. Ball da laro bas gora. Zeba da chance me lao sho. Ma khoi laro.
Really like this push from Vitality.
Ralph's on an island. Last man left alive.
Nah, ci di push ke be bade suru ki.
We'll find that adjustment back onto Enigma, so they go down. Vexi's been good as well at providing some overwatch for this squad. Showing up when they needed him. Fury are on the move close by, shots from either side, so a lot of information garnered towards them. They advance further. Silence and Co pushing up with the vehicles, going to peek over the top of the rocks. There's Tiamba in the distance, nades being thrown.
Zeba Gersho.
Igor goes in, big sprays, assisted by Silence.
ما ده پتا و ما ده پتا و زیبا چې به کمزې کې وړي په وړاندې کې
like you say Igor's already on that front line. The rest of the team all stood alongside him now, and Vitality find themselves in a very horrendous position. Nades from Tiamba going a little bit wide here, trying to angle these through the smoke. That one should be on target. Easy cleanup. Tiamba grabbed themselves 10, 11 eliminations on this match so far. Much more reminiscent of the past, and Milu's already on 4.
Furia playing with that confidence and aggression we know they've got.
Malata Sakaya.
Furia shutting them down in the close range combat. And Nonshin, after
Shape ya khatam ko ya.
knowing Vitality had been taken out of the picture, they can make a move. They're just wrapping around to where Aurora were.
This is interesting, trying to get rid of Aurora actually. Only one player here in
Laro mechi obia.
There's actually a massive amount of space on this western side that they could clear. Tiamba's a 3-man, Furia's down to 2. Circle moves up that way, leaving Tiamba with one of the few remaining positions, and we are on toll booth. Oh my god, what a circle.
Masla ra kana the zone masla da me masla ke walla wala mchidi sei sab de yaar.
Reefers casting that one.
Ora peleni match ki wasar zone wasona kwale game e
to try and create a little bit of space between the teams. Distant shots coming in from Tiamba. He's got to hit the deck, but that's not the only squad you got to worry about. Lost from S2G, gets a sight line, and goodbye Reefers.
The only thing is just like kind of flashbacks to last game where there is a massive capability of moving west on this one from Nongshim and clearing up towards that north side, having all that space. You'd imagine that they saw the amount of teams that moved into Milta. They are just charging headlong into danger.
Aurora ba khama khadwi kharab hai gora bata zaga ji Aurora dare 113 point thi aur yung match padi match ki na rahi padi match ki dwi para khakh kwale chance de chi dwi para rawan match ki dwi participate du ki chera smash match wo lagai chance de kana already point na sewa kadi ko zan kharab hai kana no samasala na kai بداره چې دوی نه یو دوه خراب کی کنه بس دوی خراب دی الریډي دا پورا سکواډ چې پاتې دا بیا مسله جوړه کس ما غنیم لاست زون کې ناک شو زون کې ناک شو زون کې ناک شو
Two down. What is this? It makes little sense. I mean, they'd set themselves up wonderfully the entire time for this western exit. And as soon as the circle moves away from Milta, what do we do? Push into Milta?
The road to pass of Lasty. No good at the road to pass of Rawandi. Oh, Aurora, Lala,
Aurora caught on their exit as Lost will be able to continue playing powerfully off this angle. XZY thankfully given a few moments of respite as he runs to try and find any cover at all.
Kamikaze from S2G, we talked from the start of the game, they have just about hit that 122 now. So they have hit that smash ruling going towards that next match.
Depression.
Another team steps up to the plate. They've done enough here, even if they go down.
Allah zone ki garnet wali agam pamlasta wali kha footstrip na war gay.
Ooh, what a shot! Reactions coming through clutch there, but Kamikaze, as always, the backbone in the team.
Laro. Laro. Mata patawa. Mata patawa. S2G Laro. Rara one match. Der garam de. Der garam de rara one match.
But a shutdown play that will let S2G fight on for another day. Pastho getting eaten alive by Hora. Wrapping down the ridge, the nades bouncing in. Tops is down. And Kamikaze scanning to see what more points they can steal.
Mitch, they're heavy, they guys. Heavy, they're heavy.
Plus the rankings, only 2 eliminations so far, but so much more to grab here as most teams are bruised and bleeding coming into these final zones. Tiamba also having a good time of it. Nades going over the top here from Nongshim Red Force rolling down, and we are directly on top of Toll Booth now.
That's okay falling. XZY getting the tags off. They've been under constant pressure the entire time. It's not clean. It's awful.
Hora chicken. Choro ki bia khada kana. Hora the NS bar ka wolli mara basa jod bani.
Mate, you're playing with a bare minimum.
Concessions
had to be made, but a nade could be coming their way. Lost with 2 left in the back pocket. The first one thrown in looks good for the bounce.
Sogo milagi. Come Gornuri wadara wacho.
XZY is down. Comes to the end of his line there. Nongshim is floundering at the moment. Confusing moves. Win though from the backlines will get the backstab, but immediately spotted out by Lost here. S2G absolutely
IGL خجبنديري ده NSO.
into this game, as is so easy.
They're trying to send a message with this one. It's not just about what they needed to get into Smash. They want to prove that they can be the big dogs in the lobby. Response back over them. Hamza G eating the nade from Hora as Hora are lighting up the sky. Explosion after explosion on top of the Turkish team. They are stuck on the ridge and cannot advance. Backline attack from Tiamba from way over the other side. And Tiamba keeping the pressure on. Trying to get that pick up in. Lost with limited space to play off. In comes the nade.
Dagami lagi! Kom Gornede Watuko!
And S2G go down.
S2G blown sky high behind the tree there. Let me introduce you to the biggest dog in the lobby. Hora on the northeast side. So easy. With barely a hope in this match, but still hanging on. Furia dashed by the roadside, leaving just Hora, Tiamba, Nongshim Red Force in this endgame. For Nongshim, the best thing about this is that even if there isn't a smash win, this is giving them protection for the top spot.
ماته ولې داسې فیل کیږي چې دا د ټورنمنټ اخرینی میچ دی.
And is there a chance of some sheer shenanigans from So Easy? He's crossing his fingers, mate. But you've got a hard task ahead of you.
This guy's got him. Has to have him here. Just the peeks over a little bit. So Easy's trying to hide his face behind the barest of pylons, behind this railing. It is just not nice. God, he has to do something.
Chance what a جوړ شو. Hey, smoke you go.
Hang on a minute.
Cheers, lads. I really needed that.
He's tucked in behind it. There's no real angle from the backside as well from Tiamba, so it just depends. I mean, if Hora go for the hard force over...
This is mad.
Yeah, this could get cheeky quite quickly. Sleepy would have burned down as well. The vehicle... Oh, it's all going wrong! So Easy on the peacock, good for one, and Tiamba assisting with the shots from the top. He's going to try first on these as well.
Hora on the assist with an unreal smoke. Mollies go in, nades go wide.
Laro, pass. Had. دا سړی ګوره د دې سړي نه یره پکار وه او دا د یري سړی و او بس لاړو بوخمال شو وچېرې که نه هېڅ مسله نشته دی بس لاړو بس ګوره وده که نه هور هم لاړو ګوره وده هوره د لاس نه چکن لاړو لاست کس دی بس دا لاړو انس لاړې بس انس ګوره که نه انس دا خبره وایي په خلکو کې اینه وجه کړې وه 1v3 دی ګرنیټ وکړه چپه لاړو بھائی صاحب
What a fantastic game. The three-man inside just felt like these guys needed a little bit of confidence. And that star on the match reinvigorates whatever light died out in Milu on day two. It is back on now and it is blaring.
They started that game as they meant to proceed. The aggression was there.
موبایل ګرم شوی پکې وته ولګاو د چا موبایل ګرمېږي څوک په خپله ګرمېږي اورې
And a pathway begins to present itself.
Hora's got to be mad at themselves though. Imagine just smoking
پوټي یاره پوټي ته شته دی خو چې پوټي په کم حالات باندې روان دي که نه نو ګرانه ده ورته وګوره وده که نه پوټي والا کسان دمه زړه دي
So easy. He was mega confused. I would have loved to have seen his face in that moment. Pure shock. He's
like, hi.
He moved away from his wait, actually.
That's the smoke. I can pass that.
Nice. That's great. I didn't have one of those before, you know.
Again, it's the Arian Daima Harami Yokele di patko.
Perfect timed nades.
Man. So good. There was a small part of me that thought that So Easy was going to clutch up. Small part of me. But I am glad it was Tiamba.
Oh yeah, tiny percentage, but it started to get a little bit bigger with how things are going. But hey, a Tiamba win.
Pakistan اشتري
is a
لأن
very
أنا
exciting
prospect.
prospect.
Prime
Such a
chapati
fun
di.
team to watch, Blank, bringing the heat in finals.
They're just a fast-paced team, and I think what we've seen them from them before is just a
مرة
little bit
ولاده
sluggish gameplay.
بس
where they weren't
سالور
quite able to
سالور
make
تيم
those
شو
plays,
كان
and they've been desperately banging on that door, but it's just been not going down.
نانا نري بين شيء صبروا كلا أغا هو أغا تيمو والو
It
كنا
looks way better now.
والسالور
They're
تيم
pulling off
شو
those maneuvers too. So yeah, great work to Tiamba. Really happy to see it, and it was, I think for me, it was fantastic to see these guys happy.
Yeah.
I think that was my favorite thing about that win.
It's nice to see him smiling, nice to see the success story of how they're playing. And mate, you're right. I think if there was a door there, Milu not only kicked it down, he just destroyed the entire house.
He's just a whirlwind.
Yeah. Came through, blowing everyone away. And mate, I'd love to see that. I hope that continues.
I hope it does continue as well. For Tiamba, it's not over yet. We haven't rung the bell. They might have been uppercutted, but they have got back up again. The count did not finish. It's scary, no? Going into these final matches, we've got 3 teams at match point right now. It's S2G, E-Arena, as well as Nongshim. Nongshim's been making some crazy decisions. E-Arena, sadly, on the other hand, have just not been able to eke out those performances so far. It's felt a little bit timid from that team. S2G, though, I think this is a worrisome squad to have in that top 3 because they could just light it up at any moment
خپل
now.
گیم باندې سکوم داسې لایب راځم دسی وي
Which it seems to be the case for quite a few of our teams.
مړه نو دا یو سیز سور نه کوي کنه نه ځان به پکې نه خوشاله
You
کړي
had some flash in the pan moments,
بره
but
وای
now it's
دلته
come
مونږه
to, you just got to follow
دلته
through.
راشي دې
It's not
دونه
happening, whereas S2G, we
ته
know they
غني
can
ګره
strive for greatness. It feels like championship mentality is going hand in hand with their aggression. The
دا
way
ماته
they're
پیدا کوي
approaching
بیا به
these
داسې
lobbies.
راځو
All it takes, one big game.
Habibullah, good
Gonna
morning,
be a
bro. Good morning,
championship
bro.
right there. But stay tuned for that. We'll
Bin
find
Fahar,
out.
walaikum
The
assalam.
narrative continues.
Here,
Do
here only,
not
bro.
go anywhere.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
دا کورسۍ خو په کار دی یاره دا چیر خو ځان له اخیستل په کار دی دا چیرته ووایم دا کوم برینډ دی زما د دې چیر باندې خو هر په نیه یې تللی دی لا 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 دیو بیا دا ګندګانې مانې شروع کړې یا څنګه اعلانه وایه که نه په سر یې راته تړکو په سر یې راته تړکو ګایز تاسو کښېنئ او دغه کوئ سور نه کوئ ماله نن سور نه راکوئ یا
Fighting until we make it. These teams are in Tiamba, able to get that chicken dinner, full control of the zone. But we have to talk about something that's very important. S2G being able to get into the smash, so now not coming up short this match.
I mean, I just sort of want to touch on that. From their compound, they actually probably had the better position out of the squad, sort of moving that rotate in. But I mean, we got to talk about like their push on our Ula. I'm sure Max is going to cover this nicely a little bit later. But
yes,
just the, I guess, raw power that they had from start to finish from that game, they were finally able to get over that threshold. Do I believe they should have done it in the first 2 games? A little bit, but that's okay. They've done it now, and obviously this is one of the teams that can take a victory.
They definitely can take a victory. This is a team that has already gotten 3 wins in Erangel in the finals when we're talking about S2G. If we're looking at some of the other teams looking to get to that smash zone, it's none other than Aurora. I actually thought Aurora was going to be able to make it already. They're struggling a bit today, Max.
Yeah, a bit of a weird hold onto Nongshim Red Force in particular, looking kind of weird. But by the way, I want to bring it back to S2G. They not only make it into the smash zone, they've got a 9-point lead on top of E-Arena, which if we do not get a smash, is going back to the OG rules, which is the most amount of points becomes the champion. So right now, S2G are loving it, but so are Tiamba, shattering dreams in this game, eliminating E-Arena, eliminating the final player here at the very end for Nongshim Red Force, man. They are the reason why the tournament has not yet ended.
Hora Esports back-to-back great games here out of them. And for Fourth Tribes Neptura, this team, after that rondo that we saw, they're starting to struggle. They ended up the first Erangel with a big old donut, and in this one, at least they secure 4 points.
I mean, at least they do. I did see that they had a really fantastic rotation around from just massive wraparounds into Milta and then out of it. But yeah, 4 points is all they're going to get for that. Fantastic nades from Hora. Oh my goodness me. You were talking about it, right, Max? Sky is fantastic with the nades today. Really, really on point. And Tiamba, I mean, honestly, the word that I would use for both Tiamba and Hora, they're feeling very intense. You don't want to go up against them. Look at those sprays. Long range, through the smokes. There's no escape this team.
What are those sprays from QZZ? Oh my god. That was crazy stuff going out from him. I mean, he was just lasering everyone through the smokes. Incredible stuff. But at the end, Hora, another solid finish, right?
Yes.
Sure, maybe not a chicken dinner, but it's a strong back-to-back, but so easy. In that smoke, actually, that was a smoke right from Hora Niptra. I thought maybe if he stays hidden, he could third-party it. But at the end, Tiamba put the nail in the coffin.
هاي سنجا تشيلو شو بس شيء بشرمونه وشرمونه نور هو بيجسنا
a little bit
جيجي
longer, maybe use that smoke to his advantage. But Max, he didn't want to wait for that third-party option. He just wanted to take
جايز
matters
أيوة
into
لك
their own
لك
hands, and it
برابر
goes
كاي
back to what
كانوا
we're saying
نور
with
فاتي
Namshin.
مشتنيش
It
ترى
feels like they're being
يم خسور
passive,
لارو
but they're not quite sure when to be aggressive and when to flip that switch.
They are a little bit hesitant, right? And that's the thing about the Smash ruling. Love it or hate it, teams, the mindset does change a little bit when you do have that chance of getting those chicken dinners. It is quite stressful for now. Not just 2 teams, but 3 teams. S2G are going to be joining their ranks, but of course S2G got 3 chicken dinners so far in the finals, so they're looking like a team that could actually wrap it up. But looking at the rotations this game in particular, I know you in particular, Niptra, were quite critical about their push on the western side of Milta. There were other options that maybe could have been more valuable.
Absolutely. I think any... Oh, wait, hang on.
Hold on.
That's
Wait
my
a second.
clip right there. So looking at this split, so actually S2G, sorry, I have to jump into it. We're very split. Lost solo, literally in the 1v4. And even then, he's popping off, but he's also getting a bit of assistance from the teams on the other side of the road, right? His particular Kamikaze's got a fantastic angle. And there, the backup. This is literally the play that gets them into the smash zone. Solke gonna be sending it forward. He's gonna be joined up then by Habsajijuk, an absolutely superhero style in the building. And they get 1, get 2, get 3. And the final player, and because of that, they get the 4-man reset and actually get enough points to enter the smash zone.
Tam شو إنها هتم نشو دريمي شلا باتيري
They don't do that. They would
يو
still not be
يرينجلو دومي رامر بس دي رينجل كيكو دمون تيم خا performance سوكو جو تيك تاك وينا كو بس
Oh my goodness me.
So HamCG is just like crashing the wall. We are not going out.
They just send it. Absolutely send it. And that's what we want to see out of some teams. Being able to send it. E-Arena, one team that's currently also running into that struggle when we talk about teams struggling that are already in the smash zone lace for E-Arena.
That was Tiamba's fault. I don't know. Like, I have to bring it to Tiamba because obviously E-Arena, you know, they had a nice little path in there, but Tiamba were actually positioned in such a great spot that they were so annoying to every team. This is
Everybody.
Aurora. This was obviously even helping S2G in that fight. They were able to sort of gatekeep that area from E-Arena as well. And so it's unfortunate that we're seeing like E-Arena not being able to push into the position early enough because they are still sort of playing that edge.
They are going to be playing that edge, but right now they need to get that win if they want to be able to win via Smash Rule. They are one of those teams currently in the Smash Zone. Keep in mind, E-Arena started off the day with 112 points. They have only gotten 11 points so far after 3 matches.
And 10 out of those 11 have been in Rondo. Because remember, they hit 122. That's where they were. In the last 2 games, they've gotten 1 point. What is happening to E-Arena? You're looking so strong.
Yeah, transitioning to some of the other teams, right? I'm going to be looking at 4 Thrives Esports. This is a team, Max, that we thought was going to start, continue on that momentum. Remember, this is a team that usually is able to carry on They're still showing those things that we've been critiquing this whole PMWC at EWC 26, which is hesitant.
Matches, but no 4 Thrives. A bit shaken here. And actually,
team show Saida.
3-1 split, right? You had Huzaifa right?
Yeah.
He was by himself.
Huzaifa was by himself. I could see maybe what they're trying to do is hedge their bets, but he was in such a difficult position, and it's a shame that he actually, when they actually wrapped around outside of the town as well to go back, Huzaifa ended up being taken out early, so that's a shame.
As I'm looking at the teams here, all the way up to 11th place, 92 points. These teams are getting closer and closer. They're kind of giving a bit of an advantage there, since some of the teams towards the top are choking a little bit, are not being able to get that many points. For those teams on the second page, what that's going to be costing Neptura and Lays and Maxman, it's just going to be costing for all those teams to just get closer and closer. There's a lot of money at stake right now when we end up talking about some of these squads. Let's see what we have, some of the comments on social media as well. 1 chicken for 40, and then you see what's domination is. Yeah, but right now we're not seeing the domination. We want to see that domination from 4 Thrives, right? Yeah. Let's see if they'll be able to deliver for their fans here at the arena. But for some of the other teams, right, we're now talking about, let's go back to Hora, because Hora is stopping a lot of those teams towards the top from getting those points. The teams towards the top need to be able to find some kind of adjustment to that aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Hora.
Yeah, them, Tiamba also, Hora in particular, they have nothing to lose, right? They're like, okay, we have to go hard or go home today. We have to initiate that comeback and leave the second page, which with the last 2 games on Erangel, they've been doing. We have 1 more Erangel coming up, right? So maybe we can finally see a Hora chicken dinner. That will be very exciting here in the finals of PMWC. But Tiamba, I feel like they're a team that in this lobby, if they get a knock and a flush on a player that's or E-Arena or Nongshim Red Force, and maybe now also S2G, they just fully capitalize on it. And I love it. They really are one of the few teams that are delaying this tournament until the very, very end.
I mean, I sort of just want to bring your attention to Furia, because they are still sort of in that 90 points there. And from that previous game, they were holding the western side. Obviously, Hora was sort of taking out the rest of S2G. They did nothing. They didn't even rotate and swing around where Hora was, which would have capitalized their elimination. So they're kind of not being as present as they usually are.
It could be ending here in this next match. My prediction was in 4 matches. How many matches do you have, Neptura?
4.
Max? 4. Lace?
I was hoping for 2, so mine's out.
Okay, yours is absolutely good. But let's see if it's going to be ending here in match number 4, or if we're just going to be getting a bunch more teams joining in this smash zone.
Will this be it? We are about to find out. S2G joins the fray. Now 3 different squads could smash.
3 teams with that opportunity in our final edition of Erangel at the PMWC. It is going to go a little bit further than maybe some were expecting, given how today started, getting 2 teams into that smash zone so early on. But that double Milter shift on both of our zones has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, for Nongshim, right, they're dropping around that area, they're getting pushed in around the bridge. It seemed like they didn't quite have the force to be able to push their way out, right? They're still earning a lot of points on these games, though. So if it does go the full distance, they may just be able to win it out like that.
That's what you got to do at the end of the day. Is you got to try to win this whole thing in as many different ways as possible. And that is going to be, you're going to smash, or you're going to end up with the most points on the leaderboards at the end of the day. And Nongshim Red Force with that double Milta circle, like you mentioned, is just putting in the work. Problem is, though, is that if we get another one, I mean, everyone's going to know by now exactly where they're at. So the focus is going to, I think, shift a little bit. But this could be the game where we get another crazy Erangel circle to finish out
لقد باكستان
You can see these players.
Dera Granada Arsenal Dera. Lagana Dera Granada.
On Erangel, that will be the final bill. 3 teams, as you say before. Out of those 3, I feel like for my money, given today's games, I I'm favoring either S2G or Nongshim Red Force. I feel like for me, Arena today has been solid, consistent, but not a game-winning team. And I need to see a little bit more from them to be confident in their ability to fully confirm on that smash. But we've seen them do some crazy stuff, right? They have broken records on their road here, and now they're in with a chance to take that title, give Schweppes his third performance at a global level to get a global stage title with those 2 PMWI trophies already behind him, looking for a third time to take it home.
Well, here comes the big one. We're here in Paris, folks. Let's make some noise as this is the last Aerogale of the
Finally, guys.
Could this be the final match? That's the question we're about to find out as we're looking now at the plane. These players are locked, loaded, ready to go. And we got one going right down the middle here.
Watogura kana S2G पे game show, guys. Guys. दोबारा like, sharing, subscribe, follow वगै repost वगै Cassandra शी match start शो यार ची match खत्म शी सिम लगा अलबत्ता जमुन टीम सिम ډېر پتیاري کې روان دي نو بیا نورم خوان نه کوي کنه شی لګي بيخي پیچي دا کړی.
Super happy about that, but there have been performances across the board here. Sorry, Ida. I think it was Ida and Tianbo actually who were on that hot drop earlier on, but still, yeah, a really tricky situation shouldn't be unfolding here this time around. Nobody dropping straight to North George, maybe just grabbing some vehicles and heading there later. Orangutan sending Wizgod very far up north, isolated from the rest of the roster. Potentially, again, just grabbing a vehicle, going to break out and rejoin.
Thailand or Turkey or Korea waldi.
As we take a look at our top players, though, it's a 3-way tie with Ulf, Nongshim,
Yeah,
Red Force, and
not
Awrd
what a
having
chance
their
today.
representatives on our highest elimination
Oh, wallah, what's gora? What's a Juanuko, huh? That always feel like a gora putira para half quality chance there. Bridge game poki kana udal the kilunuki chicken ni saraklina kiluna liuki.
Yeah, we had to just touch military just one more time, huh?
Hey, we got to do it. We got to do it to them. Aurora already dropping there, obviously, could potentially have some fast rotates there. What we've seen as well from Nongshim Red Force is a lot of times where they've been able to transition very effectively over towards the military island. They've had 2 chicken dinners on 3 of their military finishes, which is going to hopefully be something that they can repeat. That's what they're looking for here. So a big opportunity for Nongshim, who tends to go for a
Turkey team there, guys.
Player off of the shark fin, rotate down south fairly early on circles like this, try and get a foothold on the north side of the island and work from there. That's what they're going to be looking for. But if we've seen it, the other teams have seen it too.
Yep.
So is anyone going to try and counter that?
Yeah, you know that these teams are prepared to their gills here. They know exactly what
Thailand wala. Guys, like was 100 like complete kega.
That's going to be the question. Speaking of execution, if we look at the leaderboards right now, there are some teams that could still definitely win this whole tournament further down. I'm looking even all the way down to Team Flash, Aura, Furia, right? In my mind, though, it's getting to the point to where if they're going to win this thing, it's going to be via Smash, right? And if they're going to smash, they have this game, and they have one more
chance gora chance is that gonna game khona gora the tournament us chance chile gana the NSO S2G or EA they drew one us chance is sare कि मतलब da match win ki और da pura tournament पखपल num ki सही था
From 12th down, I feel like it is pretty much done and dusted for the title.
बल अलबत्ता को दा dread team लाडल kana no
really far behind.
जब अगुर कोटी ले उस प्रकार दा दे kana दे ले उस 103 दगरी 17 plus वाला प्रकार 17 point guys.
I'm not too sure about that one. So for 12th down,
48. Yeah, it's 48.
I'm having a bad time thinking about their prospects moving on forwards, which is unfortunate. But there are opportunities for the rest of the lobby to keep that ball rolling. As you say, Flash really very much on an outside chance. I feel like anyone below 7th place
17 point dila pakar di dva match was kal Muhammado
to boot. It's going to be really rough. It will necessitate a chicken dinner
in
this match. Yep. To go across. This is that Nongshim Red Force rotate.
Here they go.
To tune in with our teams in the smash zone. Nongshim Red Force now across to the military island. S2G went very, very quickly, which makes me question how much loot they're going to have on board to try and hold this. Nongshim took a little bit longer to get across, which is going to give them some more power, some more backstop of utility, of supplies, and Aurora, of course, dropping over in that military base. They're not in the smash zone just yet, but they are the team that is closest to it, only 7 points behind right now. E-Arena, they're still in South George. It's very likely that they're going to take a long time to go for this rotate.
Yeah, super unlucky on the side of E-Arena. They've had to do the longest rotations in Erangel all day today, and I think that's why we've seen them not have as much success.
Top 3 ki cha match win. Aw bas da kai sab de top 3 da top 3 ke san ne di ki cham game win ko bas da gui de. Vagi muna party de bas. Vagi muna de au chances der kam ni chin vagi muna uchi guys.
A team they're super familiar with as they battled with them in Pachinki at the start here.
Bas ku charta zamung team laga pasur ki rash aure au lash au laga da pinani dre team hu aure. Au Patera kill bandi chi container ke bas.
On that location is a great result for the
Pasat kill bandi, sorry, pasat kill bandi chi container ke.
That smash bubble. But she'll need to try and push past in the next, as you say, 2 matches.
Yep.
To break on in there. And now Ulf could potentially try and roll across the bridge, but they are going to roll into a much harder stopping block.
Isal Ahmad manana yara jita po mai agada kharchu
west
la
side of that exit, and Nick Galaxy hold the compound to the east side of the bridge.
Nan ho any gaadi wishto ga.
Especially in that mid lower part of the leaderboards, because you know they want to still win this. These still possible, but what kind of different play styles are we going to see? Like even Godlike with 74 points to make it possible. They need a 25-point game here and in the next one. So they'd have to go and just eliminate everybody, right? So I would want to see aggression no matter what from them.
No kal chigan. Na chi 12 kilo ke top 2 na chikane samasana na kada gora puti team dal taraga le rekha. Allah dari sara fight makawai yaar.
Chicken dinner with 5 eliminations, so it's not going to come easy.
Hey, we're just going to see. Sure. We're just going to have to see what happens.
Mala lado.
Theirs as well.
Mara yaar, das sharam ne yaar.
4 drives denied there as S2G put their first point on the board after gaining that smash point in the last game and holding this south edge. I mean, they're feeling all right. They're feeling all right. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to really decide where it's going to go.
Yeah.
I have this sort of bubbling feeling in my stomach, Jukes, and it is, what if we get a really hard north shift and we go back to the mainland? It's so unlikely, and it's
Mara
really
yo
worth
kase
bringing
kharab
up, but
ko
I
yaar.
just
Da goro team bya kharab sho mara.
Feeling, I'm like, oh, what?
Pure team gora pure team chi jwandi bya der 4 game kayega na. Studio be ke bya shi walu.
In effect here, folks. If we see that northern
Ma thaba da wadi pat waga so bas masala urane dela.
Fortunate for 4 Thrives, they're on that most southern part of military, just thinking they can kind of get some of that loot. S2G finding one of their players isolated, and that's IQ.
Muhammad
gone,
Raziz
just like that. Only player out of the lobby so far. Looking on over, there's still a lot of teams that are in the blue zone still. I mean, we got E-Arena still in South George, so they're going to be pushing in super late. Tianba's up there, Godlike's up there, Aura are still just crossing. Yes, Naya. So a lot of teams going to be very, very late on this rotate.
Little family outing for Vitality. Pop into the hovercraft, luggage in the boot.
Guys, account usar follow kawai kana yaar, like, subscribe, follow usar kawai kana guys.
Makes this south side for them a lot more difficult to navigate. I'm not too happy with the amount of mobility they're going to have. They do need to potentially try and find some vehicles or steal some from another team, as our circle will be coming in fairly soon. Yeah, for Vitality, might be a foot-based approach for the future if that hovercraft draws the fire like we see it. The circle shifts
Agayo kas wajale shawe da agam zong. But qismat but nasibi ragale wazong the team kaste.
And the teams on the east bridge potentially going to have a little bit of a hurry up, but Alola have that outpost over to the west. The east bridge.
The bridge came nam khalak yeri gana bridge came bum nishi kawale aure.
For Flash and Orangutan, not for either of the two teams, but it should be a fairly simple solution for whichever team comes out on top. At the moment, looks like Orangutan might have the better end of the stick because the res does need to come through.
Dost Pakhpuluminski pat kala ka khuna MSP gar gaya war sheh Nurullah.
You know they wanted that observatory position so bad. But they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's going to have to do it the hard way. Still on the north side of this island, we got OG battling it out with Team Flash. Two teams pretty down.
دی به ګزان لا ډیمیج هم سیوا کوي کنه یاس په ډیمیج د پارم دغه MVP سوکرا شي هغه د پارم ریوارډ دی کنه.
Have a possibility to make a run of it. They need 15 points in this one and the next one to reach that smash zone, to try and smash in that final match. That's if we even get there. We could end this game here and now, folks. But you know what? Before it ends, you guys got to get the game and get one of those Naruto Uzumaki skins right there. We got the Nine Tails Furies AUG still available. Get it while you still can. Aurora, though, at fourth try. This is a huge fight.
یارینا دا دونه حرامیان دي سروایو کې سروایو یا خو بچی کان کې الا پورتی والا بیا غیر شول دا.
The nade goes out to Zold, picks him off a little bit. And now it's a battle. The util, he touched the molly.
Oh.
He touched it with the tiptoe.
مړه یار.
Another huge mistake here out of Four Thrives.
Hey, Four Thrives had so much momentum, but the pendulum swings back the other way. And Aurora now.
دا اوس ګوره زمونږ ټیم والا تم ګنا نشته لري دیس پټنشن کې دي. پریشر دی به پریشر.
Inexorably towards that 122 metric. Now 5 points for them.
الا پلک سروایو کا سروایو کا.
For a potential smash in
پلک survive kar lo bro.
3 teams can still win it, and we've seen 2 chicken dinners on milli circles coming from Nongshim, who have a 2-2 split on the north side of the island right now. Furia may look to try and challenge the northern point of this, and our Nongshim going to look to regroup over towards the northwest side of Milli. Which outpost they want to commit to. It may need another circle for them to do so.
Yeah, they're in a really great spot right now. The
وګوره کنه زمونږ څونه بد قسمتي ده چې درې واړه کسان زمونږ ایستلی شوي دي.
The second a team realizes Nongshim where they're at, they're going to full commit to them.
دا حرامیانو مروره زمونږ ټیم ته یو ځای شوي دي کنه دا اوس وګوره هغه استوجي دونه حرامي دی کنه هغې ته پته ده چې یاره دا زمونږ د ټکر دی کنه نو ډایرکټ په ډایرکټ یې ختمی.
It's going to go a little bit close to the bridge. Now Nongshim need to regroup. For my money, I think that southwest side might just be a little bit better for them. They're right next to Ida there. Fury are going to charge on in over the hills. Arena have yet to get across the zone as well.
Arena دا وګوره کنه حرامیان دا پوینټونو د پاره څه کوي دا پوینټونو د پاره څه کوي ښه سروایو کوي ها.
Break moment for Arena. If they can get across, they've got the backline of that coast to keep them a little bit safer, but they have to get there first and challenge off Ulf. Maybe Nigma Galaxy will join in that fray, but they have to get across.
Yeah, they're going to have to get across, and it's going to be a tough one right now. I mean, there is so many different teams crowding these bridges, and on both sides, on the eastern and western bridge. You can see Nongshim, though. They got those sandbags. They're going to be holding this hill. This is a great spot in this circle. They're going to have so many different sight lines. They can rotate away from it if necessary. They just got to watch out for the crash.
Guys,
set up for this one here. I'm not kidding.
मैच बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है. बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है ठीक है.
With the chance to smash this away, put another military victory under their belt as well would be incredible. What a way to close it down, but they have got a long way to go. We're only 12 and a half minutes into this game, and there's going to be at least 15 more of them ticking away.
مړه اوس ګوره پلک لرا به کار داري دي سروایو کې والله.
On their foreheads are one of our players.
There's Godlike keeping an eye on Arena. Oh, it looks like we did get a huge knock. That's X.
chips
okay. Yeah, that is resible, so you should be able to get safe. Yeah, okay, so Nongshim gonna keep their player up here.
Okay.
Remember, they don't know who it is until it's flushed, so they still don't have a clue it's Nongshim just yet.
We'll be able to get that healing done. Unlikely that there's any full crashes onto this Nongshim position, given that the direction of crash would need to come from the north side at the moment, and Furia, Alola, generally not going to have the greatest of times getting across whilst each other are still there, not to mention Nigma Galaxy pushing in from that north side as well. So I feel like for the next circle 2, maybe Nongshim Red Force going to be very, very safe and secure in this position in a central spot. I'm also looking at S2G on the southwest side. No one really contesting them. Of course, you do still have Fulak from Four Thrives, the last player to stay alive, who could potentially find a backstop position, find an off angle, a cheeky little snake in the grass play. But for S2G on the southwest side, I think they have a good run up as well once everybody else crunches in.
Yeah, there's so many teams here. I mean, S2G, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have some big dominant positions and could win this game and end the tournament here and now. The question is how are they going to handle these fights? Do they take some of the fights early on like they normally would? Maybe not, because it's going to give away their position and a lot of attention.
Double game umid makawai.
A southern shift happens.
Ola!
Now this is really
Wai yo 2 3 salo 5 5 شپږ ټیمه د زون نه بهر دي شپږ ټیمه د زون نه بهر دي او په دې کې ټول نه ګوره وته صرف زمونږ د ټیم یو کا ژوند په لکه نه ته ولې سي زون ته یار
for a little bit longer. Yeah, they have to be able to hold out as the crossing on the bridge starts to unfold. We've got 4 teams behind the queue, and actually E-Arena are sweeping in to try and play in behind this. They think, oh, surely the eastern bridge is going to be empty. Think again.
Nope. There are a whole bunch of teams holding on this eastern bridge. Looks like a bunch of squads. And IGL's had the same idea. And this is stage 4. The blue zone is really going to start chunking them here.
Flash wala karu ko kana. Kasan kam kai, kasan sona zor. Sona zar kam shu kana gona bakhai. Koi gora ra pelene dreti uran. Pelene dreti madaba wal gwari.
Every block since that first match that saw them into the smash zone. And they are being denied access.
Ala Arena. Ala چې دا ټیم دلته وای کنه دا ټیم دلته وای لکه بوټانو د استا کسان نه خلاص نشي.
Really desperate scenario now for E-Arena whilst the 2 teams that sit with them in the smash zone are laughing and there goes Schweppes.
Laro.
There goes Schweppes.
Atanke Laro, atanke zone ki Laro.
WizGod is going to be looking to get that thirst. Soak up their points. They know it's E-Arena here. Oh, the pan shot.
Okay.
Woo! He said, okay, let me go ahead and get back to this side. Mormon desperate at this point. Just going to be full sending it across this bridge to try and survive. The blue zone chunking them down. And the crowd, you can hear them chanting. I can hear the S2G chants already. They know this looks really good. But
this east side concluding, and we didn't really catch it on camera, but
Laro, da khatam ne.
On the northern side, they were able to take a player down and not lose any themselves, but again, that leaves no challenge.
ګوره دا EA والا دا دونه حرامیان دي کنه دیوس پوینټونه مو باسي کنه ځکه څه تقریبا دي 10 دي کو 13 پوینټ وروسته دي 13 پوینټ وروسته دي دوی
but at the cost of Schweppes.
Yeah, at the cost of Schweppes and a whole bunch of utility as well. They're going to be going through almost all their meds here just to try and survive. And then they're going to have to get lucky into this circle. They're going to have to hope to catch a third party, something. If they do get that third party,
oh, palaki kas nako. Awagam boot wishto.
How this works out though is now we're going to look at Beauty.
Palaka lanje basar makhla yawazi. Daga milegi finish ko.
Well, that's still going. He's taking shots. Over on the northwest
Yo kasi wishto, yo kill show.
He's going to manage to push through with complete ease, but it's a good start. As the blue zone at his back, Bows for Team Flash. Remember, they were the team that was holding out that east bridge. They alleviated that pressure, and now they might turn attention to our tabletop as Nongshim Red Force in their bunker spot. It is really dicey for everybody on this east side. They have to push past such a difficult, impregnable position.
Hey, they found a spot though, right?
Chances gora. S2G na re. Dadi chances tare. S2G.
He thought this was open. No, it's not. WizGod almost on fire, somehow still alive. And now getting taken out by Alula.
All right, okay. Well, that was a crazy dash out of the open through the melee position. A team that we haven't talked about in a while is Aurora, who sit as a blocker to Alula. And remember, they are a team chasing towards that smash zone. And they find a spot on towards Mormon as well, and knock over to E-Arena, and they are now down another player. Vitality pick up that flush. So Aurora denied the point, which could be pretty crucial.
Arena wala yo kaslaro.
Make it into the smash zone here, but with Aurora in the buildings on the south side of this zone, as it pushes, by the way, away from Nongshim.
Yeah.
That could be devastating for Aurora if they don't make it all the way.
Aurora looking dangerous, though. They're actually going to be fighting out with E-Arena. That's a big one, a big fight. about to take off as they're waiting for this next circle. This is still stage 5.
Guys, 5,000 like remaining day. 5,000 like guys.
Are going to have this beautiful compound for now, so they don't have to move.
TikTok wala 5,000 like
keeping
complete
eyes
ke
on
guys.
Ola, trying to get a few more eliminations. They know they're that close. Only 5 points away now from that smash zone.
Goodness me, I feel like the most important decision here is Nongshim's rotate. The question is
Aurora da EA kharab kae, da EA kharab kae. Enes gora Enes wala flash wala yo kasnak ko.
As soon as they roll out, they're going to get hounded down. So the ability to clear that out is brilliant. But then where do you go from there? Maybe you try and crash towards the arena, but we'll see what they can find in the fight with Flash as they roll up for a second rundown. So easy goes low, but he's still got a little bit more bite behind him. And he snaps back.
Laro mara flash laro kana Enes tabya da sho yaar.
Galaxy, they're straight into the fight.
دغه وی لګي مړه ګلچې حد دې کنه لاړو اینس لاړو یو ټیم لاړو guys مړه جیزی کنه والله هدې وکړو
We want a piece of that baby and they got the whole thing. Nongshim Red Force are out. S2G E Arena still alive.
نه S2G لا وس کار کول S2G لا وس ګره S2G والا
This tournament and we could see another match.
My goodness me, but S2G with that opportunity now on the southwest side of the circle.
Oh, palak sake palak mળ لکه د الله ود مړ لکه
in the foothills of their position.
مکنه دا ګره دا بوسو دغه ورکای.
Have to be careful. Feel like they should know there's someone in the shack. They should know. As the nades are flying, godlike and launching forward.
Laro, palak laro.
Challenge on this hillside, the southwest side, getting hotter and hotter.
No, uza.
Horseback charging into battle.
Falak on the move, 1 horsepower, man. He's on
Maka! Uza.
for a little bit longer and survives.
Hey, he's got that big iron on his hip. He's ready for the fight. Godlike try.
GG. Daga milegi. Manam digana.
One more under the belt.
Mala shit yaar. Da usu gora to yaar.
And the circle goes south too. Over to S2G.
Oh ha. Match bya lado yara.
Side track. It is about conversion now.
گرنیټ ګیل کوم چې گرنیټ نه ویل کړي دا شیک نه بیا به خوان کړو یا
It's S2G. They're alive. They have the high ground.
Guys, everything is a finish.
End this tournament right here, right now.
चला गया और दा मैच चिरेगा ना दा टूर्नामेंट चिरेगा ना हमारा तरफा S2G तेरे मुबारक ही
Looking to get the chicken.
They could make it up to first place overall and down go Arena.
درې میچ د الله باندې دا ګوره دی له پکار دا چې پیلنی میچ کې هغه دم ګنا نشته پټینشن کې دی وسوای چې سوق اتر درې کسان درې ټیم دا غري
They are 2 points away from the smash zone. One team goes down.
اورورا ژوندۍ دی د دې بیا صحیح پایټ راځي دا S2G سره ها
will join the top 3 in the smash zone if we go to
نه پورټي وس گیم ونه کو بس هغه ختم میرامر کې هغه نه ری ما ته پته ده میرامر کې دا غوي شي ختم دی already دا چې دا پرې 5 باندې پاتې شوم ډېر خبره ده
To make a play. Still getting mighty close here. Hansuji does stand up. The fight waiting to happen. This could be the fight to decide this tournament. Well, whichever team owns this one, they're going to control this entire side of the map.
Aurora وختي هغه نو انوریم گیر کړیو انس والا گیر کړی نو ځانې مړ کو خو هغه پرې نه خو دا انس تلی کنه انس تیر شوی میچ تا غوي وو انس والا
S2G who sit atop the mountain presiding
دي سره زیډر خطرناک دی کنه S2G سره
swept aside with a targeted strike from Nick Galaxy. E-Arena struggling, clawing their way towards the circle, finally fell apart at the seams and could not go the distance, but S2G have their chance.
Mongolia or the Turkey, they're Mongolia.
You can see Kamikaze
Laro
spreading out, rocking a 3-1 split on the side of S2G. Team Vitality, another squad that could be dangerous.
No, Mola. Aurora, we pray that Allah would got a pray. It's a mission that
That's a
Chance tala sewa ki dalla bandiganu.
party this and take this tournament.
But I mean, where do Vitality go? Where do they go to try and make the most of this match, right? It is towards Aurora. You can't sweep West. Furia still has.
Rega last pass kirdi Purushu manana yara.
I feel like Vitality might just be giving this one over to S2G.
You got to realize, Vitality, it's either go anywhere else or go home right now. If they battle this out, it's going to give S2G a massive advantage here in this game, as these are the two squads with a full team still alive in this tournament.
In
Aurora right now, they need to look big, play big, score big, get into the smash zone, because they are the only team really in the driving seat. The circle takes the stop position out for S2G. Vitality are just gonna have to cross, but S2G might take shots at them as well. On this approach, up to the ridgeline, the fight is teetering. We are on the knife's edge.
Here we go. We can hear the crowd chanting.
Damage the
S2G, they know they have the high ground. They do lose that building though, so that backstop there by Soul K. He's gonna have to jump on down and look at this position.
Agora S2G ba tar hagi puri 3 point nakhli kana tarsu puri chire kana da VIT او da Aurora point ne shuru shawi kha S2G da gora diba point nakhli gora wata VIT wal ne dije Aurora sara wujengi kana da shana be da garaji kha S2G da yad satai guys dasi bakigi kha.
I mean, Vitality's approach is not easy, even if S2G aren't peeking all the way down. There is still angles. And they may actually opt to stay on the top of this ridge.
You could feel the tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife.
Makawai kana yo basarlanji makawai da kasan gear kai mala da saka yar.
This one. Furia. Don't count them out either. They have 2 players up, but they could definitely disrupt this entire fight.
Down the line.
Here we go. One more zone shift. One more zone shift to decide who's going to have the advantage. And if S2G are going to be able to take it. Chief
S2G yo enaku na khuda gare mala Furia mlaro yar.
Over towards a Vitality player coming through from Aurora, who are pushing up to the ridge but leaving top out to deal with Vitality's position. It's so suppressed. Oh, the links coming into play, and there's a knock over towards top. S2G find the back line. That's not going to be reservable. 3 players now for Aurora, with their chance to take it all away, but S2G with only 2 elims, they don't need any more than that. All they need is the win, and with 3 teams beneath them. Oh, look how important Aurora think this res is. Top desperately calling for assistance. It's needed, and Kamikaze
nagi uga. S2G wali mana magaji abbal me chije de takami lagi wale
and here comes Aurora. They're rolling in.
takami lagi
Kamikaze now.
S2G yo kaste pushu kai start bachaga wala wa break asan wata nakti guys.
Towards the back line, so it's Vitality.
Last kaste da kasulule masala joda hai. Aurora ta agad bari tab ye bada da Furia zarur wala che da V8 pagui bane paitu ke mala da saka yar.
Ayala by himself, Refus dominating this lobby, and Vitality's in trouble.
S2G khatmol ghwadi match khatam nashi
That does change the tune. Kamikaze has
na takami lagi
down. Go S2G. Aurora keep it going.
takami lagi Aurora bas gora jiji kana mala walla kam game ko S2G gora wada ma ko match laro da la suna kha oraga wallahi do gora kana.
They had that game in the palm of their hand, and through their fingers the dust of their defeat pours down.
Mala bas yo bal chance mela sho ko zamun kasan zan tazanu way.
That high ground. Aurora with the charge through. It felt like the knocks were there. Everything was lining up. but they built that house on foundations of sand. And they have to go again. And this time, there's a fourth player in the ring.
Oh my god.
अरे मड़ वल्ला ता गोर नु पदी बदीम लोला का फशिकाना
That are matches of night.
पतो गोरे
Those are the ones that
ता हमारा वही मुकम्मल शेप दरी पलास क्यों हाँ
in the middle of the night just thinking
मुकम्मल शेप दरी पलास क्यों
made this one little move. We could have won it right then and there. But this tournament's not over. We still have 2 more matches left to go.
मड़ा वल्ला
Aurora.
No mana no cambio. Gora match. Gora replay hai.
This one at the last second.
Replay hai.
What a finish.
Mana dina makki replay hai. Gora studio gora dai.
Really getting this elimination onto Reefus as well. You can see how low Reefus got. Yeah, those nades got clean in him up as well. Aurora, fantastic play coming through from them. They drop military, they stay military, they win military.
Mala walla. Walla ma हुए ma pa start क्यों हुए लेकिन ना जिदा दा मैच ना सीरीज जिदा स्टूजी पलास क्यों खो बस किस्मत ता गोरा गाना लाड़ा ले पाखिरनी टीम की लाड़ा.
So many of the teams that we saw. Fudia put some good points there towards the end. Nigma Galaxy, honestly. Nigma Galaxy pushing, taking out Nongshim right there.
Crazy.
That was crazy. And I think all of these teams need to give Nigma Galaxy a little pat on the back. Say, hey, thank you for that one, because that was dangerous.
Absolutely. Dap them up. We are going to be heading out for a few, but make sure you don't go anywhere because there are crucial
Da
games
Mongolia
left
wala ni
to
haram
see what
yan.
we've got for you.
Da shira fara walla ودا استودي دوا كسانم جونديو كانت دوا كسانم جونديو دا أرورا ولا خرابو.
And we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
ګوره خبره داسې که نه زمونږ ټیم ته اوس هم چانس شته خو دا ګیم یې ښه وکړو ټیک ته دا ګیم به ښه کوي او کم ټاپ څلور ټیم چې دی دا به ختموي بیا ورته چانس شته خو دا میچ یې خراب لاړو که نه د پورټي مکمل عرصه ختم نو اورورا ګوره هغوی آرامیانو بې د مخکې نه نظر دغه کړی و هغوی پیډ نه اخیستو خیال دې ورته نه و پانډا هغوی پیډ د بل چا سم نه اخیستو په هغوی باندې نظر و
It's none other than the silent killers of Aurora Gaming, because this squad, we have said it over and over again, if you give them a chance, they will take it. This squad has been through
Aurora
everything.
champion.
They have had multiple global MVPs. The only thing that's missing right now, Max, is that trophy. And now that they're here, everybody that was in that smash zone, you better watch out.
Doc, I'm sorry. I was doubting you this
اورورا په دغه کې اوسو نه هغه سمیش پوینټونه خو نه و دې نه پس یو بل میچ دی نه
He was chasing you down, and because of that, Aurora make it right into the smash and can be competing for that trophy.
Can't they just? And guess what? We are looking at
Nah,
the
yo, bal
final
match
few
na.
matches here. We are going to be going into Miramar. Aurora do very well in Miramar. 9 times out of 10, they are big fragging, big winning. Cannot wait for this next one coming up because Aurora are in. They just might.
نه یو بل میچ نه رسو دا اورورا خو وس دغه ته سمیش میچون تر واوړېدو که نه
They had vitality to worry about. One player from Furia, and obviously, you know, you look at S2G sitting on the height. Lost, moving out of position there, and obviously Aurora catching them off. You can just see the dominance that this team has when they're under pressure.
ګوره ارسلانه پاکستانیان ته ډېر ښکلی چانس میلاو شو ورته وګوره اورورا 15 elimination او دغه 42 پوینټ اخیستې مړه 5 پوینټ 41 کې بیا نیکسټ میچ ډېر چانس دی ادې کې لاړو وې په میرامر کې زموږ ټیم ډېر کمزوری دی
great re-engage from them.
Something
دو
we need
ګوره
to keep
پرې
a
غریبانو
close
به دې
eye
زړه
on
خپه شي
is
کنه.
this right here. When you're not able to close it out, and it's something that you brought up earlier too late.
کنه لاست
Sometimes in a battle royale,
پسونه خطرناک لوبه کې دیس دغه کو سروایو
you only
کو
get one chance to win it via smash roll. If you're not able to close it out, you start overthinking yourself. You start seeing what those players are currently doing, which is just putting themselves down and starting to have stuff in their head too.
I mean, we've seen it with the arena. Now, obviously, S2G, they had such a powerful position from the get-go. They were moving their rotation so well with each and every zone close. The height on the hill here, but like I said before, the positioning from Lost sort of moving over this top side of the hill, unfortunately was caught out by Aurora looking down. So
Oh my
you can see the upset on their face from this, and they just knew from that moment they messed up, Max.
Oh, the Doc and Reefus wombo combo. Like, that is what you want to see as an Aurora fan. That is such a good execution. Really, the push from
down their rotates 2G.
To doubt stuff in their head too.
I mean, we've seen it with the arena.
یو منټ ګوره ها دا دې سره ګوره دې سره کم کوچ پاړ شوی دی د اسټوجي سره ګوره اسټوجي لاړو یو کڅ خو لاړو صحیح ده ګوره دوی غلطي دا وکړه دې د وی آی ټي سره هم پټ واغستو کنه وی آی ټي دې سره هم پټ واغستو دې دوی دلته دا غلطي وکړه اورورا یو ناک کو صحیح ده او دې کې ګاډي وردا او دې ګاډي وردا او ګاډي وګوره دې ګاډي وردا په ګاډي کې دوه کسان ناسو
the Doc and Reefus wombo combo. Like, that is what you want to see.
دې په ګاډي کې
You can unfortunately was caught out by
ګوره اسټوجي چې دی کنه ګوره اورورا نه یو کس نه کو کنه کس نه کو صحیح ده دې اورورا یو دا چې دی کنه دا ډکته کو سره دی او په یو سپری کې
see the upset
لاړه ګوره غلطي را چا و غلطي دا غوي وکنه ډرایور سړی ګوره ډرایور سړی چې خوش وکنه بس هغه خبره ختمه وګوره ډرایور وته قصه ورانه کړی دا کنه والله چې فائنل د دی وو میچ دی وینرو
So many angles on the side of Aurora. No tree, no rock was going to be enough cover to keep you alive in the very end. Kamikaze, of course, trying to keep the dream alive, but Aurora were just way stronger at the end. And Aurora now making the jump up, man. A four-man race. We don't see it very often on the global stage, but any of those four teams could still now be crowned your champions.
But obviously, you know, like Max
कुछ
says,
पार्ट वसर शवे
that push.
नुमान खान वालेकुम अस्सलाम कुर्बान वाया
The timing decision that put them out.
With that overall now, we see the Aurora jumping up to that second place in tying Nunsham Red Force at 140 points apiece. Nunsham Red Force does have 3 chicken dinners, Aurora with 2 here. And as we're looking at this overall ranking, even before this one, we got a chance to see the top teams for Miramar, Max.
Yes.
And we ended up seeing Nunsham there, and as well as E-Arena. This could be the turnaround for E-Arena.
I mean, especially, wait, Neptura, remind me, PMMI, Macau Invitational, which map was it? The Nunsham Red Force won on and got the smash.
Was that game 6?
It was game 6, and it was what battleground it was?
I think it's a Miramar.
I think it was a Miramar. Exactly. Thank you very much for confirming my suspicions, Neptura, because it is Miramar. It's Nunsham Red Force o'clock. But I do want to say, 4 Thrives, Nigma Galaxy, Furia, Tiamba, if we do get to that hypothetical scenario where none of the top 4 teams get chicken dinner, these guys, the top 3 is not going to cut it. You need a win if you want to do it. And you know what? That means from those teams on the second half of this first page, you need back-to-back chicken dinner to be the champions.
And we're starting to see the crowd pop off as well, especially towards the end when S2G, one of those players, ended up getting knocked. You can see all the fans from Horror, all the fans from 4 Thrives just getting so excited because that just means one more chance for those squads. 4 Thrives, you are 17 points away.
بل میچ ورګه بل میچ ګوره دی دا هایلایټ وکي خپل قصې وکي کسان لاړه
I'm a believer.
break la.
There's still time.
Break la
absolutely,
kasan
for
passe
them
gana.
to be able to capitalize on that. And what we've seen, and obviously a lot of these zone pulls on Miramar, they could have that potential to be able to do it. Obviously, you know, we saw it from the, the hashtag EWC posts. They just need that chicken dinner, which will maximize those points for them, and obviously to close it out in the following game.
I'm just looking at a bunch of squads here as well that
مړه شاهد خان دا پورټین د چکن تم کول دا
anything you can
مشكلة
for those
para Miramar
eliminations.
Ginare.
Do anything you can for those points. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the PMWC Lucky Spin is currently available in the game. Log in and do your spins before it's gone. You could get the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and that grows out that I'm just so close to getting it that I feel like today after we crown a champion, I'll be able to get it. The PMWC Lucky Spin available now. Go check it out. Co-created with PDP creator Nana. But you were wanting to say something before we were talking about those awesome skins.
Talking about the bottom teams, right? The teams that have nothing to lose. I want to look especially at the Indian teams, right? Orangutan, and also looking at God like AKOP had some really good plays, by the way, earlier today on Rondo specifically. So good one on AKOP. But at this point, it's just about getting experience.
پوتیل چانس داره وګوره چانس نه پیدا واخلي موقع وسره شته موقع شته پوټي سره موقع شته خو پیدا تی واخلي
maybe in PMGC.
I think so. I mean, we already seen a strong performance out of OG. This one being now their second international event. For Godlike, they have completely shattered my expectations. Even though after what I saw from earlier on, I had them in my top 5 for the finals here. The pressure, I feel like, ended up getting to them because it is their first international event. But I'm with you. I think that experience that they're going to be getting here is going to progress not only just for them, but also for India as a region.
دا خدای لانا قسمت چې قسمت لاس ورکونه
Rejects, for instance, down in Africa, right, the African region, their global experience has been moving forward and actually influencing other teams around them in their local area. So it's the exact same thing for our Indian teams here. I've been very, very impressed with Godlike, very impressed with OG. Even in the finals coming in here, day 3, looking really good, making some fantastic plays against the likes of Tiamba, like a lot of different teams here. I do think that, yes, the experience is one thing here, Seven. That's definitely not to be overlooked because they just don't have the experience these other teams do. But I will say, even I was surprised by the big jump between group survival and finals. Like, it's a completely different lobby than what they played earlier in the week. So for them, it's just really hard to adapt as well. And yeah, they're getting left behind, but still massive GGs. I'm very impressed.
Completely different playing style here in the finals. Group A, we got a chance to see just tacticalness. Group B, we got a chance to see aggressiveness. And survival, we got a little bit of a sneak peek. It was still passive, but now we're here in the finals. And now we only have possibly one match left. If nobody wins it from the top 4, then we will have that 6th match. But Barney, do you think it's going to be ending here in this first Miramar, or are we going to go one more?
Oh my goodness.
What is happening,
dude? My heart is coming out of every orifice that I have, Lucy. I don't know what is going on. It's getting insane. It's getting so spicy here on the Gadir City grid. Of course, we now have 4 teams that are on Smash Point. We've got Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, indeed.
E-Arena.
Since a long time.
I know. It feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a long time ago now.
And of course,
just Aurora Gaming just cuts it now.
I know, they're all fighting, battling tooth and nail for this right here. Our beautiful PMWC trophy, the legacy, of course, at EWC.
ګوره هغه استودیو باندې مم زړه خپه شو خبره خو بس څوک نه ګوره زموږ ټیم پکې نه غنا کنه غریبانو ډیر غوړې خطا دغه کو صحیح ده.
Who are you rooting for, actually?
That's right, we step foot onto Miramar for a 2 times, potentially, but it could all end in the next match. And so, everyone in the Gadir City grid, are you ready?
Of course, make some noise! Here we are, back to you, Castor, for the Game 5.
There you go, setting the stage perfectly there. Shout out to Barney and Luke, you've been absolutely killing it over the course of the event. And so have you, Paris. You've been absolutely electric here in the Gadir City grid. And all of us are sat in anticipation for what is yet to come as we move over from Erangel and set our sights on the new geometry that is Miramar Blank.
And we said goodbye to Rondo, we've said goodbye to Erangel, and we are saying hello to our 2 final Miramars, which will cap off this tournament. PMWC at EWC. It has been an absolute slammer of an event. But right now, that last game, not so much. It was a bit of a slam dunk from Aurora. And S2G misses the boat on that one.
And Eamon, I think what hurts most is that could have been the full 3-pointer blank. They were set up for a nice swish in through the net.
Yeah, they were. They absolutely were, but...
Patogo la kana haramiyan de. That is haramiyan de.
For Kamikaze, completely understand it. I think his
But
center
دوی
position
د خپل دغه لپاره ځان لپاره څونه struggle وکړو ها
throughout the tournament. All right.
ګوره په تیر شوی میچ کې دی ان سکواډ چې دی کنه هغه خراب کو په دویم کې دا اس 2 جی او دا دریم چې دی کنه
I think a lot of the time Kamikaze's
لکه دا مشکل ده
because they've had
ډیره زیاته
majority
ګرانه
of the
شوه
way, and what he does by doing that is massively secure the win. Because he's able
بس دا
to
نور
play that
ټیمونو ته په یو
position
ځل
very
شي هغه بیا بیله
effectively.
خبره
That time
ده
around, when you've got Vitality up in that northern edge, you've got Aurora trying to push up the hillside, you need to fully reinforce that position, otherwise that happens. Either way, we were discussing it, it's a hard one because right now Aurora is on an absolute high. They are living in the clouds at the moment, but for S2G, that's a mentally booming game.
It's going to get you. It's going to get you. Even with the strongest mental fortitude, a game like that, you have to completely reset and effectively try and just play this one in isolation. Treat it as a best of one game, forget everything else. Because, yeah, otherwise you kind of sat there with the thoughts of that was our championship game. We were very nearly in a reality where we could have been crowned champions.
Yeah.
But there are other teams that are eligible for that to be the outcome, and of course, like we touched on, with 2 games left to go, there is still plenty of opportunity for any one of them to close it out. That smash rule could still come into effect. You could still close it here in Game 5.
For Nongshim, we know they can do it already. They did it yesterday on Game 6. E-Arena hasn't looked terrible on Miramar either. S2G is known for their Miramars. So we'll wait and see how it does pan out. We're just waiting to get into game right now as everyone gets set up and ready to jump in. All on our screens. I don't think it's been the worst of tournaments for them. It's just there has been some missteps, right? And I think that it wouldn't be right for me to say that they played fine throughout the entirety of this tournament. They have made some missteps here and there. Sometimes I think Neptune actually put it very well. They play very reactive into some of their late games. I think there are some good decisions as they leapfrog into the circles.
Oh, chance study.
Go wrong, they really go wrong, and that means losing one player here, one player there, trading off for things that they weren't quite expecting.
چپا بس که ما خو پیاله چیز کلم نه خو سپیکر که ما خو بوس کله کیدا دی وس دا دی ګرم نه ډیر یاد ګرم دی تر باندې خولې باندې دی او چیز کو کنه نو چیز نه سکینه بیا کار نه کوي.
But we have seen them to lose that Arundel earlier on where it felt like a sure thing. Tiamba was just showing up.
په سخته ګرمۍ کې چیز کې کنه ډیر سور گای الای خولې را باندې دی او بیا هم چیز کو کنه نو سو کو یاره د عادت نه مجبور یو کنه.
A lot of squads, a lot of narrative things that we'll be picking into as this develops. We're about to go live with this one. Miramar, Game 5 here at PMWC, at EWC 26. Looking to crown another new champion, another new organization to fly the banner high, and our next 4 kings of PUBG Mobile here on the grand stage, live from Paris, France.
Penultimate match here. It's going to take an ultimate game for some of these guys to get it done. 4 teams vying for control right now. Other teams looking to break in that 122 points barrier to potentially take it all home on that final match. We're looking at Furia, Tiamba, 4 Thrives, Nigma Galaxy to make that jump. But there are 4
حرامیان دی اورورا زانی را ورسوخه
going into map.
زانی را ورسو
stopping out short over towards ruins as per usual.
Bomecha.
Nice play path for them. They can get looted very quickly and move into that.
ګوره دا دوه میچ چوشول کنه دا د اورورا د برکت وشول ها.
Been able to play a lot of these like southeast east circles fairly well despite starting in ruins, which is I think the most impressive thing about them. Tiamba out down towards Impala. S2G will have to go for the full reset, and like you say, you
وديك
want
يخي
the
وباهم
men in
نشتا
black
تخو
mounting
يخي
right now, don't you,
يخي
really, from the
وبا
coaches.
وسي
Yeah, the neuralizer.
بس سوق يرى انه اللاري استاذ بحال رحمك يا اللاري
More
بركي يرى
normality
تقعد
instantly
امرو
into this
يضرب
one
انا
in terms of the
عليه.
circle. We've had some pretty wacky circles at times, made it a bit uncomfortable for a few of the squads, a few of the games. It's going into our first of the two Miramars, potentially two, that is. Glad this is a more consistent start to open us up.
Yeah, we're around El Azahar, Hacienda del Patron. Kind of don't want to center up too much around here because we're heading over towards those horrible dead fields. Always a bit uncomfortable to play. You got Death Valley down towards Ricardo way. La Bandita is going to create a little bit of a funnel for our teams playing Los Leones, but Pastho as well as Impala.
واحد زمون يو تيم ne سيدا
Straight shot towards center available for them here.
واحد زمون يو تيم ne جاغا باتي شو اور
Red Force a little bit more of a journey, but can wrap on that north side. And again, jumping into this one, got to get a move on, just like Naruto Uzumaki, just straight running across that water. But we want to bring some heat to the equation, some fire, with the Ninetales Fury Awrd skin as well as the Naruto Uzumaki set.
ورا دا بيلني سالور تيم تشيدي كنا
To grab. Make sure you do join in.
دا بيا وران
But join us now as we head back into the game. Yeah, that'll always be there waiting for you whilst the event's ongoing. To take advantage of it, but like Blank said, we'll stick with the present for now and see
كامران
what we
خان
get
وعليكم
out
السلام
of this.
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The early doors into it initially.
إنس خو كندرات ترى غلي ها.
No over-aggression necessary from the teams, not worth the risk due to the damage it could do back upon you. So it will be a fairly safe opening few minutes here of looting for a decent majority of our squads. Bit of a split there from OG early with a 3-1 setup, Aru further back. Ooh, and this has actually resulted in a bit of commotion as well. More high octane than potentially our first four. S-Power comes in with the opening elimination as Godlike do get line of sight down onto OG.
Yeah, good shots from S-Power. Again, he has really made a name for himself here. Very well known within his own region, but now on a global stage, known to be able to tango with the best of them. Incredible clutches throughout the entirety of the tournament for S-Power. Really just hope to see more of him in the future, honestly. This has been a wonderful event for him, alongside with the rest of the squad supporting him wonderfully. Ulf getting nice and central on this one too, just underneath Hacienda. Still a lot of teams yet to move in just yet, though. Aurora getting the full loot on. You can see them on our screens right now. Still looking for some supplies. Mini 14 switched out there for the M16. An odd setup, but I want to see what he picks up. Tiamba, genuinely from Impala right now, would be nice to see them getting another strong match in. Already shown they can do it. And with how tight those rankings are towards the top, I mean, just look at 8th through 5th. You're looking at 103 to 105. That's a big jump up in prize pool as well. And it may all end here on this match, so you can really switch things up very, very quickly. I think for Tiamba, getting a top 5 in this event would be a really, really good result for them. A bit hard to jump up over towards that top 4 with E-Arena on 123. I think that does bear mentioning, though, of E-Arena 123, because you remember the first match on Rondo, they hit 122.
Yeah.
Over the next few matches, they have earned a single point. And this is what Smash Ruling does to you, man. Because you are so focused on getting that chicken dinner, so focused on hitting that smash that you forget that this might just go all the way through to the 6th match. And then Nongshim just takes it off the back of the tiebreaker between them and Aurora.
Now that is the double-edged sword to it. You're scared to play it out like a regular game due to the fear of having it slip through your fingertips and not getting that instantaneous win. But then, like you touch on, you leave yourself very susceptible to be lapped, and it's been a nice step up from the teams above them that are dangerously close to all being tied. 1 point of difference there. S2G on 139, everyone else on 140, and Nonshin and Aurora.
Guys, sa halat rawan yaar.
The one saving caveat could be the fact we've seen a bit more aggression from our teams trying to first onto the big dogs in the lobby that are in the smash zone. So that's been saving these games and keeping them going for a bit longer. Cheeky peek there. Shots on target, but goes both ways. Bit of damage. The Wolf boys do start to turn tail.
उठी दे सके यार कम से कम चिद्दी की 15 पॉइंट हुआ 15
potential position a team could be playing in instantly rebuffs the shots, and because of that Talhax stays up, because in that position I'm pretty sure he drops off
पूरा 15 पॉइंट वा निम करने की कना ना पूटी दसी हालात थी कना चिद्दी तक 35 पॉइंटونه ولا پکار دي پرس کا دا پسمیش رولز باندې ختم نشو دا گیم کنه نور روان گیم کې چیرې کنه کم سے کم چې بیا د پوټي سره داسې چانس کنه د سمیش گیم کولو یا چیکن کولو سره چې یار ادا دی وزې پاره بیا پټه غسته
Scarface, tight timing on the turnaround here. Being ran down by 4-5. He's calling for the backup and they're starting to swell over. Ooh, so close. This is just as the rest of all.
Finish one away, finish one away, finish one away.
The bullets back and there's no reason to be here anymore. Call it quits.
This is not a bad place to play, but I think you're right. Ulf just realizes.
لا بس هدي
The Baruza is not worth it. Take the fight against the team, which might be elongated with the nades been thrown through the windows. Get very dangerous in there. Open those mollies as well. Zone 2 though coming up, and Zone 2 will cut in very hard on Miramar. Plenty of fun areas. This could head over towards on some hard shifts. Can head over
last last khuna de last nade dena pas yo bal match tare ugu paras kara salur team atilala
water treatment also in place, so a lot of elevation as well.
salur team alala pele ni kana no bia bal match tare ko salur team alana lanu bas achi khayal di huwa ta shahid khana arora chire zan ra waraso
because as they've noticed with this circle going over towards the north side, they can cut in across Oasis, moving over towards Torre Armada. Enigma Galaxy will be the first team to grab this spot though, coming in from El Pozzo. But yeah,
main khala di king
the majority of the queue on this.
बस दे हरामियानो कम पार्ट को गोरा तेरशा में मैच चलेगा ना S2G वाला अदागे न मख किया एनिस वाला ख्याल नहीं हुआ था और चुवर दे दला कना वे चिमुंगा ने मलिक को जे दाका सान चिकन वाना की दान लाइजे जोड़ को वो चलेगा ना वो top टीमूने दी सही रहा अरोरा जान ला अरोरा एनिस जान ला ګوره پرې دغه کې اوس پرې څلورو ټیمو کې چې دی که نه اروره ښه دی او S2G ښه دی په چیکن کې ای ارینا هم ښه دی دا NS صرف په دغه کې دی وورلډ ګیم دی
But again, the more time they waste on this rotate, the more teams are going to make those wide routes. Furia being one of them. They're actually going to meet them on the roadside probably quite soon. And Furia has not been traveling through the blue.
If Flash wala der zyad diledi.
A reasonable HP count. Very close now. Might just tuck in.
Here they come. Balalwaya.
You got Ulf here as well that have been hit from pillar to post throughout this game. They ran into OG. Bit of damage done. I mean, 2 players already hard flushed out. One of them not.
Okay, da botan bada pare 14 पाती की 14-13 पाती की हाँ.
That's nearly all of the offensive utility used as well, just the Molotov. So broken bottles and his teammates gone as the fire spreads. Meanwhile, top side, what we touched on before, the Nonshin rundown with Furia still hightailing behind them.
They actually get ahead of them on this as well. But Nonshin and Red Force, they're kind of an unsuspected rotation. I think if Furia was Keeping an eye on those drop spots. They should know that Nongshim drops towards ruins and likely has made a very northern rotate, but they're going to take a very, very quick move in. You can see here, Igor's playing bumper cars alongside with them are so easy, moves forward. The rest of the team hasn't quite regrouped yet, but they've got the two-man on this. Igor stops short over towards the concrete, forcing Nongshim Red Force to actually move away. He is quick with the positioning. Not very fun, and all this while the circle has been pulling in here, so Nongshim Red Force might need to make some quick decisions later on. Cruz Devaya,
guys, double tap, like and share, repost, guys.
Go too early, you might want to now.
The Galaxy on screen now with a wrap round from Alula. Creating some space between them. Ooh, quick getting back in, looking to see if he can spot them out here. Smoke's casting at least enough of a shadow for him to stay tucked for now. Looking to buggy him out of this one. It's Ralph that's isolated. Oh, there you go. Quick switch on the seats, easy headshot confirmed. And a hard
nice,
flush,
yeah. Oh la la, oh la la.
Uncomfortable for Nigma. Three-man squad moves on.
Yeah, unfortunate. Did get down towards the south side of Cruz Devaya on that one. Ralph sadly behind. Nongshim continuing on their path forwards. Furious really hampered them in every single turn.
Oh, palak, oh, da Putin yo kasnak te kana ya. Mana wala chid views pari game ki khab performance ki gana khabaya.
Get a better beat on where Nongshim Red Force is rotating in. This is really good presence of mind here from Furia. Being very proactive of where teams are, gathering that information. And where So Easy's coming in might be
nice.
Oh, he is being so annoying. Alula will find Erin there, and I believe that is Ulf now out.
Wasn't an easy one for Ulf at all here. So many back-to-back fights.
Pakistan wala match sabare, sabah. Iske sabare, Pakistan wala match sabare.
Now Vitality are just sandwiching behind Furia as well on this push-up from Nongshim. You can see the establishing shot here. Overview of where they are on the spread. Let's see why. Got a scope attached. He's got a read on it. Vitality right behind them.
I got the MK14.
Aruna wa alaikum salam.
Deadly at distance. Ayala spots Vitality, having a peek over. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. Tizzy stayed behind for Nongshim Red Force, ensuring that there wasn't going to be any cheeky.
Chubis kasanu palo kade ma wapas yan palo kade ma chubis ka wa da 500 na wapas chiesi rale wa ji de karani ha sabana bazu pa tiktok pandi maror chane am palo kade aga ba comments nashi kawale ha guys sabana chi chane am palo kade aga ba comments nashi kawale bas only palo war ko mai ji taadu bata kawala ma tasuma palo kawai ko na.
Now Tizzy gets that information now and will move.
Noja being chased. Sky jumps out instantly, looking to see if he can get boots on the ground and deal some damage. Rest of the squad still continue to maintain a safe distance behind Tizzy on the follow-up. XZY has turned his attention back round towards that angle to provide support. Oh, bumpy pathway in the buggy, but Tizzy's still going.
That's nice.
Gets over the ridge.
Very smooth. Yeah, good shots from XZY as well to back them off. I mean, takes a little bit of damage, but provided enough support there. Circle heads over towards the west. Alula actually have quite a decent compound here on this one. Nick McGalaxy can play out from the south side of Cruz Devaya. Jiggle, quite an aggressive scout, I would say, over towards Vitality as well as Furia. Doesn't die for it. Milu, shot by Vitality. We're getting those shots in. Very quiet game so far, other than Ulf as well as OG going down. Even Tops now from Flash moves over towards the mound on the eastern side to check if teams are trying to rotate past them on that south side. So this is like it's very different to a lot of the other games we've seen. Nobody's taking any chances. Everyone's trying to garner as much information as possible on these rotates.
Yeah, it's far more tempered with the plays that are being made. You can see how much quicker teams are to set themselves up when they realize there's a VIP team, one of those squads that are within the smash zone, to attempt to set up to make it uncomfortable for their entryway. Similar setup here down towards the bottom side. You've got a close grouping of 3 of the other smash eligible squads in Aurora, S2G and E Arena.
Aurora late to this one. They stayed in Chumacera for a long, long time, and sort of fair enough to them because this went very northeast on the circle. There has been areas they've found to play in. E-Arena taking this 2-2 split right now. Have to evacuate this compound. Tony K will take shots over towards Doc, who makes it out of there. Gets over towards a little bit of high ground, a little bit of elevation to work with. Actually a playable spot. I mean, he's threaded the needle on that one. The rest of the team can move in.
It pays dividends, but it felt a bit risky initially when I saw the peak over the top of the roof. I was thinking if Doc goes down here, it could have been
Algun
the rest of the
and
squad now confident to join him on the push-up. Wow. Hamza G making the plays that we know he can deliver on that STG.
نه دا دې سره شته دی خو دا راته ښکاري پته نه لګي لوکۍ به نه ولا یا خو د دې دا سپیکټیټ داسې دی که نه چې دې خپله یو ټیم ولا جوړ کړی دی دې پوره سیز له خپل ټیم جوړ کړی خیال دی ورته ځکه چې صحیح سپیکټیټ خو داسې نه دا پوره ټیم دوی خپل جوړ کړی دی
Aurora, yeah, losing one player here, not ideal. Makes a chance at a chicken dinner here in match 5, slightly more difficult. With Alula still controlling center zone. Tiamba, again, down towards 6th, 4 thrives. Nongshim need to move though. So Easy's actually outside in the blue at the moment. Taking a fair bit of damage off the back of this one. They're really racking their brains of where do they want to go, how do they want to play. I mean, he's still out there.
ګوره کنه اورورا والا ګوره کنه اورورا نه یو کستلې دی دې ته اوس دا ټاپ پلیران نه دي دی به ته به یو ځای کېږي یا اورورا ټیم ته نه دی ټاپ دا پلیران به ته یو ځای کېږي نور خو هیڅوک نه شي والی.
That's been a caveat we've seen happen a couple times for this team. Always feeling like they're kind of somewhat trapped in the
زون ته ګوره زون ته ګوره پوټي ټیم ته ګوره او زون ته ګوره ها زون ته ګوره
I mean, it's clear to see that Furia knows that they need to create some space for themselves. They can't really move down towards that southwest side. They'll be on broadside to Vitality as they move in. So this is the likely position next. So a very important fight between Nongshim as well as Furia. Hyunbin takes a lot of damage. Chizzy up front right now, gathering that information, passing it back for the nades to be sent through. Maybe just dipping back down again, realizing that maybe this is not the best of fights for us. It's a long
nade. تختی انس تختی ګوره وته دا دونه حرامیان دي کنه دي د چیکن د پاره تختی.
Giving Nongshim a little bit of life force here.
Finally, a pathway's presented, but they've got to fight past teams to get into the safety zone.
Oh, you play highs on this one, yeah, for sure. It's free, it's open.
All right, just beneath them, that's where Tiamba is stationed, so it's going to work out. They get tucked back in. Finally bypass the awkward setup of the Furia squadron that were advancing towards them. They're chasing somewhat. Flash keeping a bit of the attention off them. The triple threat of Aurora just off in the distance as well. Little bit of a ridge there. Yeah, tuck in, buddy.
Yeah, because Fury could at any moment silhouette themselves on that ridge side. Scary stuff though. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force can play.
बच्चा को पुटी फाइनल विन को हमारा तरफ में ताता $100 तब बड़ी वक्ती भी लो चिमाओ तरिंग करे हो चिदाशी विन करे हुए और ब्याम बचे कुछ तवेने को $100 दी ब्याई दहा नगद लेन देन के दगा कावा एनएस चढ़ता डाले एनएस गेर दे ताज पुराने गेर को एनएस हाँ वही उसी के रागले दी.
Some slow decisions today here and there. But that was a quick maneuver.
Aurora Vanillaro.
Getting the first aid kit off, and yeah.
Aurora Vanillaro, go over the guys.
Definitely not likely as Aurora gains no points on this game.
There you go. That's the final nade coming through. Tops blowing away.
West Irigana, Enes.
They get that one on target. So Reefus
Enes is 2G. और ई अरीना देना पास भी लास्ट में चांस सरे उटियो किल करे रे यार बस किल जरूरी ना रे हमारे टॉप 2 मराची सना सब क्यूजिंग.
It's actually cool because the way Nongshim Red Force layered on that top side as well, it forced
top 2 rashi gana और चार किल वसरू बस.
Beautiful from Hyunbin. Really clean engagement.
Just done.
Yeah. Okay.
Primes it perfectly, blows them away on entry. Furia chasing them for so long, but no. Not today.
Fury ختم.
Vitality on that.
بس كده اشتب بوينتونه ولا وركاي كان نور بوينتونه ولا وركاي.
The speed at which Fury went down, I mean, there's just no opportunity. Nate goes in, does a lot of damage towards Tizzy. Gonna sit in the corner though. Federales has to move now.
زما 360 برو تاسو ته ما 1000 لایک یاد کړو تاسو غوښو لایکوم نه برابر
will be the
کړی.
decider of how far Nongshim gets into this game. Can't imagine that Tiamba's gonna crumble. Alula's compound becomes very high priority for absolutely everyone. You may see a crash on this.
استوجي دلته راغلی دی.
Risky maneuvers going to become more and more.
Replay go रहा है.
Here's the replay back over from the Fury, a crash down onto Nongshim. Look at that was gorgeous from Hyunbin. Perfect utility play over in a split second.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
IGL شاته پاتې شوی هغه ولم بوخ مالګو.
14 did good stuff. Nate's go in, so yeah, this is the fight I was talking about. They're all in one corner right now. Utility still looks good for Nongshim. Molotov towards the back lines. Does a good amount of damage towards Milu. He's burning out. Might actually go down to this. Great molly from So Easy.
And Hyunbin's already set up for this. This is the go signal, but he can't actually win out on the initial fight. Aking replies back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade on the XC1.
Enes talere. Dvaga sandi او ولا چې دونه څور بو کی کرا. مکا ګرنیټ ولې کې چپا.
And that's a nice
Enes وا چې Enes وا مړه. راغلی شاته باندې بل کس راغلی دی سکواډ بچ راغلی دی. دغه می لګي. جیدی کنه مړه. بیٹی اوره مننه برو. حد دیو کو. وس بټی مری. یارینا استوجی. دات په وال غواړي دا غینه پس بیا بقای غپ لگاو زمون ټیم لوس پکار الا بناک
bringing the heat straight over to 4-5, so there is no chance to
پلک بیا ناک شو یار اوټی مړ یار دا سکای
S2G going to make that rollout now over towards Flash. 4-5.
لاړو زمون ټیم بیا لاړو.
Here, Zias is down. Tops is just dropping. Desperate smokes. Keep himself alive. Hamzy G will roll on through. Vitality lose Federales on the background. Ida
finish. خبره ختم. Tournament لاړو bro.
Very important compound towards the center.
Good luck next year. بس لاړو خبره ختمه. This is a last chance.
He's got to go down soon. Yeah, there you go. Darkin picks him up.
Tool share dismiss ko yaar.
Shots back over from Razak as Vitality gets the shot on to try finish things there. You can see the split on either side with Irina.
انا ما یې چې دا اوس استوجي وګټي چې خبره ولا ختمه کی. بل میچ ته ضرورت نشته دی. بل میچ ته څه ضرورت دی خبره ختمه وایي ولا.
Irina just waiting.
Has been the name of the game for them. They're able to get one more point.
دا سیره دا game د استوجي دی.
Finish looking for that chicken dinner, playing in from that south side. They have the roadside ridge line to play around with. Solke will find another. Razak goes down potentially. Oh, just about lives the spray. Good backup there coming through from his teammate. Yeah, for Arena, they're going for the slow game. Oh my goodness me. I mean, how gifted can you get on this one for Alula?
Every time it shifts, they're counting their blessings more and more. No one's taken that risk to try force them out of the position just yet. S2G from long range, that's Vitality. Getting the sight line onto them.
So sad for Ida as well, because they've just dragged themselves out of 16.
Hi.
They're about to be put back down there again.
Oh, yeah. And that might come quicker than expected. Darkin trapped behind a vehicle. Lost able to grab that one. Another Elim garnered. And this puts them on equal footing as well. 147 to 147. They're climbing up.
Emre takes the knock there. Should be Ida just down now. As Alula gets set up towards that central side to hold off all these teams. Arena will clean up the rest over towards the northwest. Swain still up and kicking for Ida though. Desperately trying to stay in 15th. Very unlikely. See how far he can go though on this one. S2G eyeing up that compound. Looking to redeem themselves.
Na chance na जुड़ेगी, chance ना जुड़ेगी. माँ बस सीधा उस S2G सलामे चुवेन की चीज़ ते खबर ख़त्म है, बस खबर ख़त्म was देना बस खबर हुई ची دا मैच बच शो دا هغه نه پس بیا سب चांस जुड़ेगी ख्वागम ډیر لکه خبره وای په 100% کې جوړه کنه هغه یو اشاریه نه کیږي کنه
S2G, they thought they had that one right on target, but it barely misses.
Dude, 2 out of the 3 teams at the end here could smash right here, right now. For Alula, they have a fantastic position to finish this one out. But the likelihood of this ending in this game, Jackie, very, very high.
They fought so hard, man. The zone moving in again. Alula just waiting, confident.
Yes, Pakistan lost. Go.
Yeah.
I mean, the vehicle's still in play, blank.
I mean, they've just popped all the tires on that buggy, understanding that it's better to have it with no tires than one and dragging as they move it in. It's going to be slow, sure, but maybe better than nothing down the hillside. Vitality desperately hanging on by a thread at this end game. We're getting down towards stage 9. It's going to pull all these players inwards more. E-Arena desperately living on the sidelines. Goodness me, both teams with a white knuckle grip on this game, holding on for
Lalo tournament paniya Lalo
here at PMWC.
खबर है वाला खत्म अगला.
Okay. 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles in play right now for them. Smokes are starting to be sent out from either side.
Was only chance चलेगा नहीं ULA तो दे सही रहा.
We'll be breaking down the
that team बोले कि रात बार वाली chance जुड़ेगी कि ने खत्म. और माँ तो पता था. तब चलेगा ना. लगा ज्यादा chances चलेगा ना तो S2G.
Slight shift down. E-Arena running through their line of smokes with their own cars on the move. They've got a good sight line blocked off with the smokes they put down, but this has drawn their crosshairs off S2G, but the same will not be said for that squad. Their eyes light up. Bullet shot out downrange, keep the punishment on. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this, Yasha peeks back over. Good work done. 1 player hard flushed out for E-Arena.
Neither team wants to make the play. Kamikaze is trying to get in. Hamzy G up front.
Whoa! Dagami lagi.
He's bounced off the geometry and gone.
Come party ko.
But their dreams might be dashed back down to reality as Hamzy G hits the deck. Punishment play onto a
Mara Gorawata na yo taraf bal chirega na Gorawata. 2 team wise 1 all ka. Mara walla chi Gorawata.
Lost hits the deck. Nade out. Air bounce there. Doesn't get the damage through.
That was a خسته chance یو کو دات بټی ملاړه بل میچم chances ترې چې دا لاړو چوغټو
What a finish for Alula, the arbiters right there at the end.
Yuelin adagam lege laka bal میچم شتا
being in play.
و تو ګوره کنه دوه کم ټیمونه چې و کنه هغه ووالای دا سړی پرې پهلوان مې زړه ډېر خفه شي غریب دا ټیم ځل دی اورې وګوره قسمت ته ګوره کنه نو والله چې د دې نه پس هم زموږ ټیم سنه کوي کنه نو پیمان نو مړه بسې زه به سنه ویم نه
Something went wrong. Sent up flying into the stratosphere, buds, and it's gonna get you a gut-wrenching feeling.
دا ګره پړونه کوي دا یو سره وګړي خطا سکیم شو پورې پر اسمان ته غتلو پواکینا کو
One more game then. One more game. Finish on the last. Will we get a smash?
one more game. आकाश पग में जे बराबर गलगना 18 और
that wins it all.
Solar
takes
team
it all.
defeat and one.
Nongshim Red
That
Force
Solar number
team
one in
there
Asti.
looking stars.
That is
They
Saudi
were
Arab
still
team
doing
there.
that game because S2G is catching them up off the back of that one. E-Arena was also able to put a
Gora replay khai gora wata data the yo sara kam kuch part shave gora wata dai wish
themselves in a position now where
agai magina re ragaste kana mala wata
if they have another good match here.
gora che qismat thi kana da che qismat padi chikka
Right up until the end.
भाई क्या किस्मत था मैं तो समझा के चला गया भाई मैच खत्म टूर्नामेंट खत्म और विनर हो गया S2G बट किस्मत में नहीं लिखा था यार S2G गरीबानान बड़ी चीज सम सोखशी हुई है और
They didn't want to end in 16th place. That's what happened there. But we'll be back real soon for the final match here at PMWC.
Pasola re qadara dara daganam patiyare kire
Play is in our DNA.
दे इंडिया वाले ना तैयार है टूर्नामेंट चाहे इनको मड़ा बस वल्ला किस्मत है ना रेशा वेगा ना
Now imagine an
किस्मत है ना
entire
रेशा वे
city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
लाड शार सराना गेमों का मेट्रो की गेमों का सामान बराबर का अत ममा बस राजे मा खोइले द मेट्रो टीम बराबर को छ तोस ममा बस राजे जमा टीम बराबर का तोस ममा बस राजे रोजा पूरी ला सर मेट्रो की सोक न यवाजी में गेम ना को उस मा पूरे टीम बराबर को तोस पे दर्जा दा दा गो रहे
هذا هو فلوبن ابي طلقه اخذ عمري طلقه البيت اسمع يا مالك وحش تيمين خربنا عليه
Hey, advayo taraf ta walaadu, bubble taraf ta walaadu. Suna.
Esports takes us to the final
Suna.
match.
Khatarnak gameplay di ukulala.
PMWC at EWC 26. Welcome back, everybody. My name is the 7WG, joined by Lace, Maxman, and Neptura. And Max, I'm gonna go straight to you because another heartbreak here for S2G at the end.
Oh man, I feel bad for them, man. Like the last one was like, hey, great, we got another game, and I'm like, oh, that must feel kind of bad if you're S2G or an S2G fan. But you know what? Al Ula, they started off the day in 16th position, and they are literally alone as their main team, right? Able to keep the tournament going, getting rid of E-Arena, getting rid of S2G.
Bahum yawaji ko no to ka ticherta ve.
Also,
Team di nama
They are going to be loving it. We see E-Arena there in third in regards to the points. Being able to secure 10 points, they're still, if for some reason, nobody else wins via the smash rule after this match, Lace, it will come down to the points. So this points that these squads are getting with SGG 15, E-Arena 10, and then Nongshim Red Force as well with 7, they could come into play.
I mean, yeah, a lot of teams, you've got to realize that this is a
Pura zamung da team da pana puti da para us dam wale chance te. Ki da match na re da match. Da match pakhachi kill bani chicken ki kana. No chances judegi chi yara zamung team sana sauti.
had the compound the entire time, so it was going to be denied, regardless of sort of their movement in from that. But look, S2G and this situation flung into the air, obviously off of that, and then not being able to get that nade of the positioning in that middle, the teammate, sorry, on Al Lula. I'm getting it together. I'm just upset. Clearly, I'm upset, guys. I'm upset, but I'm not upset because we go one more game, and I'm very excited for this to happen. But look, we're gonna have another one in this situation, and it's gonna go to the mountain, guys. I'm calling it. It's gonna get crazy.
Which mountain? There's many.
Pour a mountain.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, that's where Nongshim Red Force won in PMMI, so actually.
Exactly. And guess who won the last match yesterday in Miramar?
Sa?
I forgot actually. Can
No,
remind
he just said it. Nongshim Red Force.
Tasaway das. Flames ki karga.
Wait, what are we doing?
Yara wal
It
magaway.
was an easy layup right there for you, Max. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they've been able to showcase that they can actually win.
That's really
not
that
only
man.
at PMMI,
Mai
but
beshi
here
ye
as well in
sabata
finals when
walo.
we end up going to Miramar, when we end up going to the final match. Aurora upon themselves, very in just an unfortunate situation, especially with the circle, with the rotation that this team had to make.
I have strong words for Aurora, which I will not be saying here, but just one play I'd like. Don't worry, I won't say it. I won't say it. Maybe later. Maybe later. No, I'm so confused because yes, it was a really difficult entry into zone. They couldn't really get a very easy way in. They were trying to thread through a couple of different teams there. But for me, they made that initial push in between EA and S2G.
Yo, last match,
But then the entire team all came in and just went, we're just gonna spread around, we're gonna drive, we're gonna have a little Sunday drive. It's nice, it's good weather, it's the desert, it's fun. And it's like, just stay on the position. You found a position, stay there, play from there. You could have won the game. They had a really decent position. EA, from the similar side of zone, got a third place. So, you know, again, it all comes down to what I was saying earlier about Nongshim in that one Erangel game where Alula went and won from the position I thought Nongshim should have taken. If Aurora had taken EA's position, we could have had a win from them as well.
We could have, but one team that was able to do a great defense was Nongshim Red Force against Furia, Max.
Oh, I'm loving it. Like, sure, they don't win it, but that was such a clean, instantaneous fight. Like, I saw John for a second. He blinked and he missed the fight. Here we go. They go.
The Furia saram der kuch parsha yara gariban bade deshane be abal team ragale we.
Do anything, and instantly the synergy, the timing, they just go on a full-on aggression. They push, they counter-push onto Furia, and because of that, they don't lose a single player and barely take any damage. That is the Nongshim Red Force I want to see more consistently throughout these games. It goes to show that they have what it takes to be a champion, but sometimes it's a bit topsy-turvy, but Nongshim Red Force looking so good in that particular fight.
And it's this kind of thing, right, that I was talking about with Nongshim, is like the presence of mind they have. Do you know how not panicked, how calm, cool, and collected you have to be to do that? And Nongshim coming into second place here. I mean, it's so close behind
S2G. It's a
7-point lead. Aurora Gaming in third place. E-Arena. Nobody else was able to join the Smash Zone here as we're going to be heading into the final match of PMWC at EWC 26. Nigma Galaxy 106 points. There's still a lot of money at stake here, Lace, between all these squads, even if they cannot win it via Smash Roll.
Yeah, and even if you have a look at Tiamba and the way that they were able to move up this leaderboard from just a few games, you know, this is where the money happens, and it's incredibly exciting, obviously, moving into this. You know, obviously, we have
41 point pa diri ha 41 chicken plus 20 skill
getting those positions in late game to get those extra points, so it is looking good for them. But yeah, I've got to hand it to Max. I'm feeling I feel like that this is going to be the closeout. S2G have had 2 opportunities, and I said you only get 1, so the third one may not happen.
This is looking like one of the best matches we have had at a global event. 14
guys, 14 last wins
we know they're going to be showing up, especially right now with the 7-point lead that they have. Nongshim Red Force showing that they can win via Smash Roll. They could be challenging as well, not just via the points. They could be challenging for the win. Aurora Gaming, we know what that team is capable of, Max. In E-Arena, all they need is just 1 match, even if they have been kind of non-existent.
Peleni salur timu chirega na ha muqabila da.
Look at the top of the rankings. 3 wins, 2 wins, and 2 wins for at the end Aurora Gaming and E-Arena. We've been barely missing out on this Smash ruling happening for these teams, but now I feel like it's finally time to get the Smash ruling on Miramar. These teams, sure, maybe a few fumbles here and there, but they're going to throw everything at the wall and hope it sticks, and finally become your PMWC 26 at EWC 26 Grand Champions. They're on the second page, and if still more money is there to be gained.
And it's all still so close, right? So we're so used to seeing big gaps between these teams, but look at this. Ulf 98, Hora 98, Team Vitality 83, Alula 80 with that win coming in there. Massive jump for them up into 13th place. And you know, when we are talking about that prize pool coming down to the final game here in Paris, we're looking at some really decent
game on
jumps
cake
up in that
Nana
range,
what's
jumps
going
up
on
in that prize
Kuma
pool. All these teams are going to be fighting.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the top 5 players.
بريك
so
واخله
far,
بس
though,
زما
because
سوديس
that
خانه بس
MVP,
لاست ماتش تي بس
it's not going to be coming from the winning team. It can come from a different team as well. But right now, it's none other. Usually we're
بچاري
used to
بلاي
talking
کا
about
وکنا
human
مړ
flex.
سره
You
تو
might
وای
have a
وای
new
وای
player
قربان
to
علي وعليكم
grab
السلام
over because Tizzy is popping off.
To be honest, out of all the players on this team, I'm really happy Tizzy has been, in particular this last game, got so much done in Miramar. Loving how he's been able to perform. Of course, Hyun Bin, big fan of him. But Sleepy, the fact he's up here is quite surprising, but also not so surprising because his damage is very high because he is right Niptra, usually a long
يا باكستان نور ختم او لاړو بس پاکستان ټیم 3 وګوره چې 3 4 3 2 ځان کوشش کوي راتلی شي یک ته نشي ترسیدي بس مطلب دا ټورنمنت د دې د لاسونه لاړو خبره ختمه
Scarface has often been a solo for that team. We've seen it from several teams actually where that last solo lasts until third, second place. Gets that damage, gets those long range shots, just trying to pressure teams, and so in that way, yeah, it's probably pretty on par that, you know, they're on that MVP list.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be looking at those top 4 teams because those teams, I mean, any of those top 4 teams could end up winning it, whether it's S2G, whether it's Nongshim Red Force, whether it's Awrd Gaming, even E-Arena. You know what? I'll scratch away that you have had a bad day, E-Arena, because right now, this is your moment to shine if you want to be able to lift that trophy. If Ravenclaw wants to win here again, but let's take a look at this head-to-head between Nongshim Red Force and S2G, and this is for today, and you can see...
ما وی چې سز د شي زوري خبره کې عمر احمد او ریپلی نه راکې د الله باندې ایډ به کم خان
is actually relatively close to the two teams, but the fact that with a similar survival time, the average placement
زوري خبره
is an
باقي
extra
ریپلی
2
نه
ranks
کې
higher compared to Nongshim Red Force is highly impressive. They've been very consistent, of course. 3 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the finals, also looking good back in the group stage. I feel like S2G, if they just don't have those shaky finishes, I feel like they might be one of the most likely teams to end it with a smash.
Yeah, I was looking, you know, we're looking at the pre-show, right? Looking at the head-to-head between Awrd and S2G, and I did say S2G, yes, they have those wins, but they're hot and they're cold. And today we've seen a different version of this team, a different side to them, one that's far more consistent, one that's always there under pressure in the top 5. It's really nice to see, Max.
In particular, you saw in the top 4, you had Awrd Gaming. Top, you know, this has been his dream for years and years and years. And he's finally on the brink once again. Is the curse of the second place going to come back to haunt him? Or can he finally wrap it up and get that win?
It's going to come down to what kind of circle they're going to be getting. Are you going to be getting blessed, or are you going to have to just fight your way through all the way to that win so you can lift that trophy? S2G, Nongshim Red Force, Awrd Gaming, and E-Arena. Any of those 4 teams can win it as we're heading to the final match, the final Miramar of PMWC at EWC 26. Hot Jukes, John Allen, take it away.
The sword of Damocles swings both ways, and 4 teams now stand atop the pack. Their chance to make history here in Paris and crown themselves the champions with one more chance to do so. Will it be a heavy hammer that smashes the tournament, or will we find a points victory?
And we're about to find out in Miramar. You can take a look. E-Arena, so far on the day, haven't put up hardly any points except for that rondo, but it was enough to put them in that smash zone. All it takes is one game, one chicken dinner to become our champions. It's about to find out who's got that ice water in their veins, who's got that clutch factor, because that's what it's going to take.
Pasebano last match day or match start show. 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
In the 11th hour, right down to the wire, but they have some stiff
بس تورمخي
competition.
اشياء عليه يا وري.
At the top of the tables, the points matter as well. Every single point you earn, so important, and those chicken dinner tiebreakers as well. At the moment, I mean, if one of the top 4 teams wins, they win by smash rule. But there are 2 teams with 3 chicken dinners, 2 teams with 2. Those tiebreakers are going to be so important. Those placements that you've been earning over the last 17 matches will come in clutch, and every single molecule of brain power needs to be focused on one singular goal. Finding every single point you can.
Or getting that win. It's either one or the other. And there are still so many squads that can win this. 4 in particular, all in the Smash zone. That's going to be the ones that we are going to be keeping an eye on locked. Because I guarantee you, one of them's going to be taking home $500,000. Second place, $250,000. Look around this arena. This is what everybody came for. Not second place, not a good tournament, a world title. 1 game left, and somebody is about to play the most important match of their life. This is it, folks. The PUBG Mobile World Cup at Esports World Cup 2026 live in Paris. We're about to drop into our final match.
Miramar will be the final arena that our
So guys,
gladiators will
final
take
match اخرنی match شروع شوی دی زمونږ او تاسو د مخې د وړاندې ګورو چې دا ورلډ کپ په څوک ګټي صحیح ده وای صاحب چې کوم ټیم به راځي چمپیون
Let's get into it. You can take a look at the
What's
overall rankings
up?
right now. S2G, Nongshim Red Force on top.
هغه شی ولګو که بیا ژوندی شم بیا کار هغه ورته ولګو اواز دی لاړو اواز می لاړو هلو
Honestly, it's what they need. They have to win this if they want to be crowned.
بچا هغه شی درته یاد او یاد دی راته یاد دی راته
S2G right now. Yeah, they definitely need to get a chicken dinner on side to win this tournament and give that 3-time title over to Schweppes. Allow Ravenclaw to be that winning coach, transitioning from that player role.
ګوره پوټی ته چې دی که نه 110 ګوره وته 110 ور واچوه صحیح ده 40 پوینټ به د نور هم پکار دي 40 ټاپ 2 تم نشي رسېدی ټاپ 2 تم ډېر به ګرانه رسېدی شي ټاپ 3 تم ډېر به ګرانه اوس ټاپ 4 ته چې دی که نه څه ناسه کولی شي ټاپ 4 ته څه ناسه کولی شي ګایز پوټ
Will be able to turn things around for them. At the moment, I'm seeing Aurora pretty close to Flash, though, on the hot drop, potentially in the south.
Well, speaking of the south, that's where we're headed. The zone going all the way down south. Teams are going to have to get looted up and get moving. It's Reefus with the Winchester. No way he starts this off like this. Oh, mighty close. Team
لاړو ځان خرابای اورورا ځان خرابای مړه پرېښو دی که نه چې دی والې ویډیو سکور به یې کړی بس هغه دی که نه S2G وین کې بس ښه ده یاره بس نور خو پکې نشته دی که نه
Carrying the retreat here for Team Flash. Team Flash, who have managed to find some late in the day points to send them up the tables.
That is it. Gives teams like Aura, Vitality, opportunity to push themselves further.
Hello guys, sorry guys yaar bijli teli wa sorry
As this is one insane prize pool in this tournament.
आवाज रा दे
Look though at Nongshim Red Force, the biggest threat in the lobby, if not for S2G. They have been dominant all day long, and they could definitely take this one. Just a quick flashback for everybody that missed it. PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, not too long ago, global event. Nongshim Red Force smashed in the last match. They have been here before.
Everyone guys, we are back to the stream.
Made it, and that is what you gotta do. So out of all the teams in this lobby, Nongshim Red Force, they know what it feels like. The work for eliminations. He's finding the angles.
What the?
It's his power, baby.
We sample.
That's okay. That's a shit, yaar.
Leonidas, a king amongst kings. They can't quite make that top spot, but my God, they can give it a thrill.
What the heck مړه دا ایسي چلو کو قسم په خدای پوره شی خراب کو
He's got what it takes, and refusing to go down here in the last match of this tournament.
Meanwhile, teams across the board are making their way to the zone. 3 teams still in that smash potential. Nongshim have lost a player. Through all of that chaos, they are down to 3. Aurora and spray down, but not to happen. Emre now, the last for Ida. and he's completely off in the distance. No way he can get back to this. So for E-Arena, they managed to make their way south, but Nigma Galaxy are cresting the ridgeline.
Aurora ta chances ta der ziyad.
And I'll tell you one thing.
Aurora ta bia ineso.
Fans everywhere are rooting for every single team to take out these top squads, because right now they're still at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just these teams below them that can surpass them. They have a little bit of a point gap. But Nongshim
Mara Arsalane bijle tol shi wo qasam ne.
And they're putting up points. E-Arena already has 4. But they are down a
bijle tol shi kharab ko stream was daga ka glitch de.
We said before to win.
Providing to be very difficult. Nigma Galaxy Coops ends up getting caught out. And he is out of the game. Nigma Galaxy gonna have to do it with 2 players remaining.
S2G, despite being out, may still be able to hold on. If the 3 competing teams go down, Nongshim have to go down first. On this south side, their approach is not the easiest. They are very spread out right now. I mean, it could be that S2G didn't need a single point in this game.
It's possible, but 7 points. 7 points will 100%
Net
guarantee
stream dobara start ka bacha stream malata sadi yaar. What is this? The mada yaar, what a bakwas.
7-point game from their position on the southwest side. I mean, it's difficult. Lord trying to survive for Nigma Galaxy. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride in these finals. They've always been present, they've always been relevant, but have not been able to find those clutched. Happy to see them here, hoping to see them again. Meanwhile, whilst Nongshim and E-Arena have their standoff, Aurora have their challenges on the other side of the circle. Halola, who spoiled the day for our 2 teams that could do it last time. Now Quick already down. Will not be in the fight.
चलो guys enjoy कर लो यार वो हमारा सारा सब कुछ बिगड़ दिया यार नेट ने बिजली पे गेला है बिजली टोल और शिव वो यार
Oh man,
very true.
Did you save us? Because that could have been over just
सही
like that. But Aurora, this could have been.
Pace sake mala dalta YouTube stream daga shavere. Pace sake mala dalta YouTube stream daga shavere. Karab shavere ya. Karab shavere ya.
They're the only team in the top 4 with all.
IQ khulado yaar IQ mlado.
Team in the top 4 with all.
IQ khulado yaar IQ mlado.
Players up. Players up. And that's good solid position in this. And that's good solid position in this next. Point on the board. Nongshim in trouble. Nongshim in trouble. That's Tizzy done. They're down to 2. Well, that's Tizzy done. They're down to 2.
One of their strongest players now out of the mix, and that is going to leave just Yunbin and XZY now out of the mix, and that is going to leave just Yunbin and XZY to try and put as many points on the board as they can, but they are dwindling. The fire is being blown, is being blustered. Ninth place, they had a real opportunity to jump up fairly high and get things going, but the southwest side now, Jukes, but the southwest side now, Jukes, is looking pretty hot, E-Arena could potentially get involved here. If Flash, Horror, and E-Arena could potentially get involved here. If Flash, Horror, and Nongshim, Red Force have that scrap.
Hi.
Force have that scrap.
Hi. Bijlai zata da su. Hi. Bijlai zata da su. Mano bas. Gosh.
Nobody behind them, only needing to focus forward and start putting some points on the board. Looks like Hyunbin's gonna get one though. The duo of Nongshim Red Force still not out of this one just yet. You haven't been having to hit the deck though. Buy some time. Can he at least get that confirmation? He does have 2 eliminations so far, but shots ringing out in every direction. He does have 2 eliminations so far, but shots ringing out in every direction. It's not looking good here for Nongshim.
Oh, it is going to be a tough time for them, but they are much more central than a lot of other teams, and these South Hills will need to conclude. Quite inaccessible, but look at the bullets keeping him suppressed. And XZY go down. So close. And if Nongshim fall, S2G are going to be a little bit safer. But with Aurora taking a knock from Alola, the last player alive from it, a second as well. 2 players down from Aurora. Is it all coming crashing down around their ears?
They are outside of the zone now as it's shifted. They got 30 seconds on the clock to get these reses going and to be able to support their teammates. But Team Vitality are looking in this direction. They got nothing to lose at this point. And they are looking straight at them. Can Aurora get these reses? They're desperate. They're moving as fast as they possibly can. 20 seconds on the clock now. And it looks like they just might do it. When it comes to Nongshim Red Force, though, it's up to 1 single player, and it's none other than Hyunbin.
He needs a Herculean effort to do it. Aurora getting rolled up on by Furia. Oh no, Dark is down. Top is low. Seoul needs to anchor for them, but he's fallen too. And Aurora are crumbling.
Top goes down. It's down to 1 single player for Aurora Gaming to make this happen. Nongshim Red Force are out. 1 player for here in Paris, France. Man, did they deserve it. Working so hard
Oh, sangat alhaba chala nadi sahi. Wasishu wasu marada sa sharam ne kasam ne yara wallah. Fakhrini match ki rata da masala joda karal kana.
Kamikaze and the rest of the squad just shining when nobody was expecting them to become the champions, Max. Turkey back on top of PUBG.
It is going to Turkey right now. Kamikaze lost. Ham CG and Solke making history for Turkey once more. How do they just keep doing it? Solke, since the OG days, is still here delivering performance after performance, and now we'll be lifting that trophy.
And such a calculated decision from them throughout every game. 1 chance down, 2 chance down, but it was enough to take the title home. Every single play from S2G was immaculate.
Fantastic stuff coming in from S2G. Once they do it, twice they do it. They were so close. They get just a little.
Wallah, S2G kala mrashu. Dona pasar ki mrashwal kana. Maizalado sare ukhwalo. Ko bas qismat ta gora qismat e na ushawe kana. No akka dagayko.
A team that didn't start off too hot in the first day, but boy,
already
were they able
yesterday.
to bounce back with those wins that they were able to get in the second day, propelling them to the top of the leaderboard and challenging for that first place.
We had so many teams looking so good at the top right. The 4 teams all contesting a spot for the championship to be crowned your champions. But I would have to say S2G, the most improved team going into this event from the group stage, making it right to the finals. And it was close. It was down to the wire. It was a 3-way tie at one point today. But they do take it home. And keep in mind, PMGC later on this year will be happening in Turkey. Will S2G be able to do the international back-to-back?
S2G will be looking to win another trophy back at home. But I think it's time we send it over to Barney. I want to see these players lift that trophy and crush some keys.
Yes, that is right, of course. After a nail-biting day 3 of PMWC, your champions are, of course, S2G. I have to ask, that final game, that must have been the longest game of your life. How did that feel? Solke, I'll ask you, buddy.
Son maç hayatımızın herhalde en uzun maçıydı. Sizin için nasıl hissettirdi? Solkay sana soruyor.
Yani açıkçası biraz şüpheli olduk çünkü rakiplerimizin hepsi yaşıyordu ve hiçbirinin infosu yoktu. Yani bilmiyorum, kaybettik gibi hissettik. Sonra böyle bir rakiplerimiz oyunda ölünce bir acaba mı dedik. Yani şu an bile farkında değiliz, anlamadık. Bu bir zaman sonra fark edilecek bir şey. Aramızda öncesinde şampiyon olmuş bir hamsi var. Hepimizin ilk dünya şampiyonluğu. Yani garip hissetti. Ölünce kötü hissetti ama şu an çok mutluyuz. Bu kadar.
Of course, we felt bad once we died because we knew our biggest rivals are
Put
still
you in
alive.
yesterday, but
then we
3K
also
UC
doubted
still
it,
not
but
get.
then, like, slowly seeing our rivals also like.
You ready? You're ready. They're ready. And so, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen,
guys.
your champions of PMWC at the 2026 Esports World Cup, S2G Esports!
बस यारा यार लाड़ो कपे वेड़ो यार गाइस चला गया सारा सब कुछ हाथों से चला गया वो
It started off last year for S2G when they weren't able to qualify to PMWC at EWC 25, and they were spamming everywhere.